at that most fashionable of all London churches, St. George's, in the presence of as many members of the fashionable world as could be packed within its pews. He wished them well. He had no doubt that they would be happy together. They knew each other well enough. In all possible ways, Ashley did not doubt. It would never be said of them that they had rushed into marriage after a mere few weeks of acquaintance. The smile faded from Ashley's face, and then the implication of what he had read struck him. The letter was more than an announcement. It was an invitation. Ashley folded the paper and set it down. He drummed his fingers slowly on it. He had told himself that he would not go to London. She would not wish to see him. There was work to do here. He was still in the process of getting to know his new estate and of gradually taking charge of its administration. And there were invitations to honour from the neighbours who had been calling on him. But the temptation to go had been strong even before the arrival of Theo's invitation. He found the house oppressive, despite its still very new splendour. It was a feminine house. There were signs of Alice in every flounced drapery and every frilled cushion, in every delicate landscape painting and in every porcelain ornament. He was reminded powerfully of how she had transformed his own very comfortable home in India, and of how she had raged against his habit of leaving books and garments and snuff-boxes lying around. And here at Penshurst there was one particular set of rooms that drew him like a magnet, though he hated setting foot inside them, and yet he found himself unable to give the order to have them cleared out. Alice's rooms, still full of her personal possessions, still with the distinctive perfume she had always worn clinging to the clothes in the wardrobes. If only she had died naturally, he had thought one day, standing in the middle of her sitting-room, his eyes tightly closed. Or if only she had died in an accident for which he could not possibly feel personal blame, perhaps he would not feel so fettered by all this. She had been no wife to him. She had never even tried to deny that she had lovers. She had given birth to a red-haired child 14 months after the only time she could possibly have conceived the child with him. She had told him they would be from home the night of the fire. But nothing he had been able to say to himself in more than a year of mental torment had ever been able to convince him that he must not blame himself. While they were at home alone, dying in that fire, he had been taking repeated and delighted pleasure in the bed of a married woman, ironically his only foray into adultery. And so, as Roderick Cunningham had predicted, he punished himself with the house which almost breathed her presence, and longed for an excuse to be away from it. There was another reason for wanting to be in London, an illogical reason, perhaps merely the exchange of one form of self-punishment for another. Lady Verney, his closest neighbour, had called on him with a couple of other neighbours. She was a lady of late middle age. She talked of her son and daughter, both of whom were in London for the season. She referred to them several times as Henry and Barbara. He had dreaded meeting Sir Henry Verney, Alice's lover, the man she had loved almost fanatically. Verney, Ashley believed, had blighted her life. If she had not loved him, if he had not for some reason abandoned her, perhaps she would not have been so driven by self-hatred. For that was what had motivated Alice. He was convinced of it. Though he had often hated her, he had pitied her too. He did not want to meet Verney, he had thought, and yet now, finding the man absent, he discovered that part of his reason for coming here must have been to see Verney, to try to piece together exactly what had happened here 5 years or so ago, to try to wrest some meaning out of the turbulent events of the past 3 years. He was still seeking that peace he had blindly sought on his return, he realized, though with his rational mind he knew that he would never find it. He was too wrapped about with his own sin and guilt. His steward was doing a quite capable job on the estate, even though Ashley had his own ideas for change and improvement, and the housekeeper and butler were managing the house perfectly well. His neighbours would understand his reason for cancelling or postponing his promised visits. There was no reason not to go to Theo's wedding, and if he went, he would escape the house for a while. He would be able to call upon the Verneys, and he would see Emmy. He would see Emmy. He rested his hand flat on his uncle's letter and closed his eyes. He could picture her sitting cross-legged on the soaked grass at Bowden, the front of her dress dark with wetness and clinging to her bare feet covered with grass, her hair loose and untidy and damp and brushing the ground behind her. She was frowning in concentration and touching her fingertips to his throat. He could hear her strange, low, curiously attractive voice saying, yes. Emmy. He would see her if he went to London. When he went. There was really nothing to decide. He could not possibly absent himself from the wedding, and he had no wish to do so. He would see her again. It was a warm night, fortunately. She had hoped for it for all of the week past, a week during which the weather had been cloudy and somewhat chilly. But tonight was perfect. There were moonlight and starlight to sparkle off the surface of the River Thames as they crossed it by boat. She raised her face to the light for a few moments and was aware of the vast mystery of the universe. And then they stepped out of the boat. Viscount Burdett took her hand and held it firmly and smiled at her, while Lord Quinn helped Aunt Marjorie and the Earl of Vimes helped Doris. A few moments later they were standing inside the entrance to Vauxhall Gardens, and she was looking around at the place she had been told about and had dreamed of seeing. The famous pleasure gardens, the great rival of Ranelagh Gardens, which she also longed to see. Both were said to be magical by night. To their right, extending away into the distance, was a long colonnade with an arched Gothic roof, hung with golden and red lamps. Ahead were the trees she had heard about, the grove, and the numerous shady walks. The trees were hung with festoons of lamps. Along the wide central path, farther in among the trees, she could see a brighter blaze of light. That would be the Rotunda, the place where orchestras played and famous singers performed, and people danced. The place where the more wealthy patrons sat in boxes and ate and drank while they enjoyed the spectacles around them. Viscount Burdett had hired a box there tonight. "Lady Emily?" Her arm was resting on his satin sleeve. He touched his fingers briefly to hers. "Do you find it pleasing?" It was magical, spectacular. It was hard to believe that this was a park, with trees and grass, with sky above. She wondered briefly what it must be like in the daytime, when there would be no lamplight to mask reality, or what it would be like with the lamps unlit and all the crowding masses gone. But she pushed the thought aside. She did not want to know. She smiled dazzlingly at the man who had conversed with her at several balls during the past weeks, and had called upon her at Aunt Marjorie's, and walked with her in the Mall of St. James's Park. He was the most constant among a startlingly large number of gentlemen who paid her attention wherever she went. She did not know what the attraction was, unless perhaps there was novelty in paying court to a woman who could only smile and nod, no matter how outrageous their compliments or how tedious their conversation. Almost always there was a group of them who spoke with one another, and did not therefore find her silence tedious. The crowds also released her from the necessity of concentrating every moment of every evening on other people's lips. Lord Quinn said the attraction was that she was the loveliest young lady in London, or in England for that matter. Emily laughed at him. Aunt Marjorie said it was that she sparkled and doubled her beauty with each smile. Emily laughed at her. The almost reckless sense of freedom and gaiety that had taken her in its grip as soon as Aunt Marjorie had made her unexpected proposition in the garden at Bowden had not released her in the weeks since. She had not lived until now, she told herself. She was happy, and she knew now that she would never have to relinquish that freedom and that happiness. She had been a little afraid for herself when she learned that Aunt Marjorie was to marry Lord Quin, but both had assured her that they had every intention of staying in London until the end of the season, and that then they would probably travel, and wanted her to go with them. A lady needed more company than a man could provide, Lord Quin had said. Gentlemen needed sometimes to be alone, Aunt Marjorie had said, as did ladies. But ladies did not have the freedom that men did to be quite alone. They needed companions. She would need Emily. They were sitting in their box at the rotunda a few minutes after their arrival. They were just in time to watch the ballet, the Viscount explained. He had deliberately chosen a night when there would be visual entertainment for Lady Emily as well as just music. She smiled at him. But before the ballet began, some gentlemen called at their box to pay their respects to her, and to try to guess what message she was sending tonight by the design and positioning of the black patch she wore on one cheek. There had been much hilarity last night over the small heart she had worn close to the corner of her mouth. Tonight she wore a star high on her cheekbone, near the outer corner of her eye. There was no message, of course, but it amused her to see how inventive the gentlemen could be, and how much they enjoyed themselves at her expense. She always laughed with them. Sometimes she even stopped listening and looked about her instead. They did not seem to notice her inattention. None of them, she realized, though she never dwelled on the thought, were really interested in her. None of them knew her or realized they did not. She did not care. She was laughing and tapping Mr. Maddox on one arm after he suggested that she was Venus and was rivaling the stars in brightness, when someone else joined the group. Someone who made her insides jump even before she looked at him. She had known he was coming to London, of course, but she had not known that he had arrived. Still, she told herself, she should have been prepared. Fortunately, she was locked safely inside the mask she had chosen to wear since her arrival in London. She turned her dazzling smile on him. Unlike every other man present, he wore no wig. Neither was his hair powdered, as hers was. His hair, correctly rolled at the sides, neatly tied back and bagged in black silk behind, looked startlingly dark. His face was still thinner than it should have been, angular, ascetic, handsome. He was dressed in dark blue velvet, a contrast to the pastel-shaded silks and satins of the other gentlemen. It had been less than a month. It seemed an eternity. It was difficult to believe that those events at Bowden had really happened. She had come to feel that they had happened to a different person, someone who was no longer herself. "Hello, Emmy," he said. His eyes were soft on her, though he did not really smile. She raised her fan to her nose and kept her eyes sparkling. He turned to greet his sister and the other occupants of the box, then accepted an invitation to step inside and seated himself between Aunt Marjorie and Lord Quin. "Egad," one of her followers said, just as she turned her eyes on him. "Someone who has been granted the privilege of addressing you familiarly. Shall I call him out, Lady Emily? Or shall I put a bullet through my brain?" Emily tapped him sharply on the arm. "Do you not know Lord Ashley Kendrick, Max?" Viscount Burdett said. "Hounden's brother." "Ah," the other young man said. "Merely a family. I will live on to hope, then." He held one hand theatrically over his heart. But there were too many participating in the conversation. It was too dizzying to try to watch the right one, and they had nothing important to say. Emily smiled brightly and looked around her. Everywhere except at him. "If you will pardon us," Viscount Burdett said, taking Emily's hand and setting it on his sleeve again. "The ballet is about to begin. I would appreciate it if my invited guests could watch the dancing unobstructed." The other gentlemen all grumbled good-naturedly and moved off. Emily looked at Lord Burdett, who pointed at the orchestra. They were tuning their instruments. She had never seen ballet and had been looking forward to it. She directed her eyes at the stage and resisted the urge to remove her hand from the Viscount's arm. Ashley had moved to Aunt Marjorie's other side, so that he was in the far corner of the box. He leaned back in his chair rather than forward, as most people were doing as they waited for the performance to begin. He was watching her. She did not turn her head by even a fraction of an inch, but she had felt his every move. And she felt his eyes. Something inside her threatened to crumble. Everything that she had built so determinedly and so eagerly during the past weeks. She was not going to let it happen. It was herself she had created since coming to London, her free and happy self. She refused to crawl back into misery and slavery, to a love that had held her in thrall for 8 years and had brought her precious few moments of happiness. She was happy with this new life, more than happy. She realized suddenly, with something of a jolt, that the ballet was in progress, and had been for some time. Her eyes had watched it, but had seen nothing at all. She thought for one moment that her smile had slipped, but it had not. She turned it briefly on the Viscount, and he returned it, and touched her hand again with his free one. The visual spectacle of the ballet was magnificent. It was music for the eyes. The dancers moved with precision and grace to a silent melody. For a short while, she felt the same connection she did when she was alone with nature. But she also felt Ashley watching her. He had arrived in London late in the morning and had called upon his uncle just an hour later. Ashley was staying at Harnden House, which had been opened in imminent expectation of the Duke's arrival with his family. Luke had written to invite him to stay there, and after a brief hesitation, he had accepted. He would not cower from his family like a whipped schoolboy. What was past, as far as his relations with his family were concerned anyway. His uncle had pumped his hand and slapped his shoulder, and shown every sign of being delighted to see him. Ashley had wondered if the invitation had been a mere courtesy, if perhaps they would have preferred it if he had refused. He must pay his respects to Lady Stern without delay, he was told, but the girls, his uncle's quite inappropriate word for his betrothed and Emmy, were to attend a private garden party during the afternoon. They were all going to Vauxhall that evening, though, as guests of Viscount Burdett. Ashley must come, too. His uncle would send a round to Burdett's to make the arrangements. A note was delivered to Harnden House later in the day, expressing the Viscount's wish that Lord Ashley Kendrick would honour him by being one of his guests for the evening. Who the devil was Viscount Burdett? Ashley wondered. And he wondered, too, if Emmy was one of his guests. But she must be, he reasoned, if Lady Stern was to be there. Poor Emmy. He did not like the thought of her being dragged about to all the social entertainments. She would not like them. He found himself aching to see her again, to see what he had done to her. She must have felt obliged to take herself away from Bowden and away from her brother and sisters for a while, he mused, and so she had come here, to exactly the wrong place for someone like Emmy. He expected to find her lost and wan and listless. Perhaps she would be ready to listen to another marriage offer. He was not particularly happy at Penshurst, but he could offer her countryside there, hills, a river, trees. He went alone to Vauxhall and found his way to Viscount Burdett's box. He was not the first to arrive. He spotted Doris and Vimes. The other occupants were blocked from his view by the press of men in front of the box. It was only as he drew closer that he saw what the attraction was, or who. She looked much as she had looked at Luke's ball, fashionable, elegant, and quite extraordinarily beautiful, except that there she had not worn cosmetics, or a small black patch placed just where it would draw attention to her eyes. And there, though she had smiled and shone with delight at the occasion, and at her first minuet, she had not been exuberant and laughing and coquettish. She was tapping some foppish-looking gentleman in lavender on the arm, and drawing to herself all the foolery of flattery and mindless gallantry. Burdett, it must be he, Ashley figured, who sat beside her, looked like the cat who had drunk the cream, or caught the canary, or some such cliché. Emmy was flirting with the lot of them. Ashley's first instinct, thankfully contained, was to lash about him with his fists. She became aware of him. He expected her smile to soften on him. She had refused to marry him, but they had parted on affectionate terms. He remembered that last hour they had spent together, both rashly sitting on the soaked grass, almost knee to knee, while she learned to speak her first word. And he remembered, too, that at the ball he had known as soon as he looked into her eyes that she was Emmy. Her eyes, her very shallow eyes, continued to sparkle as she smiled at him and raised her fan to her nose. She looked wonderfully happy, but her smile chilled him. She did not look like Emmy. He was sorry he had come. To Vauxhall, to London. He entered the box and sat between his uncle and Lady Stern, after nodding to Doris and Vimes and exchanging a few pleasantries with them. He congratulated Lady Stern on her betrothal, kissed her hand, concentrated all his attention on her. But just as all the gentlemen clustered outside the box began to move away, and the orchestra began to tune their instruments so that the ballet might begin, Lady Stern leaned toward him and tapped him on the knee. "I will change places with you, if I may, dear boy," she said, "and sit next to Theo." Ashley was briefly amused. The two of them had been lovers for 20 years or more, and had always behaved with perfect good breeding in public, and yet it was important to them now to sit next to each other. He almost expected to see them linking hands, but his amusement soon waned. From the chair that Lady Stern had occupied, he had no choice but to look across the box and see Emmy. He might have turned his head, of course, to watch the ballet. It was rude to stare at one of the box's occupants, but he could not stop himself from doing just that. She was watching the ballet, but she did not look absorbed, with the look of wonder he would have expected to see in her eyes. She still had the smile on her face, the coquettish smile that was not Emmy's at all, and her hand lay along Burdett's arm, her fingers splayed on his wide cuff. Her chin was lifted in a gesture of pride. Was this what he had done to her? He remembered. It was when he was dancing with her at Bowden, asking her if it was a disguise she wore, or if that was what they had done to her. "Have they tamed you, and your heart has not cried out for the wild?" he had asked her. "Do they have you singing prettily here, like a linnet in a cage?" No, they had not done that to her. She had still been free. The next morning she had been out at the falls, painting, looking like his little fawn. She had painted the life force, bursting passionately through every living thing and out into the universe itself. It was he who had now done it to her. He had tamed her spirit and caged it. There was an ache in his chest and his throat. He felt like crying. Viscount Burdett rose and bowed over her hand and took her walking along one of the lamplit paths after the ballet was over. Lady Stern looked at Doris and raised her eyebrows, and she and Vimes followed them to offer chaperonage. Ashley stayed where he was. Soon, he saw, there were other gentlemen walking with Burdett and Emmy. "Lud," Lady Stern said, "but 'twas the best thing I ever did to bring Emily to town, Theo. She is enjoying herself immensely, and has almost the largest court of any lady here this season. I am in daily expectation of offers for her hand." "'Twould not surprise me much," Lord Quinn said. "She is the loveliest girl here, and she has those speaking eyes. Burdett has been marked in his attentions. A Viscount too, egad. She could do worse." Ashley clamped his teeth together and said nothing, though the conversation continued on the same subject for a while longer, almost as if the newly betrothed couple had forgotten both his presence and the fact that if Emmy was ever to marry, he was the only possible candidate for her hand. Chapter 15. She had been shopping all morning on Oxford Street and Bond Street with Lady Stern. She had spent money quite unnecessarily on a cornflower-trimmed straw hat. She had enough hats already to wear for a month without wearing the same one twice, she was sure. She also had scarcely slept the night before, for the first time since she came to London, and there was a connection between the purchase of the hat and the sleepless night. Ashley was going to take her walking during the afternoon in the Mall. He had not spoken a word to her at Vauxhall after his initial greeting, not until he took his leave, early, before the rest of them. She had just returned from her stroll with Viscount Burdett, Doris and Andrew. He had bowed over her hand, after standing and speaking with the others first. She had thought he was going to leave without speaking to her at all. But he had. "I have asked Lady Stern if she will be at home tomorrow afternoon, Emmy," he had said. "I will call and take you walking in St. James's Park, if I may." She had smiled and nodded. In that moment there had been only Ashley, and no consideration at all of the wisdom of being close to him. He had left before she saw the annoyance on Viscount Burdett's face. But he had no reason to be annoyed. She did not belong to him, and did not intend to. Besides, she walked and drove with other gentlemen. She liked it that way. "Lord Ashley Kendrick is a member of your family, Lady Emily?" he had asked her, leaning toward her, so that, she guessed, no one else in the box would hear what he was saying. "A type of brother?" She had smiled, opening her fan and cooling her face with it. "Then I take it unkindly in a mere brother to monopolize your time for a whole afternoon, madam," he had said. "How will I live with the disappointment?" She had laughed at his foolish gallantry and stretched out her arm to fan his face for a few moments. But she had slept very little all night. Less than a month ago, she had expected never to see him again. And then Aunt Marjorie and Lord Quinn had decided to marry, and she had known that Ashley would come for the wedding. She had been dismayed. She had not wanted him to come to London, just as a little more than a month ago she had not wanted him to come home to Bowden. Her life had to be lived without Ashley, and it was just too painful to see him. Especially now. All last evening, after he had joined Viscount Burdett's party, although she had not once looked at him until he took his leave of her, she had felt him with every part of herself. Not just with her heart, not even just with aching arms and yearning lips. She had felt him with a throbbing in her womb, and lower, where his body had known hers. It had not been so much desire she had felt as knowledge. He should not have asked her to walk with him. It was unfair. He wanted to resume the relationship with her that had always been comfortable for him. He wanted to be her brother, her friend. Did he not know now, as she had always known, that such a relationship was impossible? Would he be a friend and a brother during their walk? Or would he try again to persuade her to marry him? But surely not that. He must have seen at Vauxhall how happy she was, how much she was enjoying the season and the company of other gentlemen. He should not have asked her. And so she tossed and turned more than she slept during the night. And so, too, she went shopping during the morning and bought a new straw hat. Before going to Lady Stern's, Ashley had a call to make on South Audley Street. It was one he had told himself all the way to London, and again all morning, that he need not make and should not make. Even though Lady Verney had given him her son's address when she knew he was going to London, and had urged him to leave his card there, Henry and Barbara would be honoured by such a marked courtesy, she had told him. There was really no compulsion on him to call on complete strangers. But curiosity got the better of him. He wanted— no, it was almost as if he needed to see the man Alice had loved and lain with before she went to India. Perhaps if he could understand that relationship, he thought foolishly, he would somehow be able to put to rest the terrible memories. He would see if Sir Henry and Miss Verney were at home, the butler told him, after he knocked on the door at South Audley Street and deposited his card on a silver tray. Ashley almost hoped that they were not, or that they would choose not to be. Verney might well wish to avoid him, after all. But the butler returned within a couple of minutes, bowed, and asked if his lordship would follow him up to the drawing-room. A man and a woman were rising to their feet as Ashley followed the butler's announcement into the room. The man came striding toward him, right hand extended. He was a powerful-looking man, of about his own age, Ashley guessed. He was not as tall as Ashley, but he was broad-shouldered and wide-chested, and gave the impression of size, though he was not in any way portly. He was fashionably, though not foppishly, dressed. He wore his own fair hair, tied neatly at the neck. His face was good-humoured and smiling. "Lord Ashley Kendrick," he said. "What an honour this is. I had heard from my mother that you had returned from India and taken up residence at Penshurst. I was sorry to be from home and unable to call on you to pay my respects, and so you have called upon me instead. May I present my sister, Barbara?" Ashley shook the offered hand and bowed to the lady, who curtsied and smiled at him. She was somewhat darker than her brother in colouring, but she shared his quiet elegance and air of good humour. She was not pretty, but then she was not quite plain either. "Madam," he said, "Verney, you will be pleased to hear that I left Lady Verney in good health. She sends her affectionate regards."
"How kind of you to bring them. Do have a seat, my lord," Barbara Verney said. "I have given directions for the tea-tray to be sent up."
Ashley sat. The suffocating hatred he had begun to feel had taken him completely by surprise. He had expected a dark, brooding, morose-looking man, the sort of man one could easily imagine to have seduced and abandoned a woman who was besotted with him. He had not expected this smiling, genial man, who would perhaps be attractive to women more for his personality than for his looks. He could almost have forgiven wariness and surliness. He could only hate the warm hospitality. "It must be admitted," Sir Henry said, seating himself after his sister had settled into a chair across from Ashley's, "that we have been curious to meet the man Alice married. Have we not, Barbara? We were devastated, by the way, when news reached us a few months ago of the tragedy that befell her and your son. We wrote to you immediately, not realizing that you were on your way to England. May we express our heartfelt condolences now?"
"Yes, indeed,"
Miss Verney said. If he could have throttled the man and remained civilized, Ashley thought, he would have done so. There was not a flicker of shame or guilt on his face. "Thank you," he said, but he was curious. He addressed himself to the sister. "You knew my wife well?"
"We grew up together," she said. "Alice, Gregory, her brother, you know, Henry and I."
"And Catherine Binchley," Sir Henry added, "daughter of Kersey Stewart. You may have met her, though she is Catherine Smith now."
"Yes, and Catherine too," Miss Verney said. "We were all close as children, but we grew up and grew apart. It was inevitable, I suppose, though Henry and Gregory remained close friends. But Gregory died, and Alice went to India, and Catherine went away to marry Mr. Smith, all within a few months. Everything was changed."
"But you wanted to hear about your wife as she was before you met her," Sir Henry said. "She was always beautiful, was she not, Barbara, even as a child? Small and dainty and exquisite. By the time she was 16, she had the whole of the county on its knees to her. The fact never went to her head. She favoured no man. She was very discriminating." He smiled. Very discriminating. Because she had ignored the attentions of all the young men in the county, except those of Verney himself. Barbara Verney was pouring the tea. She smiled as she handed Ashley a cup.
"I do believe Mamma had hopes at one time that Alice and Henry would make a match of it," she said. "Happily for you, it did not happen."
"But then," Sir Henry said with a laugh, "neither did you make a match with Gregory, Barbara. Sometimes, Kendrick, as you may know from personal experience, mothers have tidy visions of their children's lives that in no way match what their children want for themselves. I was pleased when I heard that Alice had married you, a man with impressive connections, and a respected colleague of her father's. She was a very unhappy young lady when she left Penshurst. He had no feelings of regret or guilt at all, Ashley decided. He had been glad to hear of her marriage to someone else. Would he feel glad to hear of Emmy's marriage to another man? Would he be able to look the other man in the eye some years in the future and tell him he had been pleased to hear of her marriage, when he himself had had carnal knowledge of her? And did Verney wonder if he knew? Did his smile hide a certain contempt for the man who had taken his leavings? But he did not wish to think of Alice like that. He had not loved her. Indeed, he had in many ways hated her. But she had been a person, and a desperately unhappy person. Yes, Ashley said. She had recently lost her only brother. I gather they were close, though she rarely talked about him. I understood it was too painful for her to do so. Brother and sister exchanged glances. Yes, Sir Henry said. They were close. His death was a dreadful shock to her, as it was to all of us. Gregory Kersey had been shot in a hunting accident. That much Ashley had learned from Sir Alexander Kersey long before he met Alice. She herself had almost never mentioned her brother. How did it happen? Ashley asked. For the first time, Verney looked uncomfortable. He scratched his head and looked at his sister.
"'Twas early in the morning," she said. "He was out shooting with several other gentlemen from the neighbourhood."
Myself among them, Sir Henry added.
"Yes," she said. "They had decided to finish for the day, and were all beginning to make their separate ways home when there was a shot."
None of us paid it any heed, Sir Henry offered. Someone had seen a bird and had been unable to resist one more shot, we all thought. It would not have been unusual. Binchley found the body at noon. Alice had sent him to discover why Gregory had not come home from hunting.
"No one remembered having fired that late shot," Barbara Verney said.
Or no one would admit it, her brother added. Doubtless it was an accidental shooting. Greg had no enemies, but 'twould be difficult to face the fact, and to admit publicly to it, that one had shot and killed a fellow human. Where? Ashley asked. Where was he shot? In the hills north of Penshurst, Sir Henry said. Inside the park.
"Through the head," Miss Verney added quietly. "'Twas what his lordship meant, Henry. 'Twas dreadful. Suspicion attached to almost every man in the neighbourhood, Henry included. Henry was his closest friend."
Had Gregory Kersey found out about his closest friend and his sister? Ashley wondered unwillingly. He pushed the thought aside. He had not intended to wade into waters as deep as this. Hearing about Alice and her son, your son, was like a nightmare, Sir Henry said. It seemed almost as if that family had been doomed. But we become morbid. I am sure you have done enough grieving in the past year and more to last you a lifetime. You have come to town to take in part of the season? He smiled. For that reason, Ashley said, and to attend the marriage of my uncle. The conversation proceeded into comfortable, impersonal topics. They talked about weddings and fashions and entertainments and even the weather. Sir Henry Verney was a man who had taken pleasure but felt no guilt, Ashley thought, as he left South Audley Street a half-hour after arriving there. An essentially shallow man. It was difficult to understand why Alice had been so fanatically attached to him. But then love was difficult to understand. It was not always a rational thing. It seemed almost as if that family had been doomed. The remembered words were chilling. And yet, Ashley thought, there could not possibly have been any connection between the tragic accident that had taken Gregory Kersey's life and the one that had taken Alice's 4 years later. It was merely a disturbing coincidence. But he could not shake those words from his mind. It seemed almost as if that family had been doomed. She was wearing her new blue and white striped silk open gown. Beneath it, in the newest fashion, she wore not hoops, but a white silk quilted petticoat. Her hair was braided and coiled at the back of her head. The coils were covered with a lace cap. Over all, she wore her new straw hat, tipped forward to shade her eyes, secured with a ribbon bow at the back of her neck. She wondered if he would like her appearance. It did not matter, except that she wanted him to see how she had changed, how very happy she was. If he had come with any sense of guilt still remaining, with any lingering conviction that he owed her marriage, she wished to reassure him. He had done her a favour, she thought. If he had not come home, she would have married Lord Powell and spent the rest of her life in the country fighting to assert herself over his mother. Probably an impossibility. She would not have discovered, at the very elderly age of 22, how much life had to offer even a deaf woman. Emily leaned forward and looked closely at herself in the glass of her dressing-room. She would smile at him, and he would know that she did not need him at all. Yet when she caught her eye in the glass, she looked away quickly, concentrating on every part of her appearance except her eyes. He was waiting in the hallway with Aunt Marjorie when she went downstairs. He was early. He wore a dark green skirted coat, fashionably pleated at the back with a matching waistcoat beneath and buff breeches. His hair, as usual, was unpowdered. He held his three-cornered hat beneath one arm. His blue eyes smiled at her. She was becoming accustomed to his thin face. It made him look quite impossibly handsome. "Emmy," he made her a formal bow. "You look quite lovely." She gave him the full force of her dazzling smile. "Lud," Aunt Marjorie said, "you will quite turn her head, Lord Ashley. I have heard nothing but compliments for Emily since I brought her to town. You'll be fortunate indeed if you find time for any private conversation in the park with her." He smiled at Emily while Aunt Marjorie spoke, but she had looked to see what was being said about her. She blushed. Not that her head had been turned, she thought. All those silly compliments, those that she bothered to watch being spoken, meant nothing to her, except that they amused her and kept her mind firmly off. No, on. They kept her mind on her new-found happiness. She looked about her during the drive to the park, watching the people they passed, the elegant pedestrians, the hawkers who were clearly yelling out news of their wares, the darting children, 2 dogs on leashes. It struck her suddenly that it could be very frightening indeed to be alone in such a setting, very different from the countryside, where she was rarely, if ever, afraid. But she had never been alone here. She was not alone now. She smiled and felt Ashley's eyes on her. She would not look to see if he had anything to say. Ashley. There was a sinking feeling in the pit of her stomach, but she fought it with every ounce of her being. He offered his arm when they had descended from the open carriage and begun to walk. She loved the straight, tree-lined Mall, with its crowds of strollers and groups of people in conversation together. Sometimes she liked to look up to see the branches and the leaves against the sky, but more often she preferred to watch the people and to feel at one with them. Today she could seem to feel only the muscles in Ashley's arm and the warmth of him. Finally, she looked up at him from beneath the brim of her hat. He was looking at her, that smile in his eyes, a smile that did not touch his lips. "You are happy, Emmy?" he asked her. She told him with sparkling eyes how happy she was. She gestured about her. How could she not be happy? "Penshurst is rather lovely," he told her. "'Tis in a valley, with a broad park stretching from the house to the road. Between the house and the village to one side of it, there is a broad river with a river walk inside the park, which was constructed for maximum beauty and seclusion. And behind the house are wooded hills, mostly quiet and shady, but with the occasional and unexpected prospect of miles of quiet countryside. There is a summer house up there. 'Tis even furnished, though it has not been touched in years, I believe." Penshurst. It was where he lived, where he belonged, where Alice had lived, where he would have lived with her and their son if they had not died. "You would like it, Emmy." He had bent his head closer to her and touched his hand to hers. I wish you could see it."
For a moment she felt dizzy with yearning, but for only a moment. "No," she told him. She laughed and indicated with one arm again the formal elegance of the walk ahead of them and the fashionable splendour of their fellow strollers. This was where she wanted to be. This was where she belonged. He brought her eyes back to his face.
"Do you speak the truth?"
he asked her. They were both signing, she realized, with one hand each.
"It makes me sad to see—"
But she did not catch the rest of his sentence. She did not learn what it was that made him sad. Two gentlemen had stopped before them and were smiling and making their bows to her. Two gentlemen who were part of her usual group. They complimented her on her appearance, asked her if they would see her at this evening's ball, bowed to a silent Ashley, and proceeded on their way. She smiled brightly at Ashley.
"I do not wonder at your success," he said. "But is it what you want, Emmy?"
Of course it was. Could he not see it? She told him so with her free hand and her smiles. Then she thought of something else. "Yes," she said, her eyes sparkling into his. Her one and only word. Her full repertoire.
"I could have taught you the rest of the dictionary, Emmy," he said. "I still could. And you could have taught me."
But Mr. Maddox, a young lady on his arm, was making his bow to her and asking her how she had enjoyed the ballet last evening. She would not look at Ashley after they moved on. She could not. She could feel her defences, like a very thin veneer in danger of crumbling. She had not even admitted to herself until now that they were just defences, that she was not really enjoying herself at all, that her heart was all broken up inside her. And she knew, too, that Ashley had found no peace since she had last seen him, and probably never would. He did not need to use words or sign language to tell her that. He touched her hand again and squeezed it, and she had no choice but to look up at him.
"I felt sorry for Powell," he said, "that morning out at the falls when you would not look at him, Emmy. Now you were doing it to me."
She gazed at him, and realized with some surprise that her mask had not deserted her. She was smiling.
"Emmy."
He bent his head very close. She guessed that though he was moving his lips, he was making no sound at all.
"Is there still a chance that you are with child? Are you with child?"
She was not. She had been late, and then she had found her hands shaking out of control with relief when she had discovered she was not. And later, after she had tended to herself, she had thrown herself across her bed and cried, but not necessarily with relief. Her smile had gone. No, she told him, there would be no child. Any obligation he still felt toward her was over. He was free to think of her merely as a sister again, but she could not tell how relieved he was. His eyes merely gazed back into hers until she lowered her own to his cravat. Yes, there had been the possibility. For 2 days she had thought, but it had not been so. And she had been sorry. How foolish and irrational emotions could be. If she had been with child, she would have had to marry him. To marry the man who was dearer to her than her own heart, while she was merely a dear sister in his eyes. It would have been intolerable. Far more intolerable than this was. She raised her eyes and smiled at him. And then she was distracted by another couple who had stopped before them. She turned to look, but she did not know them. They were both smiling at Ashley.
"We meet again so soon,"
the man said, while the woman laughed. Emily looked at Ashley. He was nodding in acknowledgement of them. She saw his hesitation, but then he looked down at her.
"Emmy,"
he said,
"may I present my neighbours at Penshurst, Sir Henry Verney and Miss Verney?"
He looked at them.
"Lady Emily Marlowe, sister of the Earl of Royce and of the Duchess of Houndon."
She smiled brightly at them. His new friends,
part of his new life, and she liked them. It was foolish, perhaps, to make such snap judgments, but they both looked thoroughly amiable. Miss Verney merely smiled back. Sir Henry made her a bow. "Of Bowden Abbey," he said. "I saw it once during my travels. A beautiful place." "Yes," she told him with a nod. "Home." It was more home than Elm Court had ever been, she mused. "Ah, is that so?" Sir Henry said to Ashley, to whom his eyes had moved for a moment. "Yes, I can tell that you read lips, Lady Emily. I could see that you heard my comment about Bowden Abbey and agreed with it."
"It must be a strain upon your powers of observation," Miss Verney said. "But 'tis said that any affliction can be used to strengthen character, if one is willing to accept it as a challenge. Would you agree, Lady Emily?"
She was not sure that her deafness had strengthened her character. She was not even sure she had met a challenge. A silent world was as natural to her as a noisy one must be to them, she reflected. But people tended to assume that deaf persons could function as people only if they learned to conform to a world of sound. What about the challenge of silence? Very few people of hearing ever accepted it, or even knew that there was a challenge there. People of hearing feared silence, she suspected, but she could not explain all that. Miss Verney was being kind, friendly. Emily smiled, then turned in time to see what Ashley said. "Emmy is very modest about her accomplishments," he said. "She is going to dance with me at tonight's ball." Emily laughed. "Am I?" she asked him with raised eyebrows when they moved on a minute or so later. "Now, on what matter am I being interrogated?" he asked her. "My presumption in presenting you to strangers, or my presumption in telling you rather than asking that you will dance with me?" "Yes, that," she told him with a signing hand. "Am I going to dance?" "But you will, Emmy," he said, laughing. All the austerity went from his face when he laughed. It would not be good for her to see him thus too often, she warned herself. "Because you love to dance, remember? Because you have always wanted to dance, and because only I am reckless enough to accept the challenge." She laughed again. "Will you?" he asked her with his hand and his eyes, as well as with his lips. "Dance with me? Will you, Emmy?" Yes, she would. Even in front of all the fashionable world. Of course she would. It was only as he handed her back into his carriage, and she arranged her skirts while he came around to the other side and climbed in, that she realized something had changed. She was smiling, laughing, bubbling with happiness, as she had been for a month. But there was a difference. The mask had slipped, and had been replaced, for the moment at least, by the real thing. It was a frightening thought. Chapter 16. "You were quite right," Sir Henry Verney said to his sister as they continued their stroll along the Mall. "There is quite a marked resemblance. I am surprised I did not notice when he called earlier."
"He is a little taller and more slender," Barbara Verney said. "Perhaps not quite as dark, and considerably more handsome, I believe, but undeniably like. We were both surprised to hear that Alice had married, and wondered what manner of man had persuaded her into it. Now we have our answer."
"I wonder," he said, "how happy she was. One cannot somehow imagine Alice being happy. Not surprisingly, I suppose. There must have been—" But his sister cut him off.
"'Tis better not to discuss it," she said. "I am sorry I aroused old memories by commenting on the likeness. She came to a terrible end, poor woman. One can only hope she is now at peace. But poor Lord Ashley lost a son as well. 'Tis no wonder that there is a somewhat haunted look about him. Did you find him charming, Henry?"
"A trifle reserved," he said. "I read a certain coldness in his eyes, but I suppose that making the acquaintance of people who grew up with his wife must have put a strain upon him. It must have taken some courage to call on us. It was a courtesy I appreciate."
"A coldness," she said. "I think not, Henry. He has the most soulful blue eyes. But no, you need not look at me like that. I have not conceived a passion for Lord Ashley Kendrick or for anyone else. Did you admire Lady Emily Marlowe?"
"She is a beauty of the first order," he said, "and has a sparkle that makes her quite irresistibly charming." Barbara laughed.
"You do not find her inability to converse a deterrent?" she asked.
"On the contrary," he said. "Any man would consider it an exhilarating challenge to keep those fine eyes concentrated on his lips, and to keep that dazzling smile focused on himself."
"Henry!"
She laughed again and squeezed his arm.
"You are straying, I do declare."
"Not so," he said, chuckling too. But he sobered and sighed. "No, absolutely not, Barbara. I could only wish there were something definite from which not to stray. Am I foolish to be so constant to a dream? But enough of that. Tonight's ball that Kendrick referred to is Lady Bryant's, do you think? Perhaps I will try to engage Lady Emily for a set, if she is willing to lower her gaze to a mere baronet, of course."
"Any lady should consider herself fortunate," she said.
Ashley was somewhat later than he intended at Lady Bryant's ball. Luke and Anna and their children had arrived at Harnden House early in the evening, and he was caught up in all the bustle of greeting them and of adjudicating a fight between young George and James, and then wrestling with both the boys, who had united against him, while Luke was attempting to soothe a very cross and red-faced Harry and bend an ear to Joy's advice at the same time, and Anna and the nurse were inspecting the nursery rooms with the housekeeper to see that all was in order. He felt almost cheerful as he stood in the doorway of the ballroom and looked about. He saw Emily immediately. The music was between sets, and she stood close to Lady Sterne, surrounded by gentlemen, as she had been at Vauxhall last evening. She was laughing and plying her fan, flirting with her eyes over the top of it. As had been so last evening, her hair was elaborately styled and powdered, and her face was painted with cosmetics. She wore a patch close to one corner of her mouth. She looked quite magnificent, in a gown that appeared to be all silver. Only her fan was a different colour. It was crimson. He did not like to see her thus. He remembered his initial reaction to her at Luke's ball, where he had singled her out as the loveliest lady in the room, before he had known who she was. It had been 1/10 admiration he had felt, and 9/10 pure lust. And when he looked at her now, it was hard to see past the outer appearance to the reality within. It was hard to see her as Emmy. He did not like the stirring of desire he felt when he saw her like this. And yet, he thought, before he could push the memory away, she had not looked like this when he had possessed her. She had been Emmy then, his wild, reckless sprite. But he was feeling almost cheerful. She was not with child. She had quite firmly rejected his marriage offers at Bowden. That episode, then, could and must be put behind him. He could safely return to the old relationship with her. It gladdened him that they no longer needed to dread seeing each other. It cheered him to think that he could actively seek her out as he had always done, though only to keep her on the periphery of his life, instead of at its centre, as he had done when she was a girl. He would avoid drawing her again into his darkness. He watched her laugh at something one of her followers said to her. And there was pain again. Yes, definitely, even though everyone else in the room might look at her and wonder at her total and vivid gaiety. He would have preferred to see Emmy where she belonged, to be who she really was. He smiled slightly and remembered the quite inexplicable disappointment that had warred with relief in him this afternoon, that she was not with child by him, that she would not be forced into marrying him. Relief had won, relief for both their sakes. And then her eyes met his across the room. He had not been in her direct line of vision, but she had sensed his presence. She smiled her coquettish smile at him, Then the fingers of the hand that was not holding her fan beckoned in a gesture that probably only he noticed. She was surrounded by admirers, but for the moment she was ignoring them. "Do join me," she was telling him. And then she touched her fingertips to her heart. "I really want you to." "Oh, Emmy." "Lud, but 'tis working, Theo," Lady Stern said, touching her betrothed's arm and patting it. He did not like it at all when he discovered that she was engaged for the next 2 sets after his arrival. He went slinking off to lick his wounds until this set began.
"He went to the card-room and watched young Hayward lose a small fortune," Lord Quinn said. "Looking as cool and as disapproving as Luke himself can appear, March. He has changed from the days of his wild and reckless youth, I warrant you. He has eyes for no one but the girl now."
"And did you have a word with him this afternoon, as you promised?" Lady Stern asked. "I did think of mentioning the matter myself when he came to escort Emily to the park, but I thought 'twould seem too contrived if you then gave him the same hint."
"Egad, but it felt wicked, March," he said. "After we have assured the girl that our marrying will make no difference to her prospects. But the more I think of it, the more I like the idea for myself."
She tapped him on the arm with her closed fan. "The thought of a private wedding trip to the lakes for 2 weeks has an irresistible appeal," she said. "But why should we not do it, Theo? And enjoy it, too? The idea was not conceived selfishly, after all. 'Twas designed for dear Emily and Lord Ashley's sake."
"'Tis not sure yet, though, March," Lord Quinn said with a sigh. "I merely dropped the hint. Luke and Anna are not far from Kent now that they have come to town from Bowden, I said. Anna must hope to spend a week or 2 with her sister after being away from her for a month, I said, after taking time to discuss the weather. I sighed, my dear, after talking about my visits to White's this morning, and remarked that a short wedding trip would have been pleasant if it had not been the middle of the season, and if you had not taken on the duty of bringing out dear Lady Emily. Not that you consider it a duty, of course, I hastened to add, but even so. And then I sighed piteously. One can only hope now that my nephew will conceive the idea, entirely on his own, you understand, of inviting Luke and Anna and Emily out to Penshurst for a week or 2.
"Lud, 'twill be the very thing," Lady Stern said. "Look at them, Theo, the very best-looking couple at the ball, and dancing the minuet as if they were unaware of anyone else's existence. Who would guess that she is deaf, except for the fact that she dances almost too perfectly? Dear Emily."
"If the lad has not had her to the altar by the end of the summer, and had her brought to bed of a boy before the beginning of next summer," Lord Quinn said, "he is no nephew of mine, by my life."
He was not quite sure how she did it. He tried to imagine having to perform the steps of the minuet if he could not hear the music. It seemed impossible. But she danced perfectly in time to the music. More even than just that. She danced with grace and a sense of rhythm, as if she held the music inside herself, as if it was the other side of silence. He smiled at her as he performed the elegant steps with her, and she smiled back. Emmy's smile, happy, exuberant, and yet serene too, no longer coquettish. And that was it, he thought. She did have music inside her, and beauty and peace and harmony. There were levels on which their 2 worlds could converge, and strangely this was one of them. There was the music he could hear, and the silent music she could feel. He remembered her painting, and her explanation of the feeling of life and exaltation she had tried to reproduce with her brush and her paints. There was a beauty and richness of character and experience about Emmy, far deeper than the powdered hair and the rouged cheeks and the provocatively placed heart-shaped patch she wore close to her lips. An idea flashed into his mind, a desire to see Emmy in the hills behind Penshurst and on the shady walk beside the river. More than a desire, almost a yearning. Despite his pleasure at once again being so near to Emmy, Ashley was not able to fully enjoy the dance. When he had returned from the card-room to claim this set, he had found Emmy surrounded by the usual group of young men, plus Sir Henry Verney and his sister. Miss Verney had been talking with Lady Sterne until she was led away by a gentleman into the set that was forming. Verney himself had been talking with Emmy and had been soliciting her company for the set following the minuet. The thought of Verney, of all people, so much as touching Emmy, made Ashley want to scoop her up into his arms and carry her forcefully off to a place of safety. Verney had better not consider becoming a regular member of her court, Ashley thought angrily, not if he knew what was good for him. And yet Ashley's mind could not refrain from making the parallel. Ruined and abandoned. Alice by Verney. Emmy by himself. But there was a difference, he told himself. Alice had loved Verney passionately. His abandonment had destroyed all hope of future happiness for her. Emmy had not really been abandoned. He must not add that burden to his conscience. She had abandoned him. "Thank you," he said, bowing over her hand when the minuet was at an end and offering his arm to escort her back to Lady Sterne's side. The wedding was only a few days off. Once it was over, he would have no further excuse to remain in town. There was work to be done at Penshurst. And yet the thought of returning there was chilling. That large and empty house was too new to give off any sense of history, but held only the presence of its most recent occupants. Alice was everywhere in that house. If he could fill it with guests, even perhaps with children, if Emmy were there. He was forced to stand and make conversation with Verney, who had come early to claim his time with Emmy. He was forced to watch the two of them smile at each other and apparently like what they saw. And after a few minutes, he was forced to watch Verney lead her away, presumably to find a couple of chairs or a sofa to sit upon. His eyes followed them all the way to the French doors, which stood open onto a veranda. It was bright with lamplight. He could see them strolling back and forth outside the doors for a couple of minutes, then could see them no more. Verney had taken her down the steps into the garden, which had been made available to guests. There were lanterns among the trees, and seats. Ashley had been out there earlier, while waiting for his set with Emmy. Only now did it strike him as strange that he had not considered dancing with any other lady. Certainly there was no reason why a man should not take his partner into the garden for a stroll. The night was warm, and the ballroom almost uncomfortably hot. But Verney was not any man, and Emmy was not any partner. Ashley could feel the tension building inside himself, and then the anger. His uncle and Viscount Burdett were standing on either side of him, making conversation. But fury became like a steady hammer blow against Ashley's eardrums, blocking out both the sound and the sense of what they were saying. He excused himself after 5 minutes had passed, and made his way toward the French doors. She liked Sir Henry Verney, and felt she could relax in his company. Unlike most of the gentlemen who crowded about her almost wherever she went, he did not ply her constantly with compliments and meaningless gallantries. With him, she did not feel the constant necessity to smile dazzlingly and to flutter her fan. Smiles seemed to come easily to Sir Henry Verney, as if they were his natural expression. Looking at his wide-spaced grey eyes, she thought that before many more years had passed, he would have permanent wrinkles at their outer corners. But they would be attractive. They would be laugh lines. He was an attractive man, large and solid, with a pleasant face. He was a man to be comfortable with, a man to trust, she thought, though she did not know him at all.
"'Tis hot in the ballroom," he said, "and you have been dancing. Would you care for a stroll outdoors, Lady Emily? The garden is lighted, and there are other people there. I have Lady Sterne's permission to take you strolling, if 'tis what you wish."
He was making sure that she would not feel uneasy about agreeing to something that sounded so heavenly, Emily reflected. He had even spoken with Aunt Marjorie. She smiled and nodded, and set her arm along his very solid one. She would be glad to go outside, where it would be darker and less crowded and cooler, and where she would not see Ashley. Her mind and her heart were still in an uncomfortable turmoil after their dance. There had been the wild exhilaration of dancing again, of feeling form and rhythm and movement, and part of the wildness and of the exhilaration had been the sight of Ashley, tall and slender, and more than usually elegant in a wine-coloured velvet skirted coat, with silver-embroidered waistcoat and grey knee-breeches and sparkling white linen and lace. In addition, his hair was powdered tonight. She would have suffocated if she had had to remain in the ballroom, she thought. He lived near Penshurst in Kent, Sir Henry told her, as they strolled on the veranda. He lived with his mother and his sister, though he often came to London for a few weeks at a time. His sister liked to shop and visit here, and they both enjoyed the entertainments of the season. He liked to travel more extensively too, he told her, as he led her down the steps into the garden, though most of the time now he stayed in the British Isles, so that he would not be too far from his mother if she had need of him. He had made the grand tour of Europe, of course, as a very young man. Emily smiled at him and invited him to tell her more. He was not a talkative man. There had been welcome silences between the things he had told her. He seemed to realize that silences were not as awkward to her as they seemed to be to most people, that sometimes she appreciated moments without conversation so that she could turn her head from looking at her companion's lips in order to look about her and relax. The garden was pretty, its trees and lawns intersected with several paths, all converging on a central fountain which spouted water that looked multicoloured in the light of the lanterns. They arrived at the fountain and stood gazing into the spray for a whole minute. Emily could smell the water. Although none of the spray touched her, she could feel the dampness, and knew that the merest breath of a breeze could send droplets against her face and hands. She half closed her eyes and saw the lantern light filtered through 1,000,000 drops of water. She could almost imagine herself back in the country. But Sir Henry leaned slightly toward her, and she turned her eyes to his lips.
"I always think there is no sound more soothing than that of flowing water," he said.
She smiled, allowing amusement to show in her face.
"Zounds, pardon me," he said, looking stricken. "That was unbelievably tactless of me."
But she laughed and pointed to her eyes. She indicated her nose and breathed in and rubbed her fingertips over her thumbs.
"You use your other senses and find them just as soothing," he said. "And I am forgiven, Lady Emily."
She shrugged her shoulders and smiled as she nodded, to indicate that there was nothing to forgive. The ballroom had become uncomfortable with the heat of so many people. She had felt the discomfort. Did it also become uncomfortable with the noise of so many people, she wondered? If so, then she had been spared that annoyance. She set her arm along Sir Henry's again, so that they might resume their stroll. But before they could do so, before she could turn her head to concentrate on his account of his grand tour, she had that familiar feeling again. He was close by, closer than the ballroom or even the veranda. Her eyes found him standing some distance away, slightly to one side of the foot of the steps down into the garden. He was alone. Why had he come, she wondered? Was he merely hot and in need of air? Lonely? Unhappy? But her partner had been about to speak. She turned her head and her attention determinedly toward him.
"I was away from England for longer than a year," Sir Henry said, "completing my education. That is the polite way of saying that I enjoyed myself enormously, Lady Emily, doing all that was wild and extravagant. But perhaps I was learning too. 'Tis through wildness and extravagance that we learn the value of steadiness and moderation, I often believe. Are you sure you wish me to bore you with the tale of my adventures?"
She nodded, but she laughed to tell him that it would be no bore. He must have been to Paris. where Luke had lived for 10 years. He must have been to Italy and seen all the riches of architecture and painting and sculpture, and to Switzerland and seen the mountains and the lakes. He must have been... She did not know of any other places. She knew so little. She watched his lips intently and lived his experiences in her imagination. And yet all the time she knew that Ashley was not leaving the garden. He stayed at the foot of the steps for a while and then strolled the paths. He stood at the fountain, leaning back against the stone wall that surrounded it. He watched them. She was sure he was watching them, though he did not come close or so much as lift a hand in greeting. "Ah," Sir Henry said at last, raising one hand and cocking his head in a listening gesture. "The music draws to an end. 'Tis the end of the set, and I must return you to the ballroom. You are an excellent listener, Lady Emily." This time he did not apologize, though he did wince when he realized what he had said. He laughed, and Emily joined him. "I have enjoyed our half-hour together. Perhaps we may repeat it sometime." She nodded as he led her to the steps and up onto the veranda and into the ballroom. She did not turn her head. She did not need to. She knew that Ashley had remained at the fountain. There had been nothing to worry about. Not as far as Emmy's physical safety was concerned anyway, but Verney had touched her, taking her arm along his. He had bent his head toward her as they walked. He had talked to her, smiled at her, laughed with her. She had given him her attention, her smiles. She had looked as if she enjoyed his company, as if she understood what he said. And all the time Ashley had visualized him with Alice. Seduction? Rape? Had it been that? No, hardly. She had loved him, been obsessed with him. He would have used that smiling charm he was now using with Emmy, in order to win her love, in order to seduce her. He had had all the time in the world. They had been neighbours all their lives. And then he had abandoned her, the daughter of his neighbour, sister of the man he had called friend. And that friend had died in circumstances that were mysterious, if not downright suspicious. Had there been a confrontation after the other hunters had dispersed that morning? Ashley watched them return to the ballroom when the interminable set finally came to an end. He dropped his head and closed his eyes. If Verney was going to start taking an interest in Emmy, then there was another reason to... A sudden crunching of gravel caused him to lift his head to see who was approaching. "I feel compelled to ask," Sir Henry Verney said to him, "though perhaps it is impolitic to do so, was I being watched during the past half-hour?" Ashley considered his reply. He had not quite made up his mind to have a confrontation, but he supposed it was inevitable. "Yes," he said. Sir Henry was silent for a while, apparently expecting an explanation. "Might I be permitted to know why?" he asked at last. "Lady Emily Marlowe, despite her age, is innocent in the ways of the world," Ashley said, "and she has no voice with which to draw attention to herself." The amiable face of his neighbour tightened with noticeable anger, though he kept it well under control. His right hand, though, Ashley noticed, moved and came to rest on the hilt of his dress sword. "I find that explanation insulting," he said. "I must remember, however, that you stand somewhat in the nature of a brother to Lady Emily, and that her affliction has perhaps made her family over-protective of her. I am a gentleman, Kendrick. In future, if I seek out the company of the lady, with her chaperone's permission, and if the lady herself chooses to accept my company, I would expect you to refrain from appointing yourself her watchdog." So, he was going to start paying court to Emmy. Probably deliberately so, now that he knew his attentions would annoy the man who had married Alice. "I know about you," Ashley said quietly. Sir Henry stood motionless. His hand was still on the hilt of his sword, though he did not grip it.
"Did you think my wife would have told me nothing?"
Ashley said. In fact, she had told him almost nothing, but Verney did not need to know that. He knew all that was essential to know. Verney had to understand his fears for Emmy.
"She told me everything."
Sir Henry said nothing for a long time, though his hand fell away from his sword.
"Ah," he said at last. "I wondered, of course. You must have loved her very dearly. You do not wish to see Lady Emily acquainted with someone who was involved with that ugliness. I believe I can understand that. But I will say nothing, you know, to sully Alice's name. I never have, and I never will. I am glad you know, though. I would always have wondered, and would always have felt somewhat awkward in your company."
Somewhat awkward? But he would not feel it now.
"Zounds!"
Ashley came up to a full standing position from the fountain wall against which he had been half reclined. His hand clapped onto the hilt of his own sword.
"You will say nothing to sully her name? You will say nothing, sir?"
In another moment he would have scraped his sword free of its scabbard. In another moment Sir Henry Verney would have done likewise, his hand having returned to his sword hilt. But someone laughed not far off, someone who was strolling along one of the paths with a companion, and Ashley, facing toward the house and the ballroom, became aware of his surroundings again, and of the fact that Emily was standing at the foot of the steps to the veranda.
"If you wish to meet me," Sir Henry said, letting his hand drop to his side once more, "perhaps we should go through the proper channels, Kendrick. I see no reason for a meeting, but I will not cry off if you wish to make a formal challenge."
"No," Ashley said, concentrating on letting the tension flow out of his body.
"No, it would be ridiculous. The events to which we refer happened long before I met Alice. But I would make it clear that I will protect Lady Emily Marlowe's honour with my life, if necessary."
Sir Henry made him a half bow.
"I abhor violence," he said. "I choose to read no personal insult into those last words. Lady Emily's honour is perfectly safe with me. But I see now that I misunderstood the true nature of your concern for the lady. Good evening, Kendrick."
He turned and strode away in the direction of the ballroom. Emily, Ashley saw, was no longer standing at the bottom of the steps. She had moved to one side and was hidden to Verney's view behind a tree. She stood where she was after he had disappeared into the ballroom. Like Verney, she had come out to talk with him, Ashley realized. And talk she would, with her hands and with those eyes of hers. He was not sure he was equal to looking into them. "I see now that I have misunderstood the true nature of your concern for the lady." He walked toward her. Chapter 17. She had not seen Sir Henry Verney go back outside, but she had not seen Ashley come inside either, and she wondered what he was doing in the garden, why he had gone there, why he had been alone. She shook off her followers by smiling at Lady Stern and making her way pointedly toward the ladies' withdrawing-room. But she did not go there. She went out onto the veranda instead and down the steps into the garden, and she found that he was still at the fountain, talking with Sir Henry, quarrelling with him. She was not close enough to read lips, but she could see Ashley's face, and she did not fail to notice how his hand went to his sword. For one heart-stopping moment she expected to see him draw it. She instinctively hid herself a few moments later when Sir Henry came striding along the path toward the steps. But Ashley had seen her. He came toward her, a curious half-smile on his lips. "Come, Emmy," he said, when he was close enough for her to read his signing hands. "Walk with me." And he took her hand and drew it through his arm and held it firmly against his side. She would not look at him while they walked. Had they been quarrelling over her? But why? For once she wished desperately for speech. At one side of the garden there was a small rose arbour, separated from the rest of the garden by a trellis over which the plants had been trained. There was a wrought-iron seat inside, and lanterns hanging from the trellises. There was no one else there. He led her inside and indicated the seat. She sat down, and he took the place beside her. She turned to look at him.
"Emmy,"
he took one of her hands between both of his.
"You came out here to scold me as he did, for acting as a watchdog. I ask your pardon. I remember, you see, how someone took advantage of your innocence just a month ago when you were out of doors alone with him. I feared for you."
She snatched her hand away and stared at him incredulously. He made it seem sordid, what had happened between them. And how dared he suggest— He reached for her hand again and held it tightly while he closed his eyes and dropped his head.
"I feared for you,"
he said again when he lifted his head. She could see torment in his eyes.
"Emmy, stay away from him. Anyone but him. Stay away from him, for my sake."
From Sir Henry Verney? But why? She asked with her free hand. He was such a very amiable gentleman. She liked him better than any of the other gentlemen who partnered her and conversed with her. She frowned.
"Zounds," he said. "You will not be deceived by a lie, and you will not accept an appeal without a full and truthful explanation, will you? Sometimes I wish you were as other women are. Do you see more deeply because you are undistracted by sound, Emmy?"
He raised her hand briefly to his cheek. No, she would not be lied to. She would always know if he lied.
"My wife was once fond of him," he said. "No, more than fond, Emmy. She loved him. He encouraged her, and then cruelly rejected her. She never quite recovered her spirits."
Ah. For a while, her mind did not quite grasp what she had just been told about Sir Henry Verney. Her heart was too fully occupied. Alice had never fully returned Ashley's love then. She had always pined for a lost love, and now Ashley had been forced to meet that man.
"And so you see," he said, "why I fear for you, Emmy. He has the sort of looks and charm that I can imagine might be attractive to many women, but he is a cruel man. Stay away from him. Promise me."
But she was frowning again. Sir Henry Verney, deliberately cruel, taking pleasure out of luring a woman into loving him, only to dash her hopes and turn away from her? Oh no, she could not believe it. There had to be some other explanation. Unrequited love, for example. He and Alice must have known each other for a long time. They had probably grown up together, and he was an attractive man. Perhaps she had fallen in love with him, but he had been unable to return her feelings. Perhaps she had exaggerated the truth when telling Ashley. And why, for that matter, had she told him? How could she have been so cruel? That must surely be the explanation, though. After all, she herself knew all about unrequited love, but she would never have given Lord Powell reason to suspect the truth if she had married him.
"You do not believe me,"
Ashley said.
"You must believe me, Emmy. He can hurt you."
No. She shook her head. Sir Henry Verney could not hurt her, even if what Ashley said about him was true. Her heart could never be hurt by Sir Henry, or by any other man. It was that fact that had enabled her to enjoy the past month so well, except for the past day. It was hard now to realize that Ashley had come only last evening. "No," she told him with her hands. "I am happy. I am me." She was not vulnerable the way he feared. He gave up. He sat back on the seat beside her and drew her arm through his again. The evening was almost chilly when one was sitting still. She felt the warmth of his arm and sighed against her arm, and of his shoulder touching hers. She ached to let her head fall sideways to rest against his shoulder. A long time ago, she might have done just that, but no longer. She had a sudden memory of lying naked against his clothed body, his cloak snugly about her. She remembered the intense tiredness that had succeeded the shock of what had happened to her just before that. She remembered sleeping in his arms, yet now she could not even put her head on his shoulder. He moved then, turning slightly toward her and setting an arm about her shoulders. "You are chilly," he said. She shook her head. She did not want this moment to end, even though she knew she should go back to the ballroom. Aunt Marjorie would wonder where she was. But stillness and silence were so important to her, and there had been little of the former lately. She had revelled in busyness, just as if the gap really could be bridged, as if she really wished it to be. Did she? Did she want to be like others, but inferior because of her deafness? He sat still and silent with her for a long time, as if he felt her need, or perhaps even shared it. But he spoke at last, touching his fingers lightly to her chin so that she would look. "Emmy," he said, "after the wedding, Luke and Anna will be coming to Penshurst with me for a week or two. At least, I believe they will come once I have asked them." He grinned engagingly. "Anna will not want to leave you so soon. You have not even seen her yet. They arrived this evening, you know, before I came here." "Oh," she smiled. Just a few weeks ago it had been a relief to get away from Bowden and all her family. But suddenly a month seemed an age. She could hardly wait to see Anna. "And there are only 3 days to the wedding," he said. "Emmy, have you considered that Lady Stern and my uncle would probably enjoy some private time together? Perhaps even a short wedding trip. For a week or two, perhaps, before they resume all their usual social activities." But Aunt Marjorie had assured her that her new marriage would not in any way interfere with the social activities she had planned for Emily. Emily must never feel she was in the way, Aunt Marjorie had said, and Lord Quinn had echoed her words. "You need not look so dismayed," Ashley said. "Of course they love you. But of course, too, they will be newly wed. Be kind to them, Emmy, and to Anna and yourself, and to me. Come to Penshurst, too, just for a week or so, until Theo and Lady Stern return to town, though she will be Lady Quinn by then, will she not?" Emily felt such a surge of yearning that for a moment she felt almost robbed of breath. It was so very foolish to want him. She had refused the opportunity to spend the rest of her life with him because she knew the misery of seeing him and of being close to him like this, when there could never be anything between them except friendship. "I want you to see Penshurst, Emmy," he said. "'Tis a magnificent, almost new place, but I did not enjoy being there alone. I found it cheerless. I want my family there with me. And you. I want you to see the river walk and the hills. I want to see you in the summer house. I want to see you happy. You are not really happy here, Emmy, and you must not deny it, not to me. I know you too well." How could she be happy at Penshurst? But she had read the description of the place on his lips and had a mental picture of it as his home, as the place where he had been, where he would be for the rest of his life. How could she ever be happy if she never saw it for herself? "Say yes," he said. He grinned at her again. "Say yes, Emmy." "Yes," she said. He had moved his head forward so that he was looking directly into her face. "Thank you," he said. "You will not regret it. I will give you a happy time there, I promise. And I will teach you more words. A vocabulary of one word is nothing to boast about by my life. Not for your teacher, that is. I shall teach you whole sentences." She shrugged and laughed. "Emmy," he said. "Oh, Emmy. And you shall teach me, more than I will ever teach you. Please, Emmy, teach me." Even as her heart lurched at the strange plea, he leaned forward and set his lips to hers, and kept them there for several moments. They were warm, gentle, quite without the passion with which he had kissed her at the falls. His arm was still about her, and she found the side of her head coming to rest against his shoulder after all. She felt warm again, and very sad. She closed her eyes and kept them closed for a few moments after he had raised his head. He was looking at her with a matching sadness in his own eyes when she opened hers. "I am so sorry," he said. They gazed at each other in sadness. She wondered for what he had apologized. She did not think it was for the kiss. It had not been a passionate embrace. "Come," he said at last. "I must return you to Lady Stern and all your admirers." He touched a finger to the small black patch she wore close to her mouth, and smiled. "I have just realized something tonight, Emmy. I cannot hold you back from being all grown up, can I? No matter how dearly I wish to believe you were still that girl I knew. My little fawn." No, he could not. But she knew that he would never really see her as anything but that girl, despite what had once happened between them. He got to his feet and offered her his hand. "Lud," Lady Quinn said, seating herself on the empty chair beside Anna and fanning herself vigorously. "There is nothing like a wedding, one's own wedding, to make one feel like a giddy girl again. It seems almost indecent for people our age to have such a crush of guests." She smiled fondly at her groom, who was talking with Luke and the Earl of Vimes and a few other gentlemen some distance away. "You look very happy, Aunt Marjorie," Anna said with a smile, and she leaned over impulsively to kiss her godmother's cheek. "'Tis what I have hoped for years. I am so very fond of Uncle Theodore." "And you look like a giddy girl, Aunt Marjorie," Agnes said with a laugh. "Mercy on me," Lady Quinn said. "Or perhaps 'twould be better to say you look like a young bride," Charlotte said. "A lovely young bride," Constance added. Lady Quinn laughed heartily and turned her attention to a wedding guest who had come to speak with her. The wedding had taken place a mere few hours before at St. George's, which had been packed with fashionable members of society, and at the Duke's insistence, the wedding breakfast had been eaten in the ballroom of Harnden House. Now the guests were relaxing in the ballroom or wandering out to the garden or into other rooms, while an army of servants discreetly cleared the tables. Lady Quinn turned back to Anna. "Faith, child," she said, "you must think me totally lacking in a sense of duty. I undertook to bring Emily to town for the season, yet I have married in the middle of it, and now Theo is whisking me away to the Lake District for 2 weeks. But I would not have consented, Anna, and Theo would not have suggested it, if Emily had not assured me that she wishes to go to Penshurst with you and Harnden. Oh, mercy on me! He is my nephew now, and told me but an hour ago that I must call him Luke. Emily wrote me 3 letters, child. I had to believe that she really wishes to go." "She does, Aunt Marjorie," Anna said. "She wrote to me too. She wants to spend a couple of weeks with me and the children. She misses us, I dare say, as we miss her, but she will come back for the rest of the season. I can scarce believe the change in her." She turned her head to look across the ballroom, and all the ladies with her did likewise. Emily was sitting on a low chair near the French doors, looking elegant and lovely and flushed and very slightly dishevelled. Charlotte's baby was in her arms and showing persistent interest in her pearl necklace. Anna's Harry was sitting on the floor at her feet, beating some toys with the flat of his hand. Joy was standing at her shoulder, disentangling the baby's hands from the pearls. Agnes's youngest was straddling Harry so that he could look Emily directly in the eye and hold her attention while he told her some lengthy tale. "I cannot imagine, Anna," Charlotte said, "why you are allowing Emily to go to Penshurst with you. 'Tis most improper. Jeremiah even calls it scandalous. If she is to go there at all, it should be as Lord Ashley Kendrick's bride. 'Twould be more seemly under the circumstances for her to come home with Victor, or with me, while Lady Stern,
Lady Quinn is away. Victor and I would be very happy to have her, Anna, Constance added. Emily is of age, Anna said firmly. It is her decision to go to Penshurst. It will be entirely proper. Luke and I will be there with her.
Lady Quinn looked away from gazing at Emily and saw, with some satisfaction, that Lord Ashley—no, he was simply Ashley to her now—was leaning against a corner of the mantel at one end of the room, not a part of any group or conversation. He was watching Emily, a brooding look on his face. With a little imagination, one might almost have construed it as a somewhat lovelorn look. And the girl really was showing to best advantage today, Lady Quinn thought, dressed as she was in all her new finery, the sparkle of happiness still in her face, but the warmth of real pleasure back there too, as she amused the babies and listened patiently with her eyes to the confidences of the other children. The situation might just work out well, Lady Quinn mused, and it might well justify the sacrifice she and Theo had made in marrying and arranging a wedding journey right in the middle of the season. Some sacrifice. Lady Quinn turned her attention to her new husband. It was difficult to see him objectively as a man of advanced middle years. To her, he was still the dashing, handsome, rakish young gentleman with whom she had fallen painfully in love when still married to Sterne, and who had unbelievably, and really quite uncomfortably, fallen in love with her. His eyes met hers across the room, and they smiled at each other. Just like young lovers, she thought fondly, impatient to be alone together. It was the sleepy time of day, and a sleepy kind of day. It was a sunny afternoon, and the inside of the carriage was warm. Anna was nursing Harry, a shawl wrapped discreetly about her shoulders. When Emily glanced at her, she saw her lips moving and a dreamy expression on her face, and figured she must be singing a lullaby. Their mother must have sung her lullabies when she was an infant, Emily thought, before she lost her hearing. She could almost remember. Almost, but not quite. The children were supposed to be travelling with their nurse in the carriage behind, but none of them were. James, who was sometimes troubled by the attention his mamma gave the baby, was curled up on the seat opposite, fast asleep. Perhaps the lullaby had been intended for him more than for Harry, who never seemed to need lulling. The other two children were riding, Joy up before Luke on his horse, George with Ashley. It was a cosy family party that made its way toward Penshurst, and Emily was not without an awareness that the ties might have been even closer. She might have been Ashley's wife by now. She set the side of her head against the comfortable cushions of Luke's travelling carriage and gazed out the window. She wished Aunt Marjorie and Lord Quinn had not decided upon a wedding trip. She wished Ashley had not come to London. She wished her life there could have continued for the rest of the season. She had been wildly happy, or at least had fully convinced herself that it was happiness she felt. If it had continued longer, perhaps self-deception would have become true reality. She was not sure now that she would be able to go back in 2 weeks' time. Viscount Burdett, knowing that she was leaving town for a few weeks, and disturbed by the fact, as several other of her gentleman acquaintances had claimed to be, had made her a marriage offer just the evening before. He had wanted to talk with Victor this morning, before Victor left for home. But she had shaken her head quite firmly, while smiling fondly at him. He had seen the smile and the fondness, and had vowed to renew his courtship when she returned. She had not realized that he believed what they had was a courtship. What a foolish man he was. He had never been alone with her for longer than a few minutes at a time. He could not know if he would find her silence tolerable. He really did not know her at all. She wondered what the attraction was. Novelty? Anna touched her arm suddenly and pointed through the window on her side of the carriage. In the distance, across a broad park, stood a large and elegant mansion, flanked on each side by equally elegant smaller buildings. Behind them rose wooded hills. When Emily leaned slightly across Anna, careful not to disturb Harry, who was asleep with his mouth open, she could see the spire of a church farther to the east of the house, and a cluster of houses that she assumed made up the village. She sat back in her corner, her head turned so that she could see the house as they drove onward to the village. They would approach it from the side, she realized, not from the front. She had not been quite prepared for the churning of pain and emptiness and excitement inside. It was his home. It was where he belonged, where he would be happy. No, where he would have been happy if Alice had returned with him, and Thomas. Ashley would never be fully happy again. This was where she had lived, where she had been a child, and he had loved her and blamed himself for her death. He must find the house more of a punishment than a pleasure, Emily thought sadly. But this was where he belonged, and forever after now she would be able to picture him in his own proper domain. Wherever she was for the rest of her life, on the continent with Aunt Marjorie, at Bowden with Anna, at Elm Court with Victor, she would have only to close her eyes and see this lovely house and the quiet, peaceful scenery surrounding it. And she would know loneliness. Things might have been so different, she reflected with regret. She might have spent her life here with him, if only the marriage he had offered her had been offered for different reasons. It was a pretty village, centred on a village green, of which a wide river formed one side and the churchyard another. The houses looked well cared for. Some people on the streets stood still and watched them go by. Several curtsied or raised hands in greeting to Ashley, who was riding just ahead of the carriage in Emily's line of vision. Of course, he was already known here, and probably already liked. Most people smiled. The carriage turned to cross the river, the sun sparkling off its surface. Anna turned her head. "Beautiful," she said. Emily could tell from the look on her sister's face that the word had been spoken with fervour. The gates into the park were just ahead, but the carriage slowed and then stopped before reaching them. There was a cottage beside the road with a small but lovingly kept garden. A young woman was doing something with the rose bushes at one side of the house. She straightened and looked toward the carriage, though she did not smile or make any sign of greeting. But there were two other people on the path in front of the house, an older man and a young boy who was standing on the lower rung of the wooden gate. Ashley was talking to them, presenting Luke and turning to the carriage. Emily drew down the window. They were Mr. Edward Binchley and his grandson, Eric Smith. The woman was Mrs. Catherine Smith, Eric's mother. Eric, Emily estimated, was about 4 years old, a handsome child with dark hair and blue eyes. He was not unlike George, with whom he was exchanging interested glances. They might easily have been brothers.
"Mr. Binchley was the steward at Penshurst before his retirement," Ashley was saying. "He is a store of useful information on the estate and neighbourhood, as I have already discovered over several mugs of ale here."
Emily looked at Mrs. Smith, who had made no move to come closer. She stood still and watched. She was very young, not much older than herself, Emily thought, and very lovely. She must be a widow if she and her son were living with her father, Emily reasoned, then found the woman's eyes on her. She smiled warmly, and for the first time Catherine Smith smiled, briefly. They drove on. The house was indeed rather new, Emily saw, as they drove past the stable block and drew up before the broad steps leading to the huge double doors at the front of the house. It sparkled almost white in the sunshine. Whoever had built it had liked wide-open vistas. The view to the front stretched for miles over the park and the river and the road and distant farmland. Luke lifted a drowsy and grumbling James from the carriage, and Ashley helped Anna descend with Harry. He grinned down at the baby, who was oblivious to everything about him. and then he turned back to Emily. She set her foot on the top step, her hand in his, but he did not wait for her to climb down. He released her hand, set his hands at her waist, and lifted her to the ground, bringing her close to his body as he did so. Luke and Anna, preoccupied by their children, were not looking. His eyes were smiling. Although the suffering was still there, far back in his eyes, Emily could see that for the moment he was enjoying himself.
"Welcome to Penshurst, Emmy," he said, "and welcome back to the countryside, where you belong, little fawn."
Her hands had come to rest on his shoulders. Her body was arched inward, almost touching his. For those few moments she felt utterly happy. She felt foolishly, as if she were coming home.
"Sir Alexander Kersey must have been a man of considerable good taste," Luke said. "In design, the house and park are exquisite, Ash."
Ashley had seen the dubious glances Luke had cast at the frills and pastel shades that dominated several of the rooms in the house, but the library at least was an entirely handsome room. They sank down onto leather chairs at either side of the unlit fireplace, Ashley with a brandy, Luke with his customary glass of water. Luke had just returned from the nursery, where he had as usual read a bedtime story to his children, helped Anna tuck them into their beds, and listened to them say their prayers. Anna was still giving Harry his night feed. Emily had withdrawn after dinner in order to spend a quiet evening in her own room.
"The sad part is," Ashley said, "that he built it all for his descendants." "There will be some," Luke said quietly. "Not direct descendants, perhaps, but in spirit. From your letters I gathered that you were fond of him, and he of you. He approved of you as a son-in-law?"
Ashley nodded and stared moodily into his glass.
"Give it time," Luke said. "Be patient with yourself. And at the end of the day, forgive yourself."
Ashley half smiled.
"'Tis none of my business," Luke said, "and you may consign me to the devil if you wish, Ash. But why did you invite Emily here? I got the distinct impression that we were invited here because you wanted to invite her, not the other way around, as you have explained it to numerous people. Why do you want her here?"
Ashley turned the glass in his hands and still half smiled.
"She is mine," he said. "I cannot see other men pay court to her without wanting to break all their noses and smash all their teeth. She is mine." "By right of ownership?" Luke asked, eyebrows raised. "Or for more tender considerations, Ash?"
Ashley did not answer for a long while.
"You did say I might consign you to the devil," he said at last. "Quite so," Luke said, sounding infinitely bored. "Tell me some of your plans for Penshurst, Ash. Knowing you as I do, I will not believe that you intend to allow it to be run by your steward, no matter how capable a man he might be."
Chapter 18. Ashley stood at his window, looking out across the park and the river. There was a farmer's cart moving at a leisurely pace along the distant road. The birds beyond his window, hidden among the leaves of the trees, were in full chorus. He felt almost relaxed this early morning hour. He felt almost that he liked, or even loved, his new home. Just a few rooms away, Luke and Anna were sleeping. Their 4 children were asleep in the nursery, watched over by their nurse. Emmy was in the house. He had gone into Alice's rooms again the night before, and had stood in her sitting room for a long while, not touching anything, feeling her presence, smelling that faintest suggestion of her perfume. He had almost made up his mind to give the order to have everything of hers cleared out, given away, or burned. "Forgive yourself," Luke had said, just as Roderick Cunningham had said it before he left India. But Luke did not know the whole of it. He did not know that his brother had hated his wife, hated and pitied her, and had a dozen times wished her dead. And Luke did not know that on that fatal night he had not been at a business meeting, but in another woman's bed, or that mingled with his terrible grief over the loss of the child he had loved, had been a guilty relief at knowing that he no longer had as his heir another man's child. He even knew the man's identity, a handsome red-haired army captain who had left India long before his son was born. This morning Ashley had still not made a final decision about those rooms, but this morning he felt that perhaps, after all, it was possible to live again. "I see now that I have not understood the true nature of your concern for the lady," Sir Henry Verney had said to him almost a week before, and the words had repeated themselves in his mind over and over since then. And since then he had accepted the undeniable fact that Emmy was a woman. She was a girl no longer. She was a woman. He smiled suddenly and leaned forward, his hands on the window-sill, bracing himself. He might have guessed it. In fact, he felt that he had been almost expecting it, waiting for it. She had emerged from the house and was hurrying off in the direction of the river. The sun was scarcely risen. He doubted that many of the servants were even up yet. The only disappointing detail about her appearance was the fact that she was dressed as if for the park in London. She was even wearing a hat, prettily tilted forward over her lacy cap. Ashley hurried into his dressing-room. She was on the river walk, standing still and gazing at the water when he caught up to her. She was watching a mother duck with a string of little ones bobbing along behind her on the surface of the river. She was smiling. The smile did not fade when she saw him approaching. She pointed at the birds. "Beautiful," she told him, kissing her fingertips and extending her hand toward the river. He had been a little afraid that she would resent his presence as an intrusion on her solitude, but she did not look resentful. This was all so very beautiful, she told him again, with one all-inclusive sweep of an arm. Despite the fashionable dress and the cap and hat, which made her look deliciously pretty, she looked more like the Emmy he loved. Her hair, what he could see of it beneath the hat, was unpowdered. Her face was clear of cosmetics and patches. Her smile was without the forced gaiety that had chilled him at Vauxhall. "Yes," he said, using his hands as well as his voice. "I told you would love it, Emmy, and there is so much more to see." He found himself wondering if she would have looked so happy in this place, and at this moment, if she had married him, forced into it by propriety and the pressure both he and their families had exerted. They would have been together now for more than a month. They would have been lovers for that long. His mind, which had shied away from the memories and had shuddered at the very idea of thinking carnally of her, considered the thought somewhat sadly now. She had not wanted to marry him, and had been strong-minded enough to hold out against all the persuasions. He had brought her here to woo her, but he must not be overconfident, he knew, and he must do nothing to lose her friendship. Emmy's friendship, he was realizing anew, was all he had to cling to, all that could turn his life around and give him occasional moments of peace. It had once been very much a one-way thing. He had talked at her, used her for his comfort, and felt superior because he could hear and speak, and she could not. But friendship was a two-way process. Both friends had to give, both had to receive. Emmy had much to give, not through words or the inadequate substitute for words they had devised and would continue to devise, but through silence. He needed to listen to the silence. And he had much to give. Acceptance, understanding, the willingness to recognize the validity of her world. Love, but friendship first and foremost. If that was all he could have of her for the rest of his life, then he would be very careful not to forfeit it. He drew her arm through his and strolled with her, not even attempting for several minutes to talk. Conversation was really not necessary, he realized, when one could share quiet companionship with a friend. The river flowed quietly to one side of them. Trees and shrubs, most notably rhododendrons, carefully placed and selected, closed them in on the other side, so that there was an air of utter seclusion and peace. It all now seemed complete with Emmy there. and more lovely than it had ever seemed before.
"Did you bring your painting things with you?"
he asked her at last, touching his fingers first to her chin so that she would turn her head. Yes, she told him.
"But you have not used them since you were at Bowden?"
he asked. No, she had not.
"Why not?"
he asked. She told him with her hands and her whole body, and with the bright smile she had used in London, have been too busy enjoying myself to think of painting.
"Yes," he said. "I know you have been busy enjoying yourself, but painting is important to you, Emmy."
"Yes," she admitted after a few moments, with obvious reluctance.
"Enjoyment for the sake of itself becomes less enjoyable as time goes on," he said.
She frowned in incomprehension.
"You would not enjoy that life forever," he told her.
She admitted the truth of that only by directing her eyes downward. He left her to her thoughts for a while, but he had to persist. He had the uncomfortable feeling that his violation of her body had jolted her out of the world she had created from her own silence. It had been a happy world, for which she had found no comparable substitute. If he could do nothing else for her, he would give her back her world.
"Emmy."
He touched her hand and brought her eyes back to his face.
"Will you do something for me?"
She looked wary.
"I invited you here,"
he said, realizing the truth of his words even as he spoke them,
"so that I could offer you freedom. You took freedom in your own hands when you refused to marry me. 'Twas incredibly courageous of you, when your whole family was united with me against you. But you have used your freedom to deny yourself, to deny all that is most beautiful and most meaningful in your life. You are deaf, Emmy, and mute, even if you have learned to say one word, and may in time learn more. You cannot live the life that women with hearing live, not without giving up all that is most precious to you. I want to give that back to you, here with this."
He gestured to the river and the park around them.
"Do you understand me? Have I hurled too many words at you?"
She had stopped walking. She drew her arm free of his and looked at him with troubled eyes. But yes, she told him with a sign he recognized. Yes, she had heard him.
"Emmy," he said, "let me give you something of real worth. I want you to feel free here to do as you will. If you want to wander here or in the hills, do so. If you wish to absent yourself from any visits I will organize for your sister and Luke, then do so. If you want to let your hair down or go barefoot, do it. And most of all, paint. It is your way of speaking, without the encumbrance of words. Take your easel and your paints to the summer house if you will. Will you please accept this gift from me?"
For a moment her eyes filled with tears, but she blinked them back, and she nodded. "Yes," she said. And the thing was, he thought, that he had meant the word freedom. He wanted her to be free, just at the time when he also wanted to clasp her tightly to him and never let her go. But one could never clasp Emmy close without crushing all the life out of her, he realized. She was a free spirit, and would never flourish in captivity. She would never have been happy if she had married him at that particular time and under those particular circumstances. The realization was infinitely saddening. Perhaps the time and the circumstances would never be right. Selfishness could not help but intrude.
"Emmy," he said, "may I join you, just occasionally? Not all the time, not even often, just sometimes. You will never know how much nourishment I have drawn from just being near you."
She lifted one arm and cupped her hand very gently about his cheek. She nodded.
"I may."
He held her hand where it was and turned his head to set his lips against her palm.
"Are we also going to make a talkative woman out of you?"
She smiled sunnily and shrugged, turning both hands upward. "Why not?"
"Now," he said, "can we double your vocabulary, do you suppose?"
They both laughed.
"What word will you try?" "No?"
"No," she told him quite decisively, and pointed one finger at his chest.
"Ashley,"
he said. "Try it, then." She blushed and bit her lower lip, but he could tell as soon as she spoke his name that she must have been practicing before a looking-glass. The lip movements were precise and perfect. He doubled up with laughter, and she punched him on one shoulder. She was frowning in vexation when he caught her eye, but then she laughed too. "Not Arzy," he said. "Ashley." "That is what I said," she told him, with impatient hands and shoulders. "Shh, shh, shh," he told her, taking one of her hands by the wrist and holding it in front of his mouth while he set the fingertips of her other hand against his throat. "Not sh, but sh, sh, sh." "Sh," she said obediently. The L sound was more difficult to show her. He had not realized how many sounds must be invisible to the beholder. This one, he discovered, was formed with the tongue behind the teeth. He began to have more respect for her skill in being able to read lips so well. "Ashley," she said at last, after they had stood face to face for every bit of 5 minutes. He should tackle that first sound, he thought. But his name, spoken thus, in her low, sweet, toneless voice, sounded just too charming. "Yes," he said, smiling warmly at her. "Yes, Emmy." "Yes, Ashley," she said, and covered her face with her hands and laughed. He took her by the shoulders and drew her against him, then hugged her tightly and rocked her as they both laughed. Her eyes were dancing with merriment when she tipped her head back and looked up at him. "Yes, Ashley." He rubbed his nose back and forth across hers. "At this rate," he said, "you will learn 365 words in a year, Emmy. 1 extra in a leap year." "Spare me," she told him with a mock grimace. "Now," she said. He grinned. "Oh, oh, oh." "Oh, oh, oh, no." "You have been teaching yourself," he said, drawing her arm through his again. "You have been making my services as a teacher redundant." "No." She pulled her arm free, and her hands went to work. "Now. Oh, oh, oh. I see. Sh, sh, sh. L, 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 l." She pointed at him. He chuckled. "Very well," he said. "I can still correct your pronunciation." Except for the opening sound of his own name, he reminded himself. "Yes," she smiled sunnily at him. "Yes, Ashley." They grinned at each other, thoroughly pleased with themselves. "And now you must teach me," he said. "Let us stroll onward in silence. Noise, the need to make noise in conversation, causes us to miss so much, Emmy. Teach me." "Yes," she said again. Conversation really was unnecessary, he discovered over the next half-hour or so. They shared a pleasure in the morning just as surely as if they had spoken of it. By the time they returned to the house, he felt almost at peace, almost happy. She loved Penshurst. She had always loved Bowden more than any other place she had ever been, even Elm Court, where she had been born and had lived for her first 14 years. She had always felt that Bowden would feel like her home for the rest of her life. But Penshurst, even before she had made a full exploration of either the house or the park, left her with a strange feeling somewhere in the pit of her stomach, a feeling of almost painful longing. Perhaps, she thought, it was because Penshurst was his, Ashley's. They all went outside later in the morning, after breakfast, when the air was warm. At first they strolled with the children about the more cultivated part of the park, and Ashley pointed out various features: a lime grove, a small artificial lake, views over the surrounding countryside. But soon enough the children demanded more by way of entertainment, and Luke and Ashley played ball with them, while Emily sat with Anna on the lawn, and Harry sat too and bounced his palms on the grass. Then Ashley was galloping about with a delighted James on his back, and Luke was raising his eyebrows and telling his brother that he would have warned him if he had been given a chance. And so poor Ashley found himself having to gallop George and Joy about too. He collapsed onto the grass afterward in mock exhaustion, while Joy and James simultaneously wrestled with Luke. George had come running over to his mother.
"Mamma," he said, "I want to go and play with the little boy."
He pointed off in the direction of the village. The little boy? Anna frowned.
At the cottage, do you mean, Eric? But perhaps he is busy, George, or perhaps his mamma has taken him somewhere. "I want to go and see," George announced.
"He is a sweet-looking child," Anna said.
"But Papa and Uncle Ashley are looking after Joy and James."
James had just jumped onto Ashley's stomach and was being rolled in the grass.
"And Harry is going to be hungry soon. I will have to take him inside.
You cannot go alone."
"Perhaps this afternoon."
But George was in no way daunted.
"Aunt Emily can take me," he said.
Emily smiled and nodded. She would enjoy the walk. And if Eric Smith lived alone with his mother and grandfather, perhaps he would enjoy having a new playmate. She got to her feet and brushed the grass off her petticoat.
"You are too good, Emmy,"
Anna said.
"You will be sure he does not outstay his welcome. Children know woefully little about etiquette."
George ran on ahead when they were close to the park gates. He could see Eric swinging on the garden gate outside the cottage. The two of them were in earnest conversation by the time Emily came up to them. She smiled at Eric.
"George has come to play,"
he told her.
"I am 4 years old. What is your name?"
He transferred his attention to George and then looked back at her.
"Oh," he said, "you cannot hear or speak. Can you understand me?"
Emily nodded, but Mrs. Smith had appeared in the doorway. She was wiping her hands on a white apron.
"Mamma,"
Eric called, keeping his face turned toward Emily.
"George has come from the house to play with me. This lady cannot hear and cannot speak, but she can understand. You have to look at her, though."
Mrs. Smith looked embarrassed. She beckoned Emily.
"Please come in,"
she said, mouthing the words clearly. And Emily suddenly felt embarrassed too. She had been used to wandering about Bowden, where people knew her and made allowances for her. These people would be dreadfully put out, and so would she. What if they talked and she could not understand? What if they did not talk and looked very uncomfortable? But it was too late to think of such things now. Mrs. Smith smiled when Emily came through the gate and approached the cottage door.
"You are Lady Emily Marlowe? Have I remembered your name correctly? How kind of you to bring the little boy, he is the Duke's eldest son, to play with Eric. He is frequently lonely, but he has a wonderful imagination."
She flushed. She had been speaking very slowly.
"Do you really read lips?"
Emily nodded and smiled. The cottage was plainly but neatly furnished. Mr. Binchley was coming downstairs as Emily stepped inside. He was clearly a gentleman, as his daughter was clearly a lady, though Emily guessed that they were by no means wealthy. He made her a bow and smiled warmly. "This is an honour, my lady," he said. "And how do you like Penshurst?" He turned away and appeared to be offering her a chair. He was not easy to understand, and then he turned toward his daughter, appearing startled, and finally looked at Emily. "Really?" he said. He seemed acutely embarrassed. Emily smiled at him. Mrs. Smith disappeared into the kitchen, perhaps to make tea. Emily sat with Mr. Binchley, who looked about as uncomfortable as a man could possibly look. There was no one to break the silence, and Emily knew that people who could hear were always distressed by silence. She could say yes and break it, she thought, but though the idea amused her, she was not feeling comfortable. Far from it. Mr. Binchley caught her eye, and they smiled weakly at each other. His hands fidgeted in his lap. Emily lifted hers and beckoned with her fingers. When he looked at them, she made flapping gestures and beckoned again. "Speak to me." She felt remarkably foolish.
"I never knew of any deaf-mute reading lips," he said.
She smiled with genuine amusement and tapped her chest. "I can," she was telling him, and then laughed. The laugh must have done it. He visibly relaxed and started to talk, a little more slowly than he had at first. She found, to her relief, that she could understand much of what he said. He told her about Penshurst and the neighbourhood, and about how pleased everyone was to have the new owner living at the house at last. He had been steward at Penshurst for many years, he was telling her, when his daughter returned with the tea-tray, until his retirement after the death of Mr. Gregory Kersey, Sir Alexander Kersey's son. But Catherine Smith looked up at him tight-lipped, and Emily turned her head in time to read her lips. "Must you always keep alive that myth, Papa?" she said. "You did not retire. You were replaced."
"This is neither the time nor the place, Catherine," he said.
He got to his feet and bowed to Emily again.
"I will leave you ladies alone."
He smiled kindly at her.
"Thank you for calling, Lady Emily, and for bringing the child. He is the Marquis of Craden?"
Emily nodded. Mrs. Smith spoke to her about Eric, about the sadness of the fact that he had no brothers or sisters. Her husband had died. She looked down at her hands for several moments before continuing. She spoke about growing up at Penshurst. She had lived in this cottage, though she had been at the house a great deal. She had been educated with Alice Kersey. They had even been friends. When they were children, she added pointedly. Emily was left with the impression that they had no longer been friends once they had grown older. She found Catherine easier to understand than her father. Nonetheless, she decided she would not stay too long, reasoning that it must be a strain on strangers to entertain her when they had to bear the burden of conversation alone. And it was a strain upon her to be the only guest, to have to concentrate upon everything that was said and nod and smile in the right places. But as she was leaving, and after Mrs. Smith had called to George, the woman turned to her and smiled. "I do thank you for coming," she said. "You are very easy to talk to. You seem to be part of a conversation even though you say nothing. Do come again, if you wish, that is. You are staying at Penshurst for a while." Emily nodded, took her leave warmly, then walked back to the house with George, feeling that she had made a friend. Someone who had not smiled at either Ashley or Luke yesterday, but who had smiled at her both then and today. Someone who felt anger over the fact that her father had been dismissed from his position as steward at Penshurst after the death of Mr. Gregory Kersey, Alice's brother. Who had dismissed him? Sir Alexander Kersey, who had been in India at the time? Alice, who between the time of her brother's death and her own departure for India must have been in charge at Penshurst. But why? And Catherine Smith had not liked Alice. At least, that was what her one comment had implied. But Emily had no real wish to know about the past. Even though she knew she would look back on these 2 weeks and feel pain because they were over and would probably never be repeated, she was going to enjoy them anyway. She was going to enjoy Ashley's friendship and the freedom he had offered her. She was going to enjoy being here, in this place, for which she felt such a strange and strong affinity. And it was such a relief to be back in the countryside, to look forward to the prospect of time alone with nature. Ashley had even permitted her to absent herself from visits, to leave off her hoops and her shoes, to paint. Ashley, she thought, understood her more than anyone else, even Anna and Luke. Ashley understood that though handicapped, she was a whole person. Ashley. She sighed. She had to remember that in 2 weeks' time she would be leaving again, leaving Penshurst, leaving him. Chapter 19. For 3 days she explored the huge park about Penshurst. The more cultivated parts before the house she walked through with everyone else, including a few of Ashley's neighbours, who called upon them while the weather remained fine and warm. The other parts, the wilder, more extensive parts, she roamed over alone. She slipped out in the mornings, sometimes even before the sun rose, and in the afternoons after they had eaten, if there was no visit planned, or immediately afterward if they went somewhere or someone came to call on them. Once she went out in the evening, instead of staying to help entertain the visitors Ashley had invited to play cards. The river walk extended for a whole mile and was very beautiful, but Emily discovered that the river bank beyond the walk was even lovelier, with its long, sometimes coarse grass and myriad varieties of wildflowers. The hills behind the house, which did not look high from in front, were nevertheless wooded and secluded, and the artfully planned clearings afforded wonderful views over rolling, pastoral countryside. The summer house Ashley had referred to overlooked the river and miles of empty farmland. The house and the village were hidden from view behind the trees. She suspected that whoever had built it there had wanted to feel utterly secluded, utterly alone. It was, as Ashley had said, sparsely furnished, but she knew as soon as she set foot inside it that he had had it cleaned and spruced up. There were even clean, soft cushions on the worn sofa and a folded-up blanket. On the third morning she took her painting things up to the summer house, though she did not try to do anything with them. She did not know yet what she wished to paint. Although she felt all the beauty of this new part of the country, it had not yet spoken to her soul. But she knew it would. She had to give it time. Time, real time, as opposed to human time, could not be rushed or forced. She was content to sit on the sofa and gaze out the low window opposite, out and down the hill and across the river and the countryside beyond. On that third morning, Ashley came to her. She had left the door of the summer house open, and she became aware, after several minutes had passed, of a shadow in the doorway. He was leaning against the doorframe, his arms crossed over his chest, smiling at her. "I knew," he said, "that you would look at home here, Emmy." He glanced toward her easel. He used his hands to speak. "I am glad you are going to paint again, and I am glad to see my sprite back." She had not brought any of her oldest clothes from Bowden, but she had put on her simplest gown this morning, without either hoops or padded petticoat. She had tied her hair back loosely with a ribbon. She was barefoot. She had forgotten until these last 3 days how much she needed that contact with the earth. "May I?" he asked, indicating the seat beside her on the sofa. She nodded, and he came inside and seated himself. He took her hand in his, but he said nothing more. For half an hour, or perhaps longer, they sat side by side, hand in hand, looking at the view, watching early morning turn into definite day. There was no more perfect communication than silence, Emily thought. Perhaps that was an easy paradox for her to learn, but she felt that Ashley was learning it too, as he had asked to do. Perhaps she really did have something to teach him, something to give him. He was giving her speech, and she was giving him silence. She had wanted to give him comfort when his emotions had been too tempestuous for there to be any comfort. Perhaps she could give him some comfort now, and perhaps she could weave memories for herself to take with her into a lonely future. "I shall leave you, Emmy," he said at last, after squeezing her hand to draw her eyes to his lips. "Stay here as long as you wish. Thank you for allowing me to share some of your time here." He leaned over her and kissed her softly on the lips. Then he was gone. She wondered if it would be easier if he did not like her at all, if, in his own way, he did not love her, if he had not invited her here, if she had not come. She closed her eyes, blocking out the beauty of the view. No, she could not be sorry that he felt a fondness for her, and she knew that she would never be sorry that she had come here. Somehow, in some strange way, she knew it had always been intended that she come here. It was a puzzling thought, and a restful one, except that in less than 2 weeks' time she would have to leave again and return to London, and not see him again for a long, long time, if ever. On the fourth morning, she went in a different direction, away from both the river and the hill, which were a strong lure in her search for solitude and peace. But she wanted to see all there was to see, and so she went in the opposite direction from the river and the approach to the house. She went across lawns and past the lime grove and in among the trees until she came to the edge of the park. It was marked by a hedgerow with the road beyond. It seemed sad not to go farther. The clouds, which had brought rain during the night, were moving off, and the sun was just rising. The air was fresh and cool. The grass and soil underfoot had made her feet tingle with cold. But she could not go farther, not looking the way she did, and not in a neighbourhood where she was not well known and would not be able to communicate with anyone she met. She shook her head and closed her eyes, feeling the wind blow her hair out behind her. She had not even tied it back this morning. There was a gap in the hedgerow into which a wooden stile had been built. She climbed over it and sat on the top rung, facing out over the fields and meadows beyond the road. It was lovely, she thought. There was not the obvious beauty of the river here, or the seclusion, or the panoramic views of the hill. There was just a basic, unspectacular loveliness about it. It was England. It was home. She was rather sorry she had not brought her paints and her easel. She rather thought she could paint here, the wonder of the ordinary, though even the seemingly ordinary could appear extraordinary when one opened one's eyes and one's heart to it. But her reverie was interrupted. She could feel someone else's presence. She jerked her head to one side to look along the road to her right. For the merest moment she felt a surging of gladness. He had come again. But she knew even before she saw the man that he was not Ashley. Something inside her always seemed to know unerringly when he was close by. He was sitting on horseback a short distance away, handsomely dressed in riding clothes with a cloak for warmth and highly polished boots. His three-cornered hat was tipped slightly forward over his eyes. He was grinning appreciatively at her. A stranger. He raised his eyebrows.
"I thought you must be deaf," he said.
He must have been speaking to her before she became aware of his presence. She smiled at him, feeling some amusement as well as some embarrassment at his words. He was a young man, rather dashingly handsome.
"Egad," he said, "but I am glad I took to the road early this morning. Have you escaped from your milking chores, wench?"
He dismounted from his horse as he spoke and led it closer to her. Oh, she felt her smile fading as she shook her head. What a wretched embarrassment to be mistaken for a milkmaid. This would teach her to stay well within the confines of the park when she was dressed thus, and she could not even explain. He laughed and said something she could not see, but he continued.
"You would be wasted squatting on a milking stool caressing udders," he said. "I could put your hands and your derriere to far more pleasurable use."
Brown eyes roamed over her from head to foot, pausing suggestively with the pauses in his speech. He abandoned his horse to graze on the grass at the side of the road and strolled closer to her. Emily shook her head firmly and lifted her chin. Her heart began to beat uncomfortably fast. It was just the sort of situation that sometimes appeared in her nightmares. In reality, she was rarely alone in a place where a stranger might come upon her. She wished desperately that her legs were on the other side of the stile. She mentally calculated how long it would take her to swing them over. He was not a particularly tall man, she noticed, but he was very solidly built, and he had an indefinable air of command about him. He looked like a man accustomed to having his own way.
"I have rendered you speechless," he said,
laughing at her again.
"Come, wench, I would taste of those lips, and perhaps of something else too. Yes, undoubtedly of something else, though I would do more than taste there. I would delve deep for a sweeter feast. The road is deserted, I am happy to see, and the hedgerow in yonder field is quite secluded."
She did not see every word. She did not need to. She was desperately frightened. Ashley, Ashley!"
For the moment, fear paralysed both her body and her mind. All she could do was silently scream out his name and wish for a miracle. The stranger took another step toward her.
"No!"
She held her hands palm out in front of her.
"No!"
"No?" He became instantly haughty, though the laughter was still there in his eyes. "No, wench, but I say yes. I will give you the chance to earn half a sovereign for yourself before breakfast, a princely sum for a truant milkmaid. But perhaps I will judge that you have not earned even half a farthing if you protest." Her brain was beginning to function again. She half smiled and kept her eyes on him as she swung her legs over to the other side of the stile. He stood still in order to watch her.
"I am Lady Emily Marlowe. I am a guest at Penshurst. The Duchess of Handen is my sister."
But there was no point in wasting time verbalizing the words in her mind that she might have written down if she had had the chance. It was impossible to speak them. Her mind, still terrified but mercifully released from its paralysis, worked frantically. "Ah," he said, obviously believing that she moved in compliance with his suggestion. "The offer of half a sovereign has done the trick, has it? This will be rare sport, wench. Money or no money, I warrant you. I dare say you enjoy a good rutting as well as I." He was within arm's reach of her. She started suddenly with surprise. Her eyes, as wide as saucers, gazed beyond his shoulder at the imaginary rider who was not approaching down the road behind him, and pointed with one dramatic arm. She hoped, she hoped and hoped she could say it right.
"Look!"
she said. And then, when his head went back over his shoulder, she hurled herself down from the stile and began to run. The grass was slippery among the trees, but her toes gripped it surely. She knew that she had only a few seconds' grace. It would not take him long to climb over the stile, and surely he could run faster than she. Her back crawled with terror, and for once the silence was menacing, but she dared not waste a moment in looking back. She tried to decide whether it would be better to weave among the trees, hoping to lose him, or to run a straight course through them as she was doing. She tried to decide what she would do when he caught her. Panic was robbing her of both breath and rationality, and finally she could deny the panic no longer. She turned her head to look back. She could still see him, though he was not close. He was only just on her side of the stile. He was down, one knee bent, the other leg stretched out ahead of him. He must have skidded on the wet grass. He touched his right hand to the brim of his hat in a mocking salute. He said something, but she could not read his lips at that distance. She turned her head again and ran on. Ashley was not at home. She entered the house at a run, looking neither to left nor to right. She raced upstairs and hurled herself at the door of his bedchamber and through it. He was not there, nor was he in his dressing-room. She gripped the back of a chair there for a moment, gasping for breath, setting a hand to the stitch in her side, not sparing a single thought to wonder how she even knew where his room was. Then she raced downstairs and into the breakfast parlour. It was empty. The footman in the large tiled hall looked at her impassively. Not by the flicker of an eyelid did he show any reaction to her dishevelled appearance. But he had come closer to the door of the breakfast parlour. "His lordship is out riding, my lady," he said with careful lip movements. "With his grace. Her grace is, I believe, with Lord Harry in the nursery." "Anna, Luke." She stared blankly at the footman. She had not even thought of running to either one of them for help. But Luke was gone anyway, and she would not disturb Anna, who she knew must be feeding Harry. She nodded to the footman and turned back to the stairs. She paced in her room, with the door firmly shut for several minutes, stopping frequently at the window to peer downward. But she did not know where he had gone or from which direction he would return, and she could not see the stable block from her window. She finally threw herself face down onto the bed. She wanted his arms tight about her. She wanted her head against his heartbeat. She wanted the strength of his body enclosing her.
She wanted to climb right inside him. She gathered fistfuls of the bed cover into her hands and held tight. And then she turned onto her side and drew up her knees, curling as nearly as she could into a ball. She started to shake so uncontrollably that her teeth chattered, but she could not even reach out to pull the cover over herself for warmth and protection. Ashley, she thought, come home. Please come home. After a long time, she felt enough in command of her body to get up again. He must not see her like this, she decided. Her hair was wild and tangled. She could see a twig caught in one lock that lay over her shoulder. Her hands and feet were dirty. Her dress was torn at one side. She could smell her own perspiration. She spread her hands in front of her. They were still trembling. So were her legs, now that she was standing on them. She rang the bell for a maid and stripped off her dress. She felt hardly any better half an hour later, though she was clean and neatly dressed and had had her hair braided and coiled at the back of her head beneath her lace cap. She had deliberately chosen one of her favourite new gowns, an open gown of spring green, its ropings embroidered with spring flowers, the petticoat beneath a slightly lighter shade of green. She wore stays and small hoops, but she did not really feel better. She descended the stairs at a sedate pace, her chin up, her expression serene. She had made enough of the spectacle of herself for the servants earlier. She was not sure she could say the word properly. It began with that invisible sound.
"Lord Ashley?"
she asked the footman.
"His lordship is in the library, my lady," the footman said with a bow. "He is with—"
But she had turned away from him and was hurrying despite herself in the direction of the library. She felt the panic of pursuit again, the crawling sensation at her back. She was almost safe, but not quite. She did not wait for the footman to catch up to her, but flung the library doors wide for herself and hurried inside. He was standing not far from the door, his back to her, but he turned at its abrupt opening, a look of surprise on his face. She hurried straight into his arms, her eyes closing even before she reached her destination, her face burying itself against the solid safety of his chest. She wrapped her arms about his waist, even as she felt his come about her. She breathed in deeply the warm, safe smell of him. She was safe at last. At last. She sighed and relaxed her weight against him. But he would not allow her to cling to the safety for long. He set his hands on her shoulders and moved them firmly away from him, so that he could see her face. His head dipped down and his eyes searched hers.
"Emmy," he said, "what is it? What has happened? 'Tis all right, my love. I am here. I have you safe."
She could not see beyond the blessedly safe circle of his face and chest and shoulders and arms, but her mind had caught up to her panic, and she realized that he had not been alone in the library when she had entered it. She released her hold on Ashley, stepped back, and looked beyond him. Luke was standing close to the window, his hands clasped at his back, his eyes intent on her. And there was someone else by the fireside. She could not for the moment turn her eyes to look at him. She jerked her head back in Ashley's direction. He looked at her with silent concern for a moment, but he must have felt some awkwardness in the situation. Her mind had not quite begun to grasp it.
"Emmy," he said, "I have had an unexpected pleasure this morning. Here is my particular friend home from India with his regiment and come to visit me. Meet Major Roderick Cunningham. Rod, may I present Lady Emily Marlowe, the Earl of Royce's sister, Luke's sister-in-law."
Her eyes moved to him at last, and she could see that in the same moment as she recognized him, he recognized her. But his reaction was as controlled as she hoped hers was. He smiled slowly and made her an elegant bow.
"Lady Emily," he said, "'tis my pleasure and my good fortune to arrive here at this particular time."
Instinct had her making him a curtsy in return. Ashley must have been saying something, But now that she had finally looked at his visitor, Emily could not look away from the man who had wanted to ravish her for half a sovereign just a couple of hours before. She could feel Ashley's hand resting lightly against the back of her waist.
"Indeed,"
Major Cunningham said after a pause.
"one would never have guessed. Remarkable. But do you not tire of always watching lips, Lady Emily?"
His smile lit up his face and was suggestive of deep charm. The hand at her waist turned her slightly. Ashley's eyes were still full of concern.
"But what frightened you, Emmy?" he asked. "What happened?"
She shook her head. She was not sure she was not going to faint or vomit, but perhaps she would do neither if he but kept his hand against her. This man was his friend. He was an army officer, a man bound by the code of chivalry and honour, and he had come to visit. To stay? She smiled. Ashley's eyes went beyond her for a moment, and then looked back.
"Yes," he said. "'Twill be best. Luke will take you to Anna, Emmy. I will talk with you later, or any time you have need of me. I am going to see Roderick settled. I will twist his arm and persuade him to stay for a week or so. What a very pleasant week this is going to be."
His smile was warm and happy. Luke was beside her then, drawing her arm firmly through his, turning her in the direction of the door. She was very naive, Emily admitted to herself. Despite her month in London, she knew very little about life as it was lived beyond the confines of a sheltered country estate. But she did know that many men, perhaps most men, did not live celibate lives. She was even aware, or thought she was aware, that many men thought any woman beneath the rank of lady fair game for their gallantry. A strangely euphemistic word. Was it possible that there had been nothing so very heinous about Major Cunningham's behaviour, given the misunderstanding engendered by her appearance? Oh, but there had been, she thought. There had. She had said no. She had even spoken the word aloud, and he had been in the process of ignoring her refusal. He had been about to ravish her. Surely he had been about to ravish her.
"My dear."
Luke paused on the first landing of the staircase, a private place, and set a hand over hers to bring her eyes to his face.
"You were very frightened."
She stared mutely at him.
"Something happened to terrify you," he said. "You went to the library to the protection of Ashley, only to discover that he was entertaining a newly arrived guest. 'Twas unfortunate. Will I do as a substitute? Will you tell me what frightened you? Shall we find pen and paper?"
Luke had been both brother and father to her for 8 years. She loved him dearly, and trusted him utterly. She swallowed, and remembered that Major Cunningham was Ashley's friend, and that perhaps that sort of behaviour was not considered so very reprehensible among gentlemen. But it would be seen as reprehensible if they knew the Major had treated her so. They would have to do something about it, both Luke and Ashley. There would be dreadful unpleasantness. Ashley had looked so very happy to see his friend again. She shook her head, and then shrugged and smiled. It was nothing, the gestures told Luke. Luke's cool grey eyes could be the most fearsome things. They probed hers for a long while.
"I will bring you to Anna," he said at last. "'Tis time for us to take the children outside. You will come with us, my dear, where you will feel safe, and where you will be safe. I will not allow any harm to come to you."
She smiled at him as he patted her hand and looked deeply into her eyes again. She was safe now, she thought, and would be safe even though he was to be a guest here for the next week. She would be safe now that he knew who she was. She did not feel safe. The normally comfortable silence was full of unknown terrors. Chapter 20. He felt for the rest of the day that he had failed her in some way. She had needed his help, quite badly needed it, to have come hurtling into the library and hurling herself against him as she had, when, even without the presence of Luke and Roderick in the room, there had been a footman coming up behind her and standing gawking in the open doorway, until he had withdrawn hastily at Ashley's pointed look and closed the door behind him. She had come for his help, and he had been unable to answer her need because he had been entertaining. He had solved the problem by sending her away with Luke in order to find Anna, though he had not doubted that Luke would try to handle the situation himself. He had failed. She had been unwilling to confide in either him or Anna, Luke had told him later. She had pretended that all was well, and she had told him the same thing when he had drawn her aside briefly after their midday meal. She had told him with shrugs and sunny smiles and blank eyes that all was well, that nothing had really been wrong in the first place, and she had run upstairs for her straw hat so that she might accompany Anna on return visits to ladies who had called during the past few days. She had been smiling and serene when she returned, and during dinner, at which they had other guests in addition to Roderick, and for an hour in the drawing-room afterward. She retired early, disappearing quietly from the room. Perhaps only he noticed. They had had a silent conversation across the room before she went, using one of their oldest agreed-upon series of hand gestures. "Are you uncomfortable?" he had asked, spreading his hands palms down in his lap and shaking them slightly. "Yes," a simple nod. "Do you want me to sit beside you?" Hands pointing to his chest and to the seat beside hers. "No," a shake of the head. "I'm going to leave." Hands pointing to her bosom and to the door behind her. It had all been very unobtrusive. No one else had known that they conversed. "Go, then." A smile and a hand wafted toward the door. "Thank you," fingers touching her lips. He had watched, troubled, as she left. The serenity she had displayed all evening had been a thing of the surface, rather as her gaiety had been in London. She had shut herself off behind the calm, smiling eyes. He had failed her, he thought, frowning at the closed door. He should have left Luke to entertain Rod this morning and taken Emmy aside himself. He could not but remember that she had had eyes for no one but him when she had come running into the room, that it was to him she had come, burrowing against him for safety and protection. And he had a niggling suspicion that he knew what might have happened, or if not that, at least who it was who had upset her. The imagination could only boggle over the exact nature of the encounter, if she had been that frightened by it. He and Luke had ridden through the village and beyond it. When they were returning, there had been a horse tethered to the fence of Ned Binchley's cottage, and the owner of the horse had been stepping out through the door as they drew abreast of the gate. Verney. Ashley had not known of his return from London. They had nodded stiffly to each other and exchanged pleasantries. Luke had conversed more easily, both with Verney and with Catherine Smith, who came out of the house behind him. Eric had darted out ahead of them.
"I am to go with Uncle Henry,"
he had announced.
"I am going to see the horses and the puppies, and Aunt Barbara and Lady Verney,"
he had added as an afterthought. Sir Henry had mounted his horse and lifted Eric up in front of him, and they had all gone their separate ways. Ashley could not push from his mind the thought that somehow Verney and Emmy had met this morning, and something had happened. He had no evidence, no proof, but he did have a strong prejudice against the man, and a conviction that he fancied Emmy, and the knowledge, too, that he had seduced and irreparably hurt Alice. He slipped from the room soon after Emily had left it. She was nowhere to be found in any of the rooms where she might have taken refuge for a short while. He climbed the staircase and stood outside the door of her room for a few moments before lifting a hand and knocking. He knew it was a foolish thing to do, of course, when she would not hear him, but perhaps there was a maid in there with her. There was no sign of a light beneath the door, though. After a short while, he turned the handle and opened the door gingerly. The room was dark and empty, as he had expected it to be. She had gone outside, then. It was perhaps a strange thing to do when something, or someone, had undoubtedly frightened her just this morning, and already it was dusk outside. But Ashley knew that Emmy did not always behave as other women did. She drew nourishment and peace from the outdoors. It was quite conceivable that she would have gone out there, up onto the hill at a guess, to the summer house. He wondered if she would resent his following her there. Perhaps not. She had come to him for comfort this morning. Granted, she had fought against his concern all day, but probably only because it had been more or less publicly offered each time. Perhaps in the quietness of the summer house she would be thankful to lean on him for a while. Besides, he did not like to think of her there alone. Verney would have to have brought Eric Smith back home sometime. He took candles and a tinderbox with him. He had not thought to take any there before. The sky was clear, and would in all probability be lit with stars and moon when full night came on. But even so, he reasoned, the inability to see was undoubtedly disturbing to someone who could also not hear. It was not quite the thing to abandon his guests, he thought, even though he had had a quick word with Luke. But Luke and Anna were quite capable of being substitute hosts, and Rod's easy charm had made the gathering a very merry one. Ashley had gone to India as a very young man, eager to enjoy his work, eager to like the people with whom he would associate there. He had made numerous friends, but none had been as close or as loyal as Roderick Cunningham. He had gone out of his way, it had seemed, after his arrival with his regiment in India, to be presented to Lord and Lady Ashley Kendrick, and to establish a close friendship with Ashley. The friendship had never really extended to Alice. She had disliked him. Roderick was perhaps the only one of Ashley's friends who had known about his marital problems. Not that Ashley had ever talked of them, and not that Rod had ever openly intruded, but there had been quiet sympathy and support. He had excused her when she had deserted Ashley at a ball and gone home alone one night, an embarrassing situation, as she had intended. Rod had reminded him that life had been hard on her, with the still recent deaths of her brother and father, and after Thomas's birth he had commented good-naturedly on the fact that heredity often skipped a generation or two before reasserting itself. Somewhere in Ashley's ancestry, or in Lady Ashley's, he had said with a laugh, there was a redhead. Alice had been even darker in colouring than he, Ashley, was. Yet Thomas had been undoubtedly red-haired. It was Roderick who had first told him that Mrs. Roehampton fancied him and meant to have him. They had laughed over that fact, and over Rod's jealousy. He fancied the woman himself, he said, but she would talk about nothing but his friend. And they had laughed over the numerous provocative, suggestive, erotic messages she sent via Rod. Messages that, unknown to his amused friend, had begun to have their effect on a celibate Ashley, until he had manoeuvred a meeting with the lady at a party. She had looked him almost defiantly in the eye when they had come face to face. "Yes," she had said. Yes. He had looked back at her in some surprise. "I can bear it no longer," she had said. "You have won, my lord. Yes." They had made an assignation to meet the following evening, the evening and night that would forever be etched on Ashley's memory. It had been a night of lust and pleasure and guilt, on both sides it had seemed. The lady had seemed almost bitter. "Persistence does sometimes win the prize, you see," she had said to him at one point. "Your words are as seductive as your body, my lord." He had been too caught up in the pleasure and the guilt to question her words. Rod had known they were together, but he had not uttered a word of censure, even after the disaster. He was the one to come for Ashley, who had had to get out of the woman's bed to hear the news. He had been a pillar of calmness and strength and efficiency. He had made all the arrangements. He had spoken all the possible consolations. He had provided the alibi. Ashley had been with him all night. They had sat talking and drinking, since Lady Ashley had expressed the intention of staying the night with her friend and had taken her son with her. And finally, he had been simply a friend.
"Go home to England then, Ash," he had said. "Go to Penshurst. Punish yourself for a while, but not forever. 'Twas an accident, a tragic accident. Eventually you will accept that and forgive yourself. Move away then. Sell the place. Marry again and have a family. Live again."
And now, soon after his return to England, he had come visiting. It was good to see him again, to know that he was a true friend, that he cared. Ashley stopped when he came in sight of the summer house. The dusk was deep now, almost darkness, but the door was open. She was sitting quietly on the sofa, he saw when he came closer. It was strange how the mind and the emotions could be so much at variance, she thought. All day her mind had told her that she was perfectly safe. Ashley and Luke, and Anna too, had kept a close eye on her. In fact, she had found it something of a strain to smile and relax and appear perfectly normal for their sakes. And all day her mind had told her that she had met Major Cunningham under unfortunate circumstances, ones that had shown him in the worst possible light. All day he had been friendly and charming. He had seemed a worthy friend of Ashley's. Luke and Anna obviously liked him. The neighbours who had come for dinner were clearly delighted with him. And yet her mind could not persuade the rest of her to put the morning's incident behind her, to forget about it, to feel convinced that it could not happen again. All day her imagination had reenacted the scene, as it had been, as it might have been, as it might have been. Terror had lurked all day, only just behind the calm, cheerful facade she had assumed, so that she would not be confronted again with questions. And all day she had debated with herself the desirability of confiding in someone. Not Ashley, perhaps, but Anna, or Luke. Perhaps they could help her decide if what had happened was something Ashley should know about, or if the telling would merely damage a friendship unnecessarily. It horrified her to think that such behaviour might be commonplace among gentlemen. But she could not tell Anna. Her sister would be dreadfully upset, and she had upset Anna more than enough, not much longer than a month ago. And she could not tell Luke. He might do something as drastic as challenging the Major to a duel. Luke had once had the reputation of being a deadly swordsman, but Major Cunningham was an army officer. Fighting was his job. All day she had kept her secret and hidden her irrational fears. But by the evening they were threatening to show themselves again. It was ridiculous, really, she told herself. She was surrounded by people. There were guests in the house, and even when they left there would be Ashley and Luke and Anna and him. But as the light began to fade beyond the drawing-room windows, she could think of only one thing. There was no lock on the door of her bedchamber, and her mind seemed quite powerless to tell her, quite sensibly, that he would not try to press his attentions on her any longer, now that he knew who she was, and now that he was beneath Ashley's roof. She had to get out, she knew. Outside, where she would be safe. It was another irrational notion. The opposite was surely true. But she could not control the urge without giving in to panic and becoming hysterical in front of her family and Ashley's guests. And so, against all reason, she slipped from the drawing-room, after making her silent excuses to Ashley, and up the stairs to her room, where she changed into a plainer gown, removing her stays and her padded petticoat as she did so, and brushed out her hair. She drew a warm cloak about her, even though she guessed the night would be warm, and slipped down the servants' stairs and out through a side door. She would go to the summer house, she decided. She could calm herself there, find peace there. Perhaps she would stay there all night, so that she would not have to face the terror of that unlocked door. She felt no fear of the lonely hillside, or of the fast-approaching darkness, even though she realized, as she climbed, that she had not thought to bring a candle with her. The summer house was very warm. The heat of the day was still trapped inside. She left the door open and draped her cloak over the back of an upright chair, and she sat on the sofa and gazed out on the darkening scene beyond the window. After a few minutes, she felt herself begin to relax. It was the first time she had relaxed since early in the morning, when she had been sitting on the stile, wishing she had brought her paints with her. Tomorrow, she thought, she would paint. And then she felt the presence of someone else. Strangely, she felt no alarm. She turned her head and smiled. He was saying something, but the light was too dim for her to see. It did not matter. She did not want to talk. She did not want him asking her questions, discovering the answers in her eyes. She reached out one hand to him. He sat beside her and held her hand. She could not have asked for more, she thought, than to be sitting here with him like this, quietly, peacefully, as they had done. Was it just yesterday? Today seemed to have been a week long, a month long. But the feeling did not last. Perhaps it had not been such a good thing for him to have come after all, she thought. Now that he was here, now that she was not alone to fight her own fears, she felt the return of terror, of the panic that had sent her hurrying through the library door and into his arms this morning. She leaned sideways so that her shoulder leaned against his arm. She rested her cheek against his shoulder. He must have read the language of her body, she thought, as he could always read the language of her eyes and hands. He turned to her, transferring her hand from his right to his left, setting his right arm firmly about her shoulders, dipping his head close to hers. He was speaking again. She could not see what he said. She did not want to know. He had set 2 candles and a tinderbox on a small table as he came inside. She knew as soon as he moved that he was going to reach for them. But she grabbed his arm. "No," she said. "No, Ashley." She did not want to talk. She wanted to hide, to be held close. She wanted to be a part of him, part of his strength. She did not want him to see her eyes. She closed them. She put an arm around his neck, urging him closer, and sought blindly for his mouth with her own. His arm was firmly about her. His body was warm. His mouth was comforting, gentle. It was not enough. She parted her lips and touched his with her tongue. He drew his head sharply back and said something and got to his feet, drawing her up with him. She fit more comfortingly against him when they were standing. She linked both arms about his neck and leaned her whole weight into him. She could feel the barrier of his splendid satin evening coat and the heavily embroidered waistcoat beneath, and of his shirt and breeches. His arms were about her waist, his cheek against hers. She realized she was sobbing only when he lifted his head and feathered soft kisses on her mouth. She could feel that he was talking or whispering to her. She pressed her mouth hard against his. Safety was close, so very close. A door had opened. All she had to do was step inside. But there was still the chance that the door would slam in her face, or that danger would snatch her away from behind. He held her with an arm while he caught up the folded blanket from one end of the sofa with his other arm and spread it on the floor. He tossed cushions at the end of it, then took her down with him until they were lying on the blanket, face to face. He held her close. She could feel the vibrations in his chest that told her he was still speaking. He held her very close to him for a long time while she clung tautly, her eyes tightly shut. Then he turned her onto her back, sliding her almost beneath him as he leaned reassuringly over her. She could scarcely see his face in the darkness, but his hair was back, the length hidden inside the black silk bag, a ribbon bow holding it closed behind his neck. She pulled on the ribbon and freed his hair so that it spilled about her face. He was lifting her skirt, removing undergarments, opening the front of his breeches. For a moment she was reminded, and for a moment her mind touched upon sin and propriety and scandal, but only for a moment. She linked her arms loosely about his neck beneath his hair and drew his mouth down to her own. His hand had parted her legs, and his fingers were stroking her very lightly, very skillfully, so that the panicked need to make herself part of him, to hide in him, took on an ache of longing to be filled, to have the emptiness taken away.
Ashley.
She did not know if she had produced any sound to accompany the movements of her lips against his.
Ashley.
There was memory then, memory of the hardness pushing slowly inside her, stretching her, of the man's body covering her own, much of his weight pressing down onto her. Memory of her own body becoming part of someone else's, Ashley's. Memory of the depth of penetration, memory of pain. But there was no pain this time. She lay safe beneath him, felt him still and deeply embedded in her, and closed inner muscles about him. And then there was memory of the movements, of the repeated thrust and withdrawal of the body joined to hers, movements that had hurt and hurt that first time, but this time did not hurt at all. She lay still, feeling safe, feeling cherished, feeling the sheer physical pleasure of rhythm. It was slow and steady, deep. Her hands played with his hair, her fingers twining themselves into it. She braced her heels against the floor and lifted to him and used her muscles again to match his rhythm. And the ache was back that his fingers had created, except that now it was a raw pain that centered in the place where he worked and shot upward to tauten her breasts and farther upward into her throat. She moved her hips, urging him onward, and then her head lifted from the cushion to bury itself against his shoulder as the ache got beyond her. She felt every muscle tighten in her body before shuddering and shaking into a fall towards safety. He was moving slowly again when she recovered herself. Ashley, making love to her, in the summer house, still clad in all his evening finery, making love to her because she had begged for it, demanded it, because all day she had been terrified and lonely, because this might have happened this morning with a stranger. It was not happening with a stranger. It was happening with Ashley because she had needed him, and he had answered her need, as she had answered his more than a month ago. She was warm, languorous. He felt good, so very good. He smelled good. He was Ashley. She pictured him behind her closed eyelids, the man who was so much a part of her heart that there would be nothing left of it if she ever tried to tear him away from it. She pictured him splendid and smiling, as he had been this evening, dressed in a glorious shade of kingfisher blue with silver embroidery, his dark hair unpowdered, as she liked it best. He had looked not quite so thin, not quite so haunted tonight. It was he who was joined intimately now with her own body. He was Ashley. She wondered what the morning would bring. Another offer of marriage. She would think of the morning when it came. She lifted her legs to twine about his. She would not be ashamed about this, though she knew he would be sorry. And she would always cherish the memory of this and the knowledge that it had been utterly wonderful. She would be able to put aside the memories of pain and soreness, and of guilt, and of failure. She had meant to comfort, and had brought only suffering to several people. This time she had been comforted. She would not feel ashamed. His rhythm grew faster, and he set a hand between them to touch her so lightly that she felt the effects more than the touch itself. There was that desire again, and that ache again, and the cresting and release of pain again, though it had not been exactly pain. But this time it was not quite mindless. She felt him hold still in her. She felt the gush of heat deep within, and she felt him relax his full weight on her. She let herself slip into peace. Chapter 21. He held her for perhaps an hour. He did not want to risk waking her. She had been so very distressed, and now she was sleeping peacefully. He wondered if she had realized, or if she would realize when she thought back, how reluctant he had been to do this to her. He had tried to soothe her, to comfort her without violating her. He had tried to cling to what he had told her only a few days before, that he had brought her here to see her happy, to set her free. He had not wanted to enslave her again. She had been distraught, clinging and sobbing, and yet she had been unwilling for him to light a candle. She had not wanted to talk. He had talked to her, but of course she had not heard. She had not wanted to talk about whatever it was that had frightened her. Finally, he had known that only one thing would bring her any comfort, and so he had given her what she had given him at Bowden. He had given himself. If there was one consolation, he thought, as he held her afterward, it was that her fear could not have been occasioned by what he had begun to suspect. She would surely not have taken him into herself so eagerly if she had been violated just this morning. He edged away from her at last, sliding his arm from beneath her head. She grumbled in her sleep and turned her head farther into the pillow. He found the tinder-box and blew a flame gently to life, so that he could light one of the candles. He set it on the table and sat down on the sofa after covering her with her cloak. There were going to have to be some answers, he thought, looking down at her. Tonight, if possible. Definitely tomorrow. He was beginning to think that he carried his punishment with him wherever he went. His punishment was to watch all who were dear to him hurt by his presence, even when he was trying to show them love. Perhaps it was fitting that it was happening here at Penshurst. He should not have brought Emmy here. There were answers that must be gathered, he thought. Answers about Alice's relationship with Verney. Answers about Gregory Kersey's death. Answers about Ned Binchley's retirement. Why had he retired so soon after Kersey's death, when he was a comparatively young man and had clearly loved his job, and when his retirement appeared to have impoverished him? And there must be answers about today. What had happened to Emmy? There seemed to be no relationship among the questions, he thought, and he was not sure what could be gained from learning the answers, except that knowing the last would help him know what he must do for Emmy. He certainly could not see that there was any connection between what had happened here over the years, culminating today, and what had happened in India. And yet, he thought, sitting here in the summer-house, surrounded by darkness and silence, and gazing down on a sleeping Emmy, something deep inside him seemed to be telling him that everything was connected. It was an absurd thought. What could possibly connect the horrifying accident in India to Emmy's fright today, or to Binchley's retirement, or to Kersey's accidental death? God, he thought, gazing down at Emily, her face and shoulders all but obscured by her tangled hair. God, but he loved her. And another long-suppressed memory surfaced in his mind. He remembered saying goodbye to her when he had been on his way to India. It had been on the driveway at Bowden. She had been leaning back against a tree, and he had been standing in front of her, touching her with his body, kissing her lips, and feeling desire for her. He had been horrified at the time, hence the repression of the memory. He had felt like a man lusting after a child, but she had not really been a child. She had been halfway to womanhood. She had been 15 years old. Even then, he thought, part of him had known that he loved her totally, as a friend, as a brother, as a man, most of all as a man. He had been afraid of such a vast, all-encompassing love, and so he had repressed it, until now. She was looking up at him. He did not smile at her, or she at him. "I will not allow harm to come to you, Emmy," he said, not at all sure he was capable of keeping such a promise. He used signs along with the words. "I will always protect you, even with my life. Will you not trust me?" "Yes," she told him with a slight nod of the head. "I do not like to see you frightened and vulnerable," he said. "I have come to see you as a woman of strong character and indomitable will, Emmy. I have come to believe that you are stronger than I,
'Twas seductively sweet to be able to comfort you tonight, as you comforted me not so long ago. But I would rather take away the source of your fear if I might. Something happened this morning."
"No," she told him, with a slow shaking of the head.
"But something might have happened," he asked her. "You escaped from it."
Still the shaking of her head. But her eyes told him this time that she was lying. Her eyes had become opaque, deliberately so. Why would she not tell him, or even Luke? Was she afraid of causing trouble? Among neighbours, perhaps? Did she think it better to keep her secret and contain her fear as best she could? It would be so like Emmy to do that.
"I begin to realise," he said, "that I should have stayed in India, or that at least I should have come here and stayed away from Bowden. You would have been happy, Emmy. You would have been preparing for your wedding to Powell."
She sat up sharply, reached out a hand and touched his knee. She was shaking her head. "No," she said. "No, Ashley." He must not blame himself. Her eyes and her hands told him. He must not blame himself.
"Well,"
he patted her hand.
"Come then, Emmy. I will take you home."
No, she told him. No, she was going to stay here.
"All night?"
he asked her, frowning. "Yes." He might have expected it, of course. Where would one expect Emmy to go if something had upset or frightened her? To where there was the comfort of other people. Certainly that had happened this morning. She had come running to him. But it was more likely that she would go running to the source of all that had brought serenity and happiness to a life that most people would have found impossibly difficult. Yes, it made sense when one knew Emmy to understand that she would spend this night up here in the hills rather than in the safety of her room at Penshurst.
"Very well."
He curled his fingers about hers.
"Then I will stay here with you, Emmy."
She did not argue. She got to her feet and drew him to his. She led him outside. As he had anticipated, the sky was bright with moon and stars. The moon was shining in a bright band across the river below them. They stood outside the summer house for a long time, gazing at the sky and the land, holding hands until he released hers and set an arm loosely about her shoulders, and she rested her head on his shoulder. He wondered if the love she undoubtedly felt for him could possibly grow the one extra dimension. But it was not something deeply to be wished for, he supposed. He had not earned forgiveness, and perhaps never would. His life was still full of darkness, and perhaps always would be. He seemed to have been a blight on those he loved since his return from India, and was perhaps incapable of ever bringing happiness to another person, especially to Emmy, though of course he knew he must offer her marriage again. Once more there was the chance that she would be carrying his child. He did not know if he hoped more that she would accept him or that she would reject him. But tonight was something of a time out of time. He turned his face into her hair and kissed the top of her head. She sighed. Tonight, he thought, she was in love with him because she had needed him, and he had brought her comfort and pleasure. He had never had a woman take that kind of pleasure from him before tonight. He had been awed by it. Tomorrow would be different. Tomorrow would bring back the safety of daylight, and would be a new day. Tomorrow she would be strong again. She would love him in her own sweet, strong way again. But tonight was a time out of time. A time to be silent and at peace. Silent. Silence, he realized, was more than an absence of speech. One could be silent and yet have one's mind so teeming with words that the silence was loud with inner noise. True silence involved a letting go of words, both spoken and thought. It involved abandoning oneself to one's senses. It involved merely being. He stood with Emily for a long time, while the inner noise and turmoil gradually ceased their clamour,
and he became part of the beauty of the night with her, part of the beauty of being.
"Let us go back inside,"
he said to her at last with a sigh, tipping her head back with a hand beneath her chin so that she would see his lips.
"Yes,"
she said. He knew that she was consenting to a night of love, no frenzied reaching for comfort by either of them for the rest of the night, merely a mutual giving and taking, a night of love, even if tomorrow brought denial and a harsher reality. As bad fortune would have it, Roderick Cunningham was wandering in the garden early in the morning and saw them returning, even though they had headed for the side door rather than the front entrance. Ashley, who had an arm about Emily's waist, felt her tense and shrink against him, but it was impossible to cover up the truth. He tightened his arm reassuringly, kissed her swiftly on the lips, and opened the door for her.
"All will be well,"
he said quietly to her before she turned and disappeared up the stairs.
"There is nothing to worry about."
Poor Emmy. He would have saved her from the embarrassment and humiliation if he could have. She would not realize, of course, that Rod was the soul of discretion. Ashley turned to look rather ruefully at his friend, who was smiling back at him.
"If there had been a tree to duck behind, Ash," he said, "I would have discreetly availed myself of its services. I trust you have had a good night's sleep?"
Rod did not understand.
"She had need of me,"
Ashley said, more curtly than he had intended.
"I do not know what happened yesterday. She does not frighten easily. Something happened. We are not involved in any sordid affair."
Major Cunningham looked instantly contrite.
"I never for one moment thought you were, Ash," he said. "She appears to be a sweet lady. 'Tis too bad she suffers from such an affliction. She has been unable to explain what it was that happened." "Not unable," Ashley said. "Unwilling. I mean to wring some answers from someone else today, though. It will mean deserting you for an hour or two this morning, Rod. I trust you can amuse yourself." He grinned. "But help my brother and sister-in-law keep an eye on Emmy, if you will be so good." "'Twill be my pleasure," the Major said. "She is relaxing on the eye, Ash. Perhaps she will confide in me, a virtual stranger. Does she have any means of communicating?" "She can write," Ashley said. "If I were you," his friend said, looking him up and down, "I would follow Lady Emily through that door, Ash. I might believe that those clothes are suited to a morning ride, but I am remarkably gullible." Ashley slapped him on the shoulder and laughed. "Right," he said. "My brother is decidedly not." He let himself in through the side door, looked about to make sure there was no one in sight, and ran up the stairs. The Duke of Harndon was reclining comfortably on a nursery chair, watching his wife suckle his youngest son. He had been there for only a few minutes. "All is well," he said. "They have returned." "All is well?" She looked up and met his keen grey eyes. "Were we foolish, Luke, to agree to bring her here?" "As I remember it, my dear," he said, raising his eyebrows, "Emily was invited to come here and accepted, and we were invited and accepted. We did not bring her as we brought Joy and George, James and Harry." "Oh, Luke," she said, "you know what I mean." "I do." He rested his elbows on the arms of the chair and steepled his fingers. "But it has come to my notice, madam, that Emily is not one of our children, or a child at all, in fact, and that Ashley is no longer a boy in need of my guidance and discipline. They are adults, both of them." "But," she began. "We cannot bear the burdens of other adults on our own shoulders, my dear, much as we love them. I cannot escape from the conviction that Theo somehow manoeuvred this, with his lady as an eager accomplice, and I cannot help wondering if they have not been wise. There is something between those two, Anna, something they must work out between them. Happily, it is to be hoped." "Oh, Luke," she said, "if only—" "But we can do nothing," he said firmly. Our son is going to grow fat if you continue to so indulge him.
She smiled fondly down at Lord Harry, who was sucking lustily. You have said that of each child, she said, but none of them are fat.
Given the fact that I have been envious of each of them at this stage of their existence, madam, he said, perhaps I can be forgiven for indulging a little spite.
She laughed. Lady Verney wished to discuss her health and inquire after that of each of Ashley's house guests. Barbara Verney conversed about London and the entertainments of the season in which she and her brother had participated. Sir Henry Verney sat silent, except for uttering the barest of courtesies. Ashley turned to him at last. He, after all, was the object of this visit.
I wonder if I might have a private word with you, he said, on a matter with which I would not wish to bore the ladies.
He smiled at them and felt rather sorry for the insult to the intelligence of Miss Verney that his words had implied. She was a lady he liked and respected.
La, if 'tis business you wish to discuss, Lord Ashley, Lady Verney said, Henry will take you out into the garden or into the study. Such matters give me the headache.
Sir Henry suggested the garden, since the day was sunny and warm. They strolled along a secluded path that took them about the perimeter of the small park. A couple of dogs, a collie and a terrier, were soon ambling at their heels and making the occasional detour among the trees to sniff at roots.
It is the dogs who are the main attraction for Eric Smith, Sir Henry said. There is one more in the stables with a litter of puppies. The boy scarcely moved from them yesterday.
It was his first attempt at conversation, though he was making no great effort to ingratiate himself, Ashley noticed. He was glad there was no pretence of friendship between them.
Yesterday, he said quietly, you were early at Binchley's cottage. Did you encounter anyone on your way there?
Sir Henry looked at him consideringly.
It is no idle question, is it? He said. I cannot remember, without giving the question concentrated thought, if I met anyone or not. Is it important that I go through that process? Perhaps you would like to tell me whom you suppose I met. Lady Emily Marlowe, Ashley said.
He watched his neighbour closely, and despite himself felt sorry that he had come to Penshurst so burdened. If he had known nothing about this man before he came, they might have been friends. But then he might have been deceived in the friendship. Something had happened to Emmy yesterday.
Ah.
Sir Henry said no more for a while. His voice was decidedly chilly when he did speak.
I understand, Kendrick, as I understood when we were in London, that you are a jealous and a possessive man. I do not know if your claim to Lady Emily's affections is real or imaginary, but either way the lady has my sincerest sympathy. Have you confronted her, too? Expressed your displeasure or your cold disapproval to her? Do you imagine that because I was abroad early, and because she presumably was out too, we must therefore have enjoyed a clandestine meeting? And would my denial make any difference to these suspicions of yours? Are you denying it? Ashley asked. No, Sir Henry said. Nor am I admitting it. Unless you can assure me that you are betrothed to the lady, Kendrick, or married to her, I do not recognize your right to question either her movements or mine in relation to her. I was prepared to welcome you to this part of Kent with all the courtesy and even amiability due a neighbour and possible friend. I believe that you absolved me of any such obligation the last time we met in London.
They were trading civil insults. The thought of becoming openly uncivil was markedly unpleasant, especially in broad daylight and in the civilized surroundings of Verney's Park. But Ashley had come for answers. He remembered the night before, and the desperation in Emily that had drawn him into a repetition of his indiscretion at Bowden.
I am neither married to Lady Emily nor betrothed to her, he said, but I will protect her, as I hope I would protect any lady from harm and from terror. Moreover, she is a guest in my home. I mean to discover what happened to her yesterday morning. I need to know to what extent you assaulted her.
It was as well to call a spade a spade.
Terror! Assault!
Sir Henry had stopped walking and stood facing Ashley, with a coldness and a tension in his manner to match Ashley's own.
"I am a gentleman, sir. By my life, instinct directs me to slap a glove in your face, since clearly you believe I have been responsible for both. Good sense, however, tells me that perhaps I should answer your earlier question after all. No, I did not meet or even set eyes on Lady Emily Marlowe yesterday morning. I have not seen her since I walked in the garden with her at Lady Bryant's ball."
Ashley stared hard at him, while the dogs circled them, obviously eager for them to move onward. Damn it, Ashley thought. He believed the man, and yet he surely could not expect an instant admission, even if he were guilty. Verney's open, honest face was perhaps his greatest asset. Alice must have trusted it after all.
"I must accept your word as a gentleman," he said.
"But with the greatest reluctance," Sir Henry said, lifting one eyebrow, "and with only a grain of trust." "Very well, then. But I am sorry in my heart that something appears to have happened to upset Lady Emily. If she is unable to tell you the cause of her terror, then I can understand your concern. I can even perhaps excuse the conclusion you appear to have jumped to, since I was out riding early and was alone until I took Eric up with me. But I did not see her. Perhaps it will help you to know that my affections are otherwise engaged, and have been to the same lady since I was a boy, and that at last it appears I may be having some success in engaging the lady's affections." Ashley's head went back, almost as if he had been struck. Zounds, but the words were wicked. Deliberately so? Verney had loved another woman since boyhood. He had never cared at all for Alice. Well, he had come for answers, and he would not be diverted.
"Why did you treat my wife so badly?" he asked.
Sir Henry stared back at him, before breaking eye contact and bending to pat one of his panting dogs on the head. He began to walk onward, and Ashley fell into step beside him.
"I have regretted the harshness with which I spoke to her, and the coldness with which I treated her during that final month before she left for India," Sir Henry said. "I was perhaps unjust. Certainly I was hasty. I should have taken more time for consideration. Undoubtedly she was devastated by the power of her own feelings, and my words only made matters worse for her. At the time I did not care. Any fondness I had ever had for her was forgotten. I cared for Catherine, and for myself, and yet a part of me, a guilty part of me, could not help being secretly glad of the gift Alice had presented to me, and so I lashed out at her to cover my own guilt. I am sorry. Woefully inadequate words. Did I do her lasting damage?" "I believe," Ashley said. "Your question must be rhetorical, Verney." He had abandoned her, apparently quite abruptly and quite cruelly, for Catherine Binchley. And Catherine, in her turn, had abandoned him in order to marry Smith. It seemed hardly just that Verney was now having a second chance with her. Sir Henry sighed. "The answer is apparently yes," he said. "Your coldness to me is understandable, then. But I cannot help but wonder if any permanent damage to Alice's happiness was not caused more by personal guilt than by anything I said to her." Guilt? Guilt at having lain with her seducer, the man she had loved, the man she had been unable to forget. Ashley knew what it was to see red at that moment. His fist beneath one side of Sir Henry's jaw caught the man unprepared. He reeled backward, and only just kept his footing. His hands balled into fists, and he glared with anger. But he did not use his fists, Ashley was disappointed to find. He would have welcomed a good fight. "She was your wife," Sir Henry said, breathing hard. "I must remember that. I am sorry. Sorry for the whole sordid mess, and for your doubtless painful attempts to come to terms with it. But perhaps 'twould be as well, Kendrick, if we kept our distance from each other in future, maintaining merely a distant courtesy as neighbours." "Perhaps," Ashley said coldly, "it would. Answer one more question for me before I take my leave. Did you kill Gregory Kersey?"
The question hung between them almost like a tangible thing, but he would not withdraw it if he could have, Ashley thought. Verney was correct. Ashley was trying to come to terms with the past, though he doubted that knowing the full truth would help ease him of his own guilt. Perhaps he felt somehow honour-bound to understand the wife he had been unable to save better than he had ever understood her while she lived. Had she known that her lover was also her brother's murderer? Had that knowledge added to her torment? Sir Henry blanched, and the hand that had been rubbing at his jaw stilled.
"Did I kill Greg?"
he said in little more than a whisper. He closed his eyes.
"Oh, God, is that what she told you?" "'Tis a possibility that has struck me," Ashley said. "Did Kersey find out the truth? Did he confront you?" "He had always known," Sir Henry said. "We quarrelled bitterly over her, yes. There was a marked coolness between us up to the time of his death, though we had been close friends for too long and were still too close as neighbours to be fully estranged. We were shooting together that morning, along with several other neighbours." He paused to draw a deep breath. "No, I did not kill him. I wonder if Alice believed I did. She never accused me of it, but if she did believe it, then that would mean— Oh, who knows? The past is best left in the past, buried with the two of them." "Why did Ned Binchley retire so abruptly after the death of Gregory Kersey?" Ashley asked. Sir Henry sighed again. "You would have to ask him," he said, "though it was not retirement. Alice dismissed him." "Why?" Ashley frowned. "I believe," Sir Henry said, "that she did not realise he owned his cottage. Sir Alexander had made it over to him after a number of years of good service. I suppose Alice thought dismissing him would be a good way of ridding herself permanently of Catherine. There. I have answered your question after all." "Yes," Ashley said curtly. "Yes, I see now." And he did, too. Alice had been in love with Verney, and he, unable to win Catherine Binchley's affections, had taken advantage of Alice's devotion and had lain with her. That fact had caused a quarrel and a deep rift between her brother and her lover. And then, after all, Verney had abandoned her for Catherine. Had Catherine Binchley teased him, held back from him one moment, encouraged him the next? Alice's brother had died, perhaps at Verney's hands. Verney had abandoned her, and Catherine was still at the cottage with her father, the steward at Penshurst. And so Alice had tried to get rid of them, and failing at that, had gone to India to join her father. It was little wonder that she had been emotionally scarred for life. "I have comforted myself with the thought that they are both now at peace," Sir Henry said. "Alice and Greg, I mean. The thought would not bring you so much comfort, of course. You did not even know him, and Alice was your wife. And of course there was the child, your son. I am sorry. I wish you would believe that. But I understand that you blame me for some things, and can never be disposed toward me in any friendly manner. I am sorry for that too. Can we agree at least to be civil?" "Yes," Ashley said curtly. It was all they could do, and he knew he must let the matter drop now. He had the truth, or as much of it as he would ever have. He had to learn to live with past unhappiness, past guilt. Somehow he had to live on and find some new meaning in life. He thought of Emily. She deserved better. She deserved light and wholeness. He had so little that was of any value to offer her. Even the gift of freedom he had given her less than a week ago had turned sour. There had been their night of intimacy, a night during which he had bound her to him bodily over and over again. He had to offer her once more the protection of his name, and of a love that weighed heavily upon him because there was no real honour to offer with it. He had lost his honour during a certain night in India.
Sir Henry Verney was holding out his right hand. Ashley had been looking at it, unseeing, until almost too late. "No," he said sharply, as he watched the hand close upon itself and begin to drop to Sir Henry's side. "Please." He extended his own hand, and they shook. "The past is, as you say, past." He was on his way back to Penshurst a few minutes later, not sure if anything had been accomplished. Of one thing he felt sure, though, perhaps foolishly. It was not Verney who had caused Emmy's fear. Someone else had done that. Chapter 22.
Henry?
Barbara Verney stepped out onto the terrace as Ashley rode away from the stables. She looked at her brother with some concern. "I walked into a tree," he said ruefully, touching his jaw.
"I suppose his fist met the same fate," she said. "What happened? He was so very pleasant with Mamma and me, but I could not fail to notice the way the two of you glowered at each other."
"I could cheerfully run him through with my sword," Sir Henry said. "And yet I cannot help feeling pity for him, Barbara. He has come here a year after Alice's death to try to fit the pieces together, to make sense out of them. It was, perhaps, a difficult marriage. One does not know exactly what she told him, what truths she withheld, what lies she might have told. He asked me if I had killed Greg."
"Ah,"
she said, grimacing. "I had to choose my words with great care," he said. "I am not at all certain that he understands the central truth."
"Ah," she said again. "Perhaps he merely suspects, Henry. Perhaps he finds it difficult, if not impossible, to ask the question outright. Perhaps that is why there is a look of tension about him. He must need to know. Perhaps you should have told him."
"How?" he said, blowing out his breath from puffed cheeks. "We cannot even be quite certain ourselves. And 'tis not something you should even know is possible, Barbara. You are a lady."
"And should delicately swoon at far less," she said. "Nonsense. But there is an unaskable question."
She took his arm and walked away from the house with him.
"I have never been able to ask you, but I have always wondered, and now the question has been raised in a different form by Lord Ashley. Do you believe she killed him?"
She bit her lip now that the question was asked. "Egad," he said, "I have no proof. I am not sure I would want proof. 'Tis unthinkable. Though I did accuse her of it in the first flush of shock."
"Or suicide," she said. "Murder was spoken of, though never with Alice as a possible suspect. Suicide was whispered of at first as a possibility, but no one could think of a motive. There was a powerful one, of course."
"'Tis best not spoken of, Barbara," he said. "'Tis best forgotten about. They are both dead."
"But poor Lord Ashley is alive and troubled," she said. "Perhaps you should not have chosen your words with such care, Henry. Which ones did you choose more rashly? The ones you spoke just before colliding with the tree?"
Her brother thought for a moment. "I believe I said something about her having felt guilty," he said. "I said that if she was unhappy in India, perhaps 'twas guilt that made her so."
"Ah," his sister said sadly. "Then he does suspect Henry. Poor man."
"We must keep out of it," he advised. "'Twere well to keep quiet, Barbara. 'Tis none of our concern after all. It never was."
"Except that Gregory was your friend," she said, "and you loved Catherine."
"'Twere best to leave the past in the past," he said. She examined his jaw closely.
"I wonder if Mamma will believe the story about the tree," she said.
"She will when I tell her I was chasing the dogs," he told her. She laughed. Emily was relieved to find, when she left her room, that Anna had not gone riding with Luke and the children. It was unusual for her not to do so, but her reason for staying at home was soon obvious, though she did not state it. She merely said that she wished to walk to the village and wanted Emily to accompany her. Of course, Ashley had gone out alone, probably on some estate business, and the children had been eager for their usual morning outing with their parents. But Anna had decided, or had been appointed, to stay to watch over Emily. They all knew that something had frightened her yesterday. Emily was relieved, even though she had never before feared solitude, and a walk, she thought, would be just the thing. She was tired, and part of her would have liked nothing better than to stay in her room, or to find a secluded corner somewhere, so that she could relive the events of the night, the repeated and glorious love-makings, interspersed with periods of relaxation and even sleep. Part of her wanted to consider the meaning of what had happened and its implications for the future. She was not sure if last night had changed everything or nothing. But part of her did not want to have to confront the issues, or to be afraid of what or who might be lurking behind her. The exercise and air and the company of her sister would help to clear out her head. But it was not to be as pleasant a morning as she had hoped for. As she and Anna were preparing to leave the house, Major Cunningham came upon them, discovered their purpose and destination, and offered his escort. Anna smiled warmly and agreed, and so, when they set out on their walk, the Major stepped between them and offered an arm to each. In addition to everything else, Emily thought, taking his arm, though she inwardly cringed, he had seen her and Ashley this morning, and it would have been evident, even to an imbecile, that they had been returning from a night spent together. Ashley had still been wearing his rather crumpled evening clothes, and his arm had been about her waist. She could feel power in the Major's arm, and sense it in his military bearing. He frightened her, even as he smiled and conversed pleasantly with Anna, even as he turned to her occasionally with some polished gallantry that needed no verbal reply. Eric Smith was swinging on the gate outside the cottage, apparently a favourite activity with him. He waved and started prattling as soon as they came within earshot. He wanted to know where James and George were. Emily did not see Anna's reply.
"I am going to have a dog," he announced. "Uncle Henry and Aunt Barbara said I might have one of the puppies if Mamma and Grandpa would say yes. Uncle Henry took Mamma into the garden last night when he brought me home, and when she came back, she said yes."
Uncle Henry and Aunt Barbara must be Sir Henry Verney and his sister, Emily thought, taking the opportunity to disengage her arm from the Major's in order to step forward to ruffle Eric's hair and to bend and kiss him on the cheek. They must have come home from London, then. Her stomach fluttered when she remembered what Ashley had said about Sir Henry at Lady Bryant's ball. She hoped the two men would not come face to face any time soon. Catherine Smith had come outside. She smiled fleetingly at Emily, but she was looking very pale and tense. Anna presented Major Cunningham. Mrs. Smith curtsied slightly, but she barely looked at him. She did, however, invite them inside for a cup of tea. Mr. Binchley met them at the door and ushered them into the sitting-room. The visit was rather longer than it might have been. Soon after Mrs. Smith had returned from the kitchen with the tea-tray, Major Cunningham remarked on the beauty of the garden behind the house, visible through the window, and asked her if she would be so good as to show it to him. She rose silently and led the way without inviting either Anna or Emily to join them. Anna was telling Mr. Binchley about Bowden Abbey. Emily watched their conversation, though she used Anna's presence as an excuse to allow her attention to wander. She also watched the two in the garden. She hoped Major Cunningham had not taken a fancy to Catherine Smith, that he did not imagine that because she lived here with her father in genteel poverty, she was therefore fair game for seduction. The man made her flesh crawl.
"Did not dream you would come here," Catherine Smith was saying, "and to Penshurst instead of here."
The sun was on her face, making it very easy, despite the distance, to read her lips. The Major had his back to Emily.
"How can you be his friend?"
Mrs. Smith asked. Her face was still pale. Her eyes watched him intently.
Does he know?
Major Cunningham made a gesture about the garden with one arm.
They cannot hear, she said. The window is closed.
But she turned her head away, and they strolled together about the carefully plotted flower beds. Emily watched, the sitting room and its occupants forgotten. Catherine Smith and Major Cunningham knew each other. How peculiar that they had allowed Anna to present them to each other as strangers. And then the Major was facing toward the window.
"'Twere better that you asked no questions," he said. "'Twere better that you know nothing. They died
He turned his head away. Accidentally? Who had died accidentally? They moved out of sight, and at the same moment Anna got to her feet and was taking her leave of Mr. Binchley. Emily did likewise, and within a very few minutes they were continuing on their way toward the village. Anna had promised Eric, after asking Mrs. Smith's permission, that on their return journey they would call for him, and he might come to Penshurst to play with the children. Emily watched Major Cunningham comment to Anna on the charm of the cottage and the hospitality of its occupants, but she did not try to follow the conversation. Mrs. Smith had asked him why he had come to Penshurst instead of to the cottage.
How can you be his friend?
His? Ashley's?
Does he know?
Know what? And who had died accidentally? Why was it better for Mrs. Smith to know nothing? Major Cunningham had been in India and had become Ashley's friend there. He had been there presumably when Ashley's wife and son died. They had died accidentally. What was it that Ashley might or might not know? That his friend also knew Catherine Smith? But if they knew each other, why had they been careful not to acknowledge the acquaintance to her and Anna? Emily's mind puzzled over the questions for the next hour, while they looked around the church and the churchyard, talked with the rector and his wife, who came out to the gate of the rectory to bid them a good morning, and purchased a few items from the village shop. It was a relief to Emily, finally, to be on their way back home. When they reached the cottage, and Eric came tripping out to meet them, Emily walked with him, holding his hand while he talked without pause, and allowed Major Cunningham to walk on ahead with Anna.
"Thank you."
Ashley held out his right hand to Major Cunningham.
"You are a true friend, Rod. I know that a stroll to the village and a call at a neighbour's cottage is not the way you might have expected to spend your first full morning here, but 'tis a relief to me to know that she had the company this morning not only of my sister-in-law, but also of a man well able to defend them both from any danger that might have presented itself."
The Major shook his hand, and they both stood looking out of the library window at Emily, who was patiently throwing a ball alternately to George and Eric, and watching them catch it, perhaps twice out of every 10 attempts.
"'Twas my pleasure," the Major said. "I had a lovely lady on each arm. What more could any man ask of life?"
Ashley laughed.
"She means a great deal to you,"
his friend said quietly.
"Yes."
Ashley was picturing her playing thus with her own children. His, theirs. It was a thought that warmed him and troubled him.
"You are ready to live again, Ash. I can see it," the Major said. "Did you learn any answers from your morning visits? Did you discover what happened yesterday?"
"No," Ashley said.
"No to your second question. Yes to the first. There were some facts I needed to know, some things from the past, some things I needed to know if I am ever to let go of the past and move on into the future. Now I know. But the fact remains, of course, that somehow they were at home when they were not supposed to be there, and that I was not there when I should have been. I might have saved them, that poor innocent baby, but I was busy satisfying my lust in the bed of a married woman."
He laughed harshly.
"There is always forgiveness," the Major said, "even for the worst offences, Ash, and there is always redemption. Yours is playing on the grass out there with those 2 little boys."
Yes, he had come home looking for redemption, Ashley thought. From Emmy, though he had not known it at the time. But it was too simple an answer. And if he drew redemption from her, what would she gain in return? He had so little to offer beyond material things. He had nothing else to offer except a wounded soul. "You need to marry her," his friend said, "and have babies with her. But not here, Ash. You need to leave here. Put behind you everything that would remind you of the late Lady Ashley. It would not be fair to the new Lady Ashley to keep her here." Ashley drew a deep breath. Perhaps that was part of the problem, he thought. Perhaps he should go. Perhaps there could be happiness for both Emmy and himself if he left here, started somewhere else. And yet he had the deep inner conviction that this thing could not be run from, and that it should not be run from. What he would be running from was deep inside himself. He must confront it if there was to be a future, if there was to be Emmy. "Sell Penshurst to me," Major Cunningham said. "Sell it and go elsewhere and forget it." Ashley was so deeply immersed in his thoughts that it took a moment for his friend's words to register on his consciousness. He turned his head and looked at him rather blankly. "What?" he said. "You would buy Penshurst, Rod?" The Major looked rather embarrassed. "I like it," he said, "and I have been giving serious thought to selling out of the army and settling at home. You know I am a gamer. I have amassed a tidy fortune, and would as soon buy land with it as lose it all again at the tables. I like Penshurst, and it has occurred to me that I could do myself a favour, and do my closest friend a favour at the same time by purchasing it." Ashley's look was still rather blank. Roderick had come to Penshurst as his guest, and after a day he was offering to buy the place. "But it is not for sale," he said. The Major shrugged. "I am rather impulsive," he admitted. "I ought not to have said anything, Ash. Certainly not yet. But I will not change my mind. I am convinced of that. Think about it. And think about her." He nodded in the direction of the window. "If you change your mind, we will talk business. I will make you a definite offer." Ashley laughed. "You are doing this purely out of friendship," he said. "How extraordinary you are, Rod. You would regret it within a month. Selling your commission, settling on an estate you do not know, in a part of the country with which you are unfamiliar. And yet I know you would do it in a moment if I said yes. I value your friendship more highly than to say the word. Penshurst is not for sale." The Major shrugged again. "I am going out riding," he said. "I want to explore this countryside, which is, as you have said, unfamiliar to me. Would you care to join me?" "If you will forgive me, no," Ashley said. "Luke and Anna have taken the other children out." "And you would not leave the Lady Emily unguarded," his friend said. He chuckled. "'Tis commendable in you." He slapped a friendly hand on Ashley's shoulder and made for the door. "Rod," Ashley said before he reached it. "Thank you." He wondered how he would have coped with the tragedy and the guilt if Rod had not been there for him in India. He had always been the best of friends. He had seemed to value Ashley's friendship, had sought after it and cultivated it. And it seemed to Ashley now that his friend had always given more than he had received, and that he was continuing to do so. There could be no other explanation than friendship for his extraordinary offer to buy Penshurst. It was a tempting offer. He could not accept it, though. Not ever. Somehow, he felt, if salvation was to be had, it was to be had here. He could not explain the feeling to himself. He had not even fully realized he felt this way until Roderick had offered him a way out. But it was so, he was sure. And so he was even less sure about Emily. He turned to the window to watch her with the children, but they were coming toward the house, the boys running on ahead, looking flushed and excited. She was smiling. Oh, Emmy, always sweetly serene, or almost always. What had happened yesterday to take away the serenity? Was it something that might recur? He would have to be very careful to see that she was properly protected for the remainder of her stay at Penshurst. Perhaps forever, if she would listen to what he knew he must again say to her. She was painting. It was not coming easily, but she persevered. It was a different scene from any she had ever tried before. Although she was on the hill, and there were numerous trees to paint, she knew she could not paint any of them. Her spirit had always been uplifted by trees, but today the trees were strangely silent. It was the flat farmland below that called to her. But she did not know the message, and for a long time her brush did not know how to express it. But finally she was absorbed, so absorbed that she knew when she finally felt his presence that he had been there for some time, leaning against a tree, his arms crossed over his chest, far enough away not to intrude upon her privacy or her creative need to keep her work unobserved. He smiled at her when she turned her head to look at him. She felt desire deep in her womb, though she knew it was not entirely a physical thing. It was love that put the slight unsteadiness in her legs, a love that had now manifested itself in every way. She had decided, after leaving the boys in the nursery to play at highwaymen and heroes, that she would no longer fight to keep her love suppressed, not for what remained of her 2 weeks at least. She would accept this time as a gift. It had been a freeing decision. "Hello, Emmy," he said. He strolled a little closer. "May I see?" He was signing as well as speaking the words. "No," she told him aloud, looking briefly at her painting, and then, very daringly, "Not yet." He grinned at her. "You have been learning words in my absence," he said, "and learning them wrongly. Oh, not ah, not." "Ah," she said, obediently lifting her jaw a little higher. "Not yet." She felt her throat quickly with one hand. Yes, the vibrations were there. It was not so difficult after all to produce sound. It was almost, she had thought when practicing before the mirror in her room, as if she remembered. He sat on the grass a short distance from her easel, but in such a position that he could not see her painting. He reclined sideways on one elbow and plucked a blade of grass to set between his teeth. She thought at first that she would not be able to concentrate with him sitting so close. She expected him to be restless, curious. But he was as he had been last night, when they had stood together outside the summer house. He was still and relaxed. He was very like the sole partner she had always dreamed of having. After a minute or two, she forgot about him again with her conscious thoughts, and found that at last her brush was speaking the meaning that had been lodged deep within her. He was gazing off down the hill when she looked at him again. He seemed peaceful. She stood gazing at him for a while, enjoying the luxury of watching unobserved. "Now," she said at last, forming the word carefully. He did not correct her pronunciation this time. He merely looked up at her, smiled, and got to his feet, then looked at her painting for a long time in silence, his expression unreadable. She looked for ridicule or amusement or even simple puzzlement, but she saw none of them. "Everything is horizontal this time," he said, also signing with his hands. He was doing that more often, she noticed, making up new and easily interpreted signs, as if he had decided that it was unfair to expect her always to listen to and speak his language when visual communication was better attuned to the workings of her mind than verbal. "Instead of vertical as in the other painting I saw, everything stretches sideways rather than upward, with the colours of fields and sky intermingling. Not fields down here and sky up there, but all part of one another. Explain to me, Emmy. What have you seen that I have not? I envy your ability to see with an inner eye." She showed him with her hands, and with her bare feet, and with her expressive face, that the earth was beneath them, the nurturing component of life. Soil and grass and crops. It was through the earth she attempted to demonstrate, that one must learn all there was to learn about the mystery of life and growth and measureless time and patience. And love and peace, too. It was not up there, as she had thought before and told him before. The meaning of it all was not up there, beyond one's grasp, always to be yearned for, never to be attained. It was all here and now, if one only recognized it and accepted it, not in the future, but now, not in the distance, but here, within one's grasp. She tried to tell him in words, too, because she knew she was not communicating quite clearly.
Not there, she said, pointing upward. Here. Now.
Emmy. He took her busy hands in his, finally, and held them both against his heart as he closed his eyes tightly. Emmy, he said after a while, and she could see that there were tears in his eyes. Is it true, then? Is peace not so very far away after all?
No,
she said. They spoke to each other without words, without images. They spoke to each other in the silence. It was one of the most precious moments of her life. He kissed her lips softly before releasing her hands and folding her easel, while she cleaned her brush and tidied her paints and paper. Then they walked in silence back to the summer house, a silence that was both sweet and sad to Emily. She knew she was dear to him. She knew, too, that peace was still just beyond his grasp. She wondered if it could ever be possible to know peace after the person one had loved most in the world had died in circumstances that one might have prevented, or at least shared. She turned to him in the summer house after setting down her things. He was looking at her. It was the most natural thing in the world to take the couple of steps into his arms, to lift her mouth for his kiss, to set her own arms about his neck. She was not going to analyze, not until she was away from Penshurst again, and she would not allow conscience or any notion of sin to intrude. Perhaps she was rationalizing, she thought. Perhaps this was what people did when they consciously committed one of life's great sins. But she could not yet feel that this affair she was sharing with Ashley was wrong. He sat down on the sofa after they had caressed each other with lips and hands and had felt the need to be closer still, and she stood before him and watched as he unbuttoned the front flap of his breeches and then lifted her skirt and drew down her undergarments. "Come," he said, setting his hands on her hips and drawing her toward him. She knelt astride him and watched his face as he first positioned her and then returned his hands to her hips and brought her firmly down onto him. He looked at her, his head against the back of the sofa, his eyes half closed. "Emmy," he said. She had learned something the night before. 2 things, perhaps. She had learned that physical love was intensely pleasurable, and she had learned that it really was love, that in the physical act, which could be called sin when performed outside marriage, as now, love bonded to love, and was a thing of the heart, and even of the soul as well as of the body. She loved him totally, as he began the already familiar rhythmic dance of physical love, and as she matched her movements to his, she loved him with her body, and with every part of herself enclosed by her body. She watched his face, and saw that he was watching hers, watching each other's pleasure, but seeing deeper than pleasure, watching the essence of each other, deeply penetrating each other, not just in the physical, masculine into feminine sense, but in every way possible. Masculine, feminine, feminine, masculine. They did not matter. Each was both, and each was both giver and receiver. He loved her during those minutes, she knew, during the intensely felt minutes of the act of love. Memory would come back to him afterward and set up the barrier again. But for now there was no barrier. Oh no, she would not fight this or see it as sin, or ever regret it. He drew her head down to his and set his mouth on hers, his tongue coming deep inside, as his other hand held her firm, and she felt the hot rush of his seed. She sighed out her own release and relaxed down onto him. It seemed so natural, so right to love him thus. She set her cheek against his shoulder and sank for a few minutes into sleep. Chapter 23. "Emmy," he said. She had been sitting quietly beside him on the sofa, her head on his shoulder, but he could not talk to her thus. He sat forward slightly, so that the weight of her head was transferred to the crook of his elbow, and he could turn for her to see his face. She looked back at him with smiling eyes, and he caught his breath again at the expression in them, far deeper than the smile itself. It was the expression she had worn as he had loved her, deeper than the physical passion she had obviously felt. It was Emmy's usual look of serenity and peace. It was her usual look of deep affection. It was the look of a woman who had just received the seed of a man who loved her body. It was far more than any one of those, or even of the sum total of them. He would not verbalize, even in his mind, what her expression told him. "Emmy." He touched his lips very lightly and briefly to hers. "I am not going to say the obvious, not yet. We have been lovers, last night and today. We both know what that might mean, and what it should mean. You may well be with child, and even apart from that possibility, we should both now do what is right and proper. But I have learned from you since last time. I have learned that there is something far more important than what society tells us is proper." She touched her fingertips to his lips. He was not sure there was not a tinge of sadness in her smile. "I want to tell you some things," he said. "I want to burden you with knowledge that should be mine alone. I want you to know the man to whom you have opened your greatest treasure as a woman, the man who will offer himself to you for life sometime soon, unless you indicate that under no circumstances can you accept me. You knew me once better than anyone has ever known me, I believe, little fawn. You no longer know me. You care for me. Perhaps you believe you care enough to marry me, but you do not know me, Emmy, and so I must tell you."
"I know you,"
she said, indicating with her hand that it was heart knowledge of which she spoke, but she said the words aloud. It was still a shock to hear her speak, her words slowly and distinctly spoken, her voice low and toneless, and yet strangely sweet. "There are so many things about me you do not know," he said. "There were 7 years when you did not see me, Emmy. So many things."
No,
she said. She set one hand flat over his heart.
"I know you, Ashley."
Why was it, he wondered, that he so often found himself fighting tears when he was with Emmy, even though she could also bring him closer to happiness than he had thought ever again possible? He had shed no tears after the death of his wife and her son. "Tell me, then." She spoke now with her hands and her eyes. "Not here." He got to his feet and took her hand in his. He had to make this more real to her. She had to understand that he was not the man she had loved more compassionately than his own sister had ever loved him. It seemed that she must marry him now. But he needed her to understand how unlovable he was, how despicable. He could not even offer himself to her again with all the darkness shut up within. She had a right to know. He did not talk to her as they descended the hill and approached the house from the side. They did not see anyone on the way, for which fact he was thankful, and the servant stairs were deserted too. He paused for a moment outside the door of Alice's suite and took Emily's hand firmly in his own. "These were her rooms," he said, when they had stepped into the dressing-room and he had shut the door firmly behind them. "As she left them. No one cleared them out when she died, because no order to do so was ever given. I have not given that order since my own arrival here, though I have wanted to and have been on the verge of doing so numerous times. These were her clothes." He had released her hand in order to open the double doors of a large wardrobe. "You can breathe in her perfume if you take a deep breath." She did so, then stood very still. He opened the door into the bedchamber, and she followed him inside. "She was a very feminine woman," he said.
As you can see, she loved pinks and lavenders, and frills and flounces and fussiness. She was very beautiful, small and dainty, and seemingly fragile. She aroused all of a man's protective instincts. Men routinely fell in love with her.
She touched the frilled satin bed hangings, a look of deep sadness in her eyes.
"Come,"
he said, beckoning her toward the door leading into the small sitting room.
"This is where she sat and wrote letters and sewed. It has all the daintiness one would expect of Alice's personal domain."
He watched her run a hand over the inlaid wood pattern on top of the small escritoire. She slid open a desk drawer, something he had never been able to bring himself to do. She reached in after a few moments and drew out 2 oval picture frames, hinged together in the middle, then turned them over and stood looking down at the 2 pictures. He took a step toward her and drew in a slow breath as he looked over her shoulder.
"Alice,"
he said, though she did not look up to see him speak. Alice, looking as lovely and as vital as she had looked before they married, when she had nursed him, when he had been weak and in need. Emily looked up at him. She was pointing to the other portrait. She pointed at him and then back at the picture. "Like you," she was telling him. He was a young man, dark like Alice, blue-eyed. He must be her brother, Gregory Kersey, Ashley reasoned. And yes, he thought, there was perhaps a slight likeness.
"Gregory Kersey," he said. "Alice's brother."
She set the portraits back inside the drawer as she had found them and closed it carefully. She looked up at him.
"I hated her, Emmy,"
he said. She gazed at him, her face without expression.
"We fell in love in great haste," he said. "She was my nurse when I was very sick. I was her patient when she was grieving and adjusting to life in a new country. We married before we really knew each other. I repulsed her. She would make no attempt to like me. She was repeatedly unfaithful to me. I suppose I was much to blame. Rarely is the fault all on one side in a failed marriage. I grew to hate her. 100 times I must have wished her dead."
"No," she said aloud.
"My mind shied away from the wish," he said, "but 'twas there. I longed to be free of her, to be free of the endless nightmare of being bound to her for life."
Her eyes were wide with shock.
"Thomas was not mine," he said. "I would tell no one else this, Emmy. I would defend the honour of his memory with my life if anyone were to challenge his legitimacy. I acknowledged him as mine. He had my name. He was an innocent child whom I loved."
She frowned.
"Emmy," he said, "the business meeting that kept me from home the night of the fire was no such thing. I spent the night in the bed of a married woman."
He wondered suddenly if she had understood his torrent of words. He had not even tried to sign any of the meaning to her. But it appeared she had understood. She closed her eyes and tipped back her head. He waited for her to look at him again. When she did so, her eyes were filled with pain. Pain for herself? Pain for him? Knowing Emmy as he did not doubt there was plenty of the latter.
"There was nothing between Alice and me after our wedding night," he said. "The night of the fire was my first adultery, though I do not suppose it would have been my last. 'Tis no excuse anyway. Adultery is adultery. My wife and the child I loved died while I was committing it."
Her face had lost all vestiges of colour. He wondered if she would faint, but he would not step forward to support her. He kept himself rigidly apart from her.
"Now tell me," he said quietly, "that you know me, Emmy."
She closed her eyes again and swayed on her feet. But after several moments she took a few hurried steps toward him, wrapped her arms tightly about his waist, and pressed her forehead to his cravat. "I know you," she said in words. Why did her words feel like absolution, like forgiveness? She did not have the power to forgive him. No one had that power. Perhaps not even God, whom he had never asked. There was no forgiveness.
He set his arms like iron bars about her, buried his face against her hair, and wept. Wept with deep, painful, racking sobs. For a long time he could do nothing to bring them under control. For a long time he touched the very bottom of despair, but he held on tightly to Emily, who leaned warmly and softly into him, and he knew that he was clinging to the only hope he might ever have of pardon and peace. It was a damp and misty morning. The grass was wet and chilly beneath her bare feet, but she walked up onto the hill anyway, not even trying to see down into the valley or ahead of herself into the trees. She walked to draw tranquillity from the morning. He was far more troubled than she had ever realized. The burden of his guilt was far heavier than he had indicated, and yet she could not feel totally dejected this morning. He had not loved Alice. It was a selfish thought to delight in, but she could not help repeating the thought over and over in her mind. He had not loved Alice. His terrible suffering had not been caused by grief over a lost love. She remembered the look in his eyes as he had made love to her the afternoon before, and his determination that she know all before he offered her marriage again. He had not tried to excuse his own guilt. He had tried to show himself to her as he saw himself, evil and unforgivable. She remembered how he had cried in her arms as if his heart would break, perhaps because she had tried to tell him that he was still Ashley, that he was no different now than he had been 7 years before, only more wounded, deeply wounded. There was hope this morning, hope for him, hope for herself. She knew that when he asked again, she would say yes. Happiness was by no means assured them, but unhappiness was certain if they parted. For both of them, she believed. He needed her as she needed him. It was the dependency of love. Neither needed the other as any sort of crutch. They needed each other because they cared for each other, because the world was a more meaningful place when the other was close. He had seemed quite genuinely cheerful last evening when they had all attended a soirée at a neighbour's house. It was true that he had avoided being in close company with Sir Henry Verney, though the two of them had been civil to each other. But he had treated Miss Verney and everyone else with his old amiability. Perhaps, in time, this new home and this new neighbourhood, despite the fact that Alice had lived here, would bring stability and peace to his life. Perhaps she would be able to help. She breathed in the clean, damp smell of the air. This morning she was beginning to believe that this would be her home for the rest of her life, and the thought was deeply pleasing to her. She was no longer haunted by Alice's ghost. She had even lost her fear of Major Cunningham. Not her dislike, it was true. She doubted she would ever grow to like him, but perhaps that was unfair. He had contrived to speak privately with her last evening. He had sat beside her, a little apart from most of the other guests who were grouped about the pianoforte, listening to the musical offerings of several of their number.
"Lady Emily,"
he had said, a look of frank apology on his face,
"will you ever be able to forgive me?"
She had not known quite how to react. A swift glance had shown that both Ashley and Luke were not far away.
"My behaviour was unpardonable," he had said. "Even if you had been what I mistook you for, it would have been unpardonable. I will not even try to justify what I said and what I suggested. I can only ask humbly for your pardon, without any expectation that it is my right to receive it. Will you forgive me?"
It had been a handsome apology, and she had been able to see nothing but shame and sincerity in his eyes. She had nodded her head quickly.
"My sincerest thanks," he had said, "and my sincerest good wishes. Ashley is my dearest friend, but it does not take the intuition of friendship to see that he has conceived a deep affection for you. May I hope for his sake that you return it?"
She would not answer that. It was none of his concern.
"I ask only," he had said, "because 'tis my dearest wish to see him happy again, and I believe you are the lady to make him happy. But not here. At Penshurst, I mean. Always here the memory of his late wife would come between you, Lady Emily. Pardon me for speaking so frankly about what seems not to concern me, but friends must always wish the best for each other. I have offered to purchase Penshurst. I like it. So I am somewhat partial, you see." He had smiled. "Persuade Ashley to accept my offer. 'Twill be for your happiness and his." He had looked apologetic again. "And mine." It had not been easy to understand every word. He was undoubtedly unaccustomed to talking to a deaf person, but she had understood the main message, she believed. She still felt surprise. He wished to buy Penshurst. Was he not an army officer? She hoped Ashley would not sell. She had felt a strange attachment to Penshurst, almost from her first sight of it. But at least this morning she could feel a certain respect for the Major. She would work on growing to like him. After all, people constantly did unforgivable things. Why would forgiveness be of any value if it were reserved only for forgivable offences? And didn't Ashley wrongly believe that he had done something unforgivable? The mist was lifting in places. She stood still to gaze downward at a short stretch of the river, which had for the moment come into view. The mist had made her hair damp. She lifted a hand to push it back behind one shoulder. And then she felt such a piercing dread that she became momentarily paralysed. There was the quite irrational terror that her heart had stopped and would not start beating again. She seemed to have forgotten how to draw breath into her lungs. She did not know where the terror came from, and for those few moments she was unable even to turn her head to find its source. There were only mist and trees and hillside, and a wide, bloody swathe across the back of her lifted hand. She stared at it as if it was someone else's hand, someone else's wound. Several moments passed before she recognized that the main focus of her feelings was pain. Her eyes turned to the tree trunk directly behind her and gazed at it. Her mind must be working very sluggishly, she suddenly thought with great lucidity. She had been staring at the bullet embedded in the trunk for several seconds before she really saw it. Now she stared for several more seconds, and then again down at her hand, from which the blood was dripping onto her skirt. Panic took her then, and she hurtled blindly downward through the mist, wailing loudly, without realizing that she was doing so. The silence was a ravening terror at her back. A footman in the hall of the house gaped at her, but he did not have to react further. Luke was on his way downstairs. He paused for a moment before hurrying toward her. She collided with his chest and clawed at him. "Hush, hush, hush," he was saying, but she did not look at his mouth. He lifted her chin and held her head steady. "What have you done to your hand? It appears to be bleeding rather copiously. Hush now, hush, Emily. I shall take you to your room and we will have it seen to." But she clawed at him again without seeing his words, and then other hands gripped her shoulders tightly from behind. She did not hear herself scream. "She has cut herself rather nastily," Luke was saying. "She is also in shock." One of the hands on her shoulders moved down her back to behind her knees. The other circled her shoulders. Ashley lifted her into his arms. "Try not to struggle, love," he said, "or I may drop you. Luke, will you bring Anna to her room? We will have to see if a physician is needed. Hush, love, shh." She was still wailing. She buried her face against Ashley's neck as the concerned face of Major Cunningham came into view. He had been in his study, writing some letters before breakfast. His pen had made an ugly squiggle across the page and spattered it with ink blots when he had heard her. The sounds had been chillingly inhuman, more like those of an animal in pain than of a woman. Yet he had known even before flinging back the door and striding out into the hall that it was Emmy. "Shh, love, shh," he said to her as he carried her up the stairs, though he knew she could not hear him. The horrible wailing continued. Luke hurried ahead of them, presumably to fetch Anna. But it was not necessary. She was running down from the floor above, her eyes wide with alarm. "Merciful heaven!" she exclaimed. "What has happened? Emmy, what has she done?" "She has cut her hand," Luke said, "and is deep in shock." He hurried on ahead to open the door to Emily's room. Ashley set her down on the bed, but she clutched at him with renewed panic. The sounds had not abated at all.
"Hush, love," he said, and heedless of his brother and sister-in-law, who were both in the room, he followed her down onto the bed and gathered her against him, rocking her, crooning to her.
"Emmy!"
Anna's voice was shaking.
"Emmy, what happened?"
Luke was talking to a maid, for whom he must have rung, or who had been sent up. He was directing her to bring warm water and cloths, soothing ointment and bandages. His voice, as one might have expected of Luke, sounded reassuringly firm and calm. It was a raw and nasty cut, Ashley saw, when he looked down at the hand that clutched his frock coat. And still bleeding. It must hurt like the devil, he thought. But she was too distraught even to feel the pain at the moment. He forced her head back from his chest and held her chin firmly. "Emmy," he said. Her eyes were clenched tightly shut. He kissed each in turn, and then her mouth. "Emmy." Her eyes, when she opened them, were blank with terror. Oh, God. And he had looked out of his window this morning, seen the weather, and assumed that she would not think of going out. He had not been there to watch over her. "Hush, my love," he said. "I have you safe. No one is going to harm you now. You see, Anna and Luke are here too." Why was it that he could never seem to protect the women in his life? The wailing stopped finally. She stared blankly at him, and then looked over his shoulder at her sister and Luke.
"Emmy,"
Anna said.
"Oh, Emmy, what happened?"
"Set them down beside the bed,"
Luke was instructing the maid.
"Then you may leave."
"I am going to let you go, love," Ashley said, "and get up so that we can attend to your hand." Her eyes moved to it and stared blankly. He eased away from her and stood up beside the bed, but her hysteria did not return. Her face and even her lips were chalk white. She winced, but did not make a sound when Anna spread a towel beside her and gently spread her hand on it.
"Oh, Emmy,"
she said.
"It looks worse than it is,"
Luke said, setting a hand on Anna's shoulder.
"When the blood is sponged away, my dear, you will see that 'tis no mortal wound."
Anna was dabbing with a damp cloth about the long gash across the back of Emily's hand.
"Emmy,"
Ashley said when her eyes found him.
"You fell."
No, she had not fallen.
"You scraped it?"
he asked.
"Against a tree? A rock? A building?"
No. It suddenly occurred to him that a mere cut incurred in such a manner, even if rather a deep one, and even given the amount of blood lost, would not have sent her into such deep shock anyway. Not Emmy.
"What happened?"
he asked.
"Can you tell me?"
She stared at him for a long time. Then she lifted her free hand, seemed not to know quite how to explain, and finally formed it into the unmistakable shape of a pistol and pointed it at the window opposite.
"Sounds,"
Luke said.
"Someone shot at you?"
Ashley felt suddenly as if all the blood had drained out of his head.
"You saw him, Emmy?"
No, she shook her head. She would not have heard a shot. How could she know then, Ashley wondered. But cuts like that did not simply appear from nowhere.
"How do you know?"
he asked her. Anna, he could see, had looked up from her task, her face as white as her sister's. There had been something behind her, something big.
"A tree?"
he asked. Yes, a tree, and something small and round. She formed it with her forefinger curled into the base of her thumb against the tree.
"A bullet,"
Luke said quietly. She was not looking at him.
"A bullet?"
Ashley asked. Yes, a bullet, lodged in the trunk of the tree behind her. It had cut a swathe across the back of her hand, no more than a few inches from her body, from her heart. It was her left hand that had been hurt. Someone had shot at Emmy and had missed killing her by only a few inches.
"But you saw no one?"
he asked her.
"Either before or after it happened?"
No, no one. She winced again. Anna was crying and dabbing at the cut. Luke squeezed her shoulder and reached for the jar of ointment.
"Move aside, my dear," he said. "I will finish this and bind up her hand. Some laudanum would not be amiss, I believe." "Emmy," Ashley said, "we are going to need to know what happened to frighten you 2 mornings ago. We need to know who wishes you harm.
Who could want to harm Emmy? Ashley asked himself. Verney? But why? Had Verney shot Gregory Kersey after all? In the same hills, with the same gun? But why Emmy? Her eyes closed, and her teeth bit into her lower lip as Luke applied a liberal dose of ointment to her hand and began to bandage it.
I believe a physician's services will be unnecessary, he said, unless the shock has still not worn off after she has slept. But the questions will have to wait, Ash. I need to know, Ashley said. I am going to kill him, whoever he is.
I shall help you, Anna said fiercely.
You will stay close to your sister while she has need of you, madam, Luke said quietly and gently, and to our children who have a right to your attentions.
And leave the serious business of guarding our safety to the men in the family, she said sharply, her eyes flashing. 'Tis always the way of the world. And what if the men fail? Ashley watched in some astonishment as his brother and his brother's wife, the models of marital love and affection, proceeded to quarrel. Luke, his task completed, looked coolly at Anna.
To my knowledge, I have not failed you yet, madam, he said.
But once you needed my help, she said. Once I helped you kill a man who needed to be killed. Luke raised his eyebrows and pursed his lips.
And so you did, madam, he said.
Then do not tell me that I have no further use in life than to comfort my sister and play with my children, she said. Luke had killed Anna's kidnapper years ago, after Ashley went to India. He had not heard before now of Anna's having had any part in that killing.
I ask your pardon, Luke said. If you wish to continue this difference of opinion, Anna, I shall be at your service later in the privacy of our own rooms.
She flushed, opened her mouth, and closed it again. Ashley sat on the side of the bed and took Emily's good hand in his own. She opened her eyes and looked at him.
You are in pain? He asked. I shall have some laudanum brought up.
She shook her head.
But you will stay here and sleep? He asked her.
She nodded, but her hand tightened about his.
You must not fear, he said. I shall see that someone is always with you night and day. I shall have a maid sent to sit with you.
He would have stayed himself, but there were proprieties to be observed. He wondered what Anna and Luke had made of his lying on the bed with her when he had carried her in. And had he not been calling her his love? For Emmy's sake, he did not wish to arouse their suspicions. Perhaps she would still refuse to marry him when he next offered. I shall stay with her, of course, Anna said. I intended to do so even before I was informed that it is my function in life. There was a definite edge to her voice. Harry will not need me for a few hours.
I have a strong premonition, Luke said, sounding both bored and haughty, that I have just fashioned a scourge with which I am to be whipped mercilessly for the next eternity or two.
Anna will stay with you, Ashley told Emily.
Both Luke and I will be in the house, and Roderick too, I dare say. He will be waiting to hear what happened. He is a military officer, well experienced at defending people in danger, and there are many servants here. You are quite safe. Do you believe that?
If she did not, then he would stay himself and to hell with propriety. She nodded. He raised her hand to his lips.
Try to sleep, he said. Later we will talk and get to the bottom of what has been happening here. I will put everything right for you so that you will never have to fear again.
It was perhaps a rash promise, he mused.
I swear it, little fawn. On my honour.
She smiled, a mere ghost of a smile, for the first time since he had picked her up downstairs in the hall and carried her up here to her room. And she closed her eyes. Luke, looking somewhat grim about the mouth and eyes, was holding the door open for him. He closed it behind them after they had left the room. Roderick Cunningham was pacing back and forth in the corridor outside, a look of deep concern on his face. Chapter 24. Anna was suckling Harry, who had been crying lustily when she arrived in the main room of the nursery. He had been playing happily with his sister until his stomach suddenly told him that his mamma was late and he was hungry. He was now contentedly sucking. The housekeeper was sitting with a sleeping Emily, who had been persuaded, after all, to take a small dose of laudanum to ease the pain in her hand. Anna did not look up when the door opened and closed, or when her husband seated himself in a chair close to hers. She was quite out of charity with him, especially over the fact that he had had to point out to her, in his usual oblique way, the distasteful nature of quarrelling in public.
"Your only function in life is not to care for my children, Anna," he said, after several minutes had passed in silence, "or even to bear them, nor is it to give pleasure to my bed. Though you perform all of those functions superlatively, you are the joy of my heart and half of my soul. Yet your function is not even to be those things. 'Tis merely to be, as a person worthy of my respect, regardless of your gender or your relationship to me."
Oh. She still refused to look up. She watched Harry pull on one of his ears as he sucked. "You were always magnificently clever with words, and you have rehearsed this speech. 'Tis not fair."
"Rehearsals take time and effort," he said, "and commitment and conviction. I belittled you, and I hurt you, and I beg your pardon."
She looked at him, and her lips quirked. "I wish your Paris acquaintances could hear you apologize to a woman," she said. "To your own wife."
"They would assume that I had been corrupted by English beef and English ale," he said. "They would be immensely saddened. Forgive me."
She smiled, but she sobered instantly. "Someone is trying to kill Emmy," she said. "Who could possibly wish to do such a thing?"
"Perhaps,"
he said, his elbows on the chair arms, his fingers steepled.
"Someone who knows that she is precious to Ashley."
She frowned and lifted Harry against one shoulder so that she could rub his back and pat it to dislodge the wind he never failed to swallow. "But who would wish to hurt Ashley?" she asked. "No one here has even known him for long."
"He was Alice's husband," he said. "Ashley tells me that Alice dismissed Mr. Binchley as steward here before she left for India. Mr. Binchley and his daughter now live in near poverty outside the gates of Penshurst. Someone appears to have shot Alice's brother. The verdict was that 'twas an accident, though no one ever admitted to doing the shooting. Ashley believes 'twas murder. And now, soon after Ashley has returned, someone has been frightening the woman he loves."
"Trying to kill her?" she said.
"I doubt it."
Luke considered for a moment.
"It was misty this morning. Whoever did the shooting must have been close. Emily's deafness would enable him to draw quite close without much fear of detection. Unless he was a very poor shot, 'tis surprising that he hit so far from his mark. Assuming that he was close, and that his mark was her heart, I believe the intention was merely to frighten her. If so, then 'twas brilliantly successful."
Anna shuddered. She set Harry to her other breast, the wind having been quite audibly dislodged. "But who?" she said. "And why? What does Emmy, or Ashley, have to do with what happened here before he even met Alice?"
"We will have to hope, my dear," he said, "that Emily can enlighten us as to the nature of the first frightening experience she had. If she saw someone and can tell us his identity, or her identity for that matter, then perhaps we can proceed further."
"Was Ashley serious when he said he would kill the man responsible?" she asked.
"Were you serious," he asked, looking steadily at her, "when you said you would help?"
"Yes," she said after a pause.
"I believe, my dear," he said, "that Ashley has a stronger motivation even than yours to stake his life on Emily's protection."
She said no more, but lowered her gaze to Harry, who was beginning to tire and lose some interest in his meal. Luke sat quietly watching them. Wisely, he did not reflect aloud on the fact that a man would willingly die to protect the peace and safety of his woman and of the children they had begotten together in love.
"Come with me, Rod?"
Ashley asked. The two of them were sitting in the study, waiting for Emily to wake up, Ashley supposed. There was little else to do. He had walked about on the hill behind the house with his friend, while Luke had stayed at the house at his request, and it seemed to him that they had looked at every tree. They had found no bullet, and what would have been solved if they had, he did not know. Now his butler had brought word that Sir Henry Verney and Miss Verney had come to call on her Grace and Lady Emily, and that he had shown them into the visitors' salon. Ashley's first instinct had been to send word back simply that the ladies were not receiving.
"Of course, it would be my pleasure."
Major Cunningham got to his feet, but he clapped a hand on Ashley's shoulder before they reached the door.
"But 'twould be as well to keep a cool head, Ash. Despite what you have told me, there is nothing to prove that Verney has any reason to wish Lady Emily harm, or you either. Besides, I like the man."
Barbara Verney was rising to her feet when they walked through the doorway of the salon. Sir Henry Verney was standing before the window, his back to it. Both looked somewhat surprised to see neither Anna nor Emily.
"Miss Verney."
Ashley made her a bow.
"Verney, this is a pleasure my sister-in-law and Lady Emily will regret having missed."
"Oh," Miss Verney said, after curtsying to both him and the Major. "They are from home. What a disappointment. You see, Henry, I told you this was rather a late hour of the morning to be paying a call."
"Please do have a seat,"
Ashley said, indicating the one she had risen from at his entrance.
"I shall have some tea brought in. They are not from home. Lady Emily is indisposed, and her Grace is tending her."
Both looked instantly and politely concerned.
"I hope 'tis not a serious indisposition,"
Sir Henry said.
"No," Ashley said, "not serious. I do believe," Major Cunningham said, smiling appreciatively at Barbara Verney, "that I must have been from England altogether too long. The styles of ladies' hair and hats are far more becoming now than they used to be. Or perhaps 'tis just that the few ladies I have seen since my return have superior beauty and taste."
Miss Verney laughed. "If you flatter the enemy as you flatter my sex, Major," she said, "'tis no wonder France was defeated in the recent war." But the Major insisted that she describe to him how ladies succeeded in dressing their hair so high and keeping its height.
"Pads," he said after she had explained. "Ingenious, madam, and altogether enchanting."
They drank their tea and conversed on a wide range of topics, all decidedly frivolous, and all directed by Major Cunningham. "'Tis a good thing, Henry," Miss Verney said, setting down her cup and saucer and signalling an early departure, "that you did not leave me at the door as you suggested, in order to go about your own business before returning for me. I would have been an embarrassment to Lord Ashley."
"Not at all, Miss Verney," he said. "I would have been pleased to show you the park and the river walk. Are you familiar with them?"
"From childhood," she said, getting to her feet. "I am sorry about Lady Emily. You will convey our good wishes to her for her restored health, my lord. We would have called earlier this morning, but Henry was from home from first light until little more than an hour ago. 'Twas most provoking, when he had promised to escort me on several visits in addition to this one." She smiled at her brother to indicate that she was teasing rather than seriously scolding. Ashley drew a slow breath.
"Where were you?"
he asked Sir Henry.
"I beg your pardon?"
Sir Henry looked back at him with raised eyebrows.
"I asked where you were this morning between first light and 1 hour ago," Ashley said. "I ask again, where were you?"
"Ash," Major Cunningham said, touching him lightly on the arm. They were all on their feet. Ashley jerked his arm away.
"Where were you?"
he asked again. Sir Henry's eyes narrowed.
"I am not convinced that I owe you or anyone else an explanation for my movements, Kendrick," he said. "And if you will excuse me, there is a lady in the room. I will escort her home." "I believe," Major Cunningham said, "it might be wise to tell them what happened this morning, Ash."
"What happened?" Miss Verney was looking bewildered and rather pale. "What did happen this morning?"
"Perhaps you can tell us,"
Ashley said, not taking his eyes from Sir Henry.
"Ash!"
The Major's voice had taken on a note of authority.
"Sit down. Miss Verney, please do seat yourself again. Lady Emily was shot at this morning up on the hill.
Barbara Verney pressed both hands to her mouth.
Fortunately, the Major said, apart from a badly grazed hand and badly shocked nerves, she is unharmed. And you think I did it, Sir Henry said, almost in a whisper. Egad, you still think I killed Greg Kersey. And you think now I tried to kill Lady Emily. Do you believe I make a career of shooting people, even when they have done nothing to offend me? I will meet you for this, Kendrick.
He drew an audible breath through his nose.
But this is not for a lady's ears. Come, Barbara. I will take you home and deal with this later.
No,
she said, her voice shaking. She sat down.
Let us deal with it now, and without foolish talk of duels. Lord Ashley is upset, Henry. Lady Emily is his guest here, and we all know that even besides that point he has an affection for her. And all he did was ask you a question, which you refused to answer. I believe 'tis time for some plain speaking.
Bravo, madam, Major Cunningham said. Sir Henry, sit down, if you please. Sit down, Ash. Perhaps you would prefer that I leave.
No, Ashley said quickly. Stay, please.
You must tell Lord Ashley what you believe, Henry,
his sister said.
It concerns your late wife, Sir Henry said stiffly. Perhaps you should hear it alone.
No, Ashley said. He had seated himself again. Sir Henry did not sit.
Whatever you have to say can be said in Major Cunningham's hearing. 'Tis my belief, Sir Henry said, that Gregory Kersey's death was not accidental. He might have taken his own life. He had a gun with him, and it had been recently fired, as had all our guns, of course. He had motive, perhaps, but I believe 'twas murder.
He drew a deep breath.
I believe Alice killed him.
What? The word came out as a whisper. Everything had blackened about the edges of Ashley's vision.
But why?
Major Cunningham's voice, sounding strangely calm, broke into the ensuing silence.
He was to marry Catherine Binchley the very day he died, Sir Henry said. He had the special licence, and had made the arrangements for the ceremony to be performed quietly in a different parish.
Ashley could do nothing but stare at him.
And you believe that Lady Ashley, Miss Kersey, killed her brother merely because she was about to be supplanted as Mistress of Penshurst?
The Major asked.
It sounds a trifle extreme, does it not? Not for that reason.
Sir Henry was looking at Ashley.
I believe you understand, Kendrick. She told you all, except perhaps the incriminating details I have just mentioned.
But he did not understand at all. Not at all. He felt as if he must have walked into some bizarre dream.
Tell me,
he said. Sir Henry looked acutely uncomfortable. He glanced at Major Cunningham and at his sister.
I know already, Henry, she said. I guessed, and you did not deny it, remember? You need not worry now about my sensibilities.
She was upset at the whole idea of his marrying, Sir Henry said. She was fond of him.
He cleared his throat nervously.
She was over-fond of him.
Egad, the Major said. But Ashley's eyes had closed. Into his consciousness rushed a detail that perhaps he had kept at bay ever since meeting Sir Henry Verney. Ashley had reminded her of her lover, Alice had told him, on the morning after their disastrous wedding night. That was what had attracted her to him. He had reminded her of her lover, Sir Henry Verney. But Verney looked nothing whatsoever like himself, and one of Emmy's signed messages just yesterday echoed loudly in his mind, as if she had spoken aloud. Like you, she had indicated. She had been pointing to the portrait of Gregory Kersey, set in a twin frame with Alice's portrait. Like you.
She was an unhappy woman when Gregory started paying court to Catherine, Sir Henry said. As unhappy about it as I was. But you were her lover, Ashley said without opening his eyes. Catherine's, Sir Henry said stiffly. No, I behaved with honour toward her.
No, Barbara Verney said. He means Alice's, Henry.
Alice's? Sir Henry looked shocked. I was Alice's lover? Is that what she told you? Egad, 'tis not true as I live.
But Alice had not been a virgin. She had not been a virgin.
I can see, Sir Henry said, that all of this is new to you, Kendrick. I am sorry, truly sorry. I assumed when you told me Alice had told you all, that she had told you the truth, even if she had withheld the most violent and incriminating part of it. Your quarrel with Kersey, Ashley said, was occasioned by the fact that you both loved the same woman. 'Twas not because he knew you had debauched his sister.
Dear Lord God,
Barbara Verney said.
No, Sir Henry said quietly. Her attachment to her brother was so strong that she would kill him rather than lose him to another woman, Major Cunningham asked. Do you have any proof that she shot him, Verney? Or is this a wild guess?
Yes, her attachment was that strong, Ashley thought, with certainty. They had been lovers. Her eyes had been fiercely fanatical when she had told her husband of 24 hours that she still loved the other man, that she would always love him, always. Yes, she had loved him enough to kill him, and to live in torment ever after.
She was on the hill, Sir Henry said. I saw her fleeing downward when I stopped and looked back after hearing the shot. She denied having been there when I confronted her, and then admitted it. She claimed to have been coming to join the shoot. She did sometimes, and to have heard the lone shot, and to have seen her brother down. She claimed to have been too filled with horror and panic to go close. She had run back to the house for help. But there was a firmness, an intrepidity about Alice that made that explanation ring not quite true. Besides, she did not send Binchley to look until hours later. Do I have proof that she killed Greg? No. Perhaps I have always been glad that I did not. I kept my mouth shut. Even Barbara has only guessed these things until this morning. She is now hearing for the first time, as you are, that I saw Alice. Why might it have been suicide? Major Cunningham asked. Why might Kersey have killed himself on the morning of his wedding?
Ashley's elbows were on his knees, his face in his hands.
His love for Catherine was a sudden thing, Sir Henry said, an edge of bitterness in his voice. And he was an unhappy man. We had always been close friends. But there was a barrier there between us even before he took Catherine from me. There was something he was not willing to talk about, something I could only guess at. 'Twas only later that I discovered Barbara had made the same guesses. He was trying to make his life more normal, then, the Major said. I believe so.
Sir Henry had gone to stand at the window, his back to the room.
Henry has been puzzled and hurt by the extent of your hostility,
Miss Verney said quietly to Ashley.
'Tis clear now that there has been a huge misunderstanding. I think we should take our leave, Henry. Major? He looks in a state of near collapse.
I shall see to him, madam, Major Cunningham said. I am his friend.
Yes, she said. I can see that. Come, Henry.
Ashley was aware of Sir Henry Verney's stopping beside him on his way to the door. For a moment, a hand rested on his shoulder.
I am sorry, Sir Henry said.
Ashley kept his head down, his face resting on his hands. His wife's brother had also been her lover. She had killed him because he had been trying to break free of an incestuous relationship by taking a wife.
Henry,
his sister said, as their carriage drove away from the house.
He did not know. That poor man.
There is one thing no one seemed to think about, he said, though I dare say Kendrick will think about it soon enough. The person who killed Greg cannot be the same person who shot at Lady Emily this morning, not if our suspicions are correct. So who did shoot at her, and why?
I thought all unpleasantness concerning Penshurst was at an end when Alice went away, she said with a sigh. Now it seems to be back again. But can there possibly be any connection? What What were you doing all morning?"
His smile was rather crooked. "Are you wondering if I was on that hill?" he asked.
"Of course not," she said briskly. "I am just curious."
"I was riding for most of the time," he said. "If you were to ask me exactly where I rode, I would be unable to answer. I do not remember. I went to see Catherine earlier. I often do, you know, before Eric rises, and she has no time for me. I offered for her at last. I finally got up the courage. She refused me."
"Oh, Henry,"
she said, and she leaned across the space between their seats to lay a sympathetic hand on his arm.
"But why? She has always been fond of you. I used to think she loved you. I have thought recently that she loves you again, if she ever stopped."
"She said no." He set his head back against the cushions. "She would offer no explanation. Just no."
"I am so sorry,"
she said. But when the carriage reached the gates to the park, Sir Henry turned to rap on the front panel for his coachman to stop outside the Benchley cottage. Eric was, as usual, swinging on the gate. He was smiling and waving.
"What is it today?"
Barbara called to him after pulling down the window.
"A horse? A ship? A cloud?" he said. "I am riding across the sky. Grandfer told me a story about a god who rode his chariot across the sky, but I am riding a cloud."
"Eric," Sir Henry said, "ask your mamma if she will step outside for a moment." Eric went skipping off up the path. "I will not intrude upon her," Sir Henry explained when his sister looked at him in inquiry. "But I very much need to talk to her." She came, wiping her hands on a clean white apron as she did so. She did not look at the carriage, but somewhere on the ground before her feet. She looked as if she might have been crying.
"Catherine,"
Barbara said,
"you are busy as usual, and as usual you make me feel like an idler."
"Cathy," Sir Henry said, "we have come from Penshurst. Lady Emily Marlowe was shot at this morning by an unknown person for an unknown reason." Her eyes looked up at him, wide with dismay. "She was not badly hurt," he said. "She is suffering more from shock than from her wounds, I believe. I tell you only so that you will be careful, so that you will stay close to the house unless your father is with you, and so that you will watch Eric. Promise me." Her face had blanched. "Cathy," he said.
"You have frightened her," Barbara said. "There is no reason whatsoever to fear, Catherine. Only to be a little cautious, perhaps. How lovely all your flowers are. You are so very clever and industrious."
Catherine Smith had set her arms around her son from behind. She lowered her face to kiss the top of his head. "Cathy," Sir Henry said. He sighed in frustration. "Be careful." He signalled his coachman to drive on. She stood for a long while with her arms about Eric, looking after the carriage. Eventually he protested, and she released him so that he could continue with his game. She stared sightlessly around at the flowers. Chapter 25. Emily came downstairs for tea. Apart from a slight pallor and her heavily bandaged hand, one would not have known that anything was very wrong with her, Ashley thought, bowing over her good hand in the drawing-room and seating her beside him on a sofa. She was dressed prettily and fashionably in spring green, with delicate flowers embroidered onto her stomacher and the robings of her open gown. Her hair was neatly dressed beneath a frothy little wing cap. He resisted the need to sit closer to her than propriety would allow, and to draw her arm through his. She answered all inquiries about her health with a smile.
"She refused to lie abed any longer," Anna said, "or to take any more laudanum. The hand must be very painful, though."
"Sometimes pain is preferable to the feeling of being drugged," Luke said. "'Tis but a cut, Anna, though a nasty one to be sure." "Lady Emily's courage is to be much commended," Major Cunningham said. "Many ladies of my acquaintance would cower in their rooms for days or even weeks after such an experience." Emily smiled her way through tea. Ashley noticed that she made little attempt to follow the conversation. It had not taken Ashley long after the departure of Sir Henry Verney and his sister to realise that the mystery of what had happened to Emily this morning and 2 days ago had deepened. Only she herself could enlighten them, but now seemed hardly the time. Luke and Anna thought that they should take her away, back to Bowden, at least until Theo and Lady Quinn returned to London. Ashley could not help but agree, though with the greatest reluctance. He wanted to marry her. He was half convinced that this time she might be prevailed upon to accept his offer. But how could he marry her if she must leave Penshurst, if it was not safe for her? There was only one answer, of course, and Roderick Cunningham had provided it in private, after the 4-way conference on Emily's safety had been concluded over luncheon. Ashley must live elsewhere with her. The offer to purchase Penshurst was still open. It was an offer Ashley hated to consider seriously. Penshurst was his. He already felt the attachment of ownership. He and Emily had loved here and found happiness together here. Lasting happiness, he hoped. He wanted to settle with her here, have children with her here, grow old with her here. He did not want to be driven away. He did not want to fear to bring her into this part of the world. And who knew for sure that the strange assaults would not follow her elsewhere? He would far prefer to find her assailant than to run from him, or her. But he had told Roderick that he would think about selling. His friend had laid a hand on his shoulder.
"I know 'twould wrench your heart, Ash," he had said, "but I know that giving up Lady Emily would shatter it. Think about my offer. There is no hurry, no pressure. We are friends." "Come for a walk, Emmy?" Ashley asked now, setting a hand on hers to draw her attention. "The rain has stopped. Will it frighten you too much to leave the house, with me at your side?"
No, she told him. She was not afraid. She left and came back with one of her attractive, wide-brimmed straw hats perched forward over her brow and secured with a wide ribbon bow at the back of her neck beneath her cap. But he stopped her in the hall before they stepped outside. He made sure that he was not within earshot of any of the footmen, then said,
"Emmy, answer some questions before we leave. We may need pen and paper. You did not see the person who shot at you this morning. Did you see the person who frightened you 2 days ago?"
He could see she had, though she was obviously reluctant to say so. But she did not eventually. He breathed an inward sigh of relief and satisfaction.
"Who?" he said. "Tell me who."
"No," she told him, biting her lip.
"Emmy."
He caught at her upper arms and bent his head closer.
"Let us go into the study. Write the name for me. I must know. I must be able to protect you from further harm."
"No," she said, frowning. He drew a deep breath and let it out on a sigh.
"Tell me then," he said, "do you believe there is any connection between the 2 incidents?"
She was very firm in her answer. No, there was no connection. But how could she be certain, he wondered.
"Are you very sure of that?" he asked her. "Sure beyond any doubt at all?"
He searched her eyes.
"Yes,"
she said. And so his final hope was gone. It was frustrating not to know who had frightened her so badly, but she seemed quite convinced that whoever it was had not also tried to kill her this morning. They strolled along the river walk, her arm drawn firmly through his. Though he usually wore it only for evening dress occasions, he was wearing his sword beneath his skirted coat, and in one pocket of his coat he carried a loaded pistol. It was not a good way to be in one's own home, he thought. Perhaps in a different home he would feel more in control, better able to protect his woman.
"Emmy,"
he said, dipping his head so that she would see him beneath the brim of her hat.
"Luke and Anna wish to take you home to Bowden, perhaps even tomorrow."
She stopped walking and stared at him with wide eyes.
"I cannot fight them on it," he said. "I do not have the right, and I am as concerned for your safety as they are. What is your wish?"
She spoke very carefully.
"You want it?"
she asked him. He could tell by her lifted brows that it was a question, not a statement. Love made him selfish. He hesitated, but he shook his head finally. "No," he said, "but you have been very badly frightened here, Emmy. Perhaps you ought to go. I can come to Bowden when I have settled a few things here."
"No," she said.
"You would not want me to come?" he asked her.
She tipped her head to one side and looked reproachfully at him. "I will stay here," she told him firmly with her hands.
"I will make Penshurst safe for you then," he said. "I promise you, Emmy. And then you can live here without fear. Forever, if you wish."
It was the wrong time to say more, though he yearned to do so, and her eyes appeared to tell him that she wished it too. It just seemed to him that his life was still too full of tangles, or perhaps fuller of tangles now than it had been even the day before. He bent his head and kissed her. She woke up with a feeling of deep dread. The room was dark, despite the fact that the curtains were pulled back both from about her bed and from the window. It was still. Not a shadow moved. But why would she expect one to do so? And why this feeling? It was only when she gripped the bedclothes covering her and felt the bandage on her left hand and winced with the pain of the sudden movement that she remembered. She did not like the helpless feeling that fear brought. All her life she had fought it. Because she was deaf, she was perhaps more susceptible to fear than most people. But she had never been willing for fear to master her. She had fought hard to be in control of her emotions, to make peace the dominating force of her life. She had tried again when she came to bed earlier. She had refused to have either Anna or a maid sleep in her room with her. She had even refused to allow herself to leave the candles burning. It seemed that since coming to Penshurst, there had been nothing but one fear following another. Perhaps she ought to do what Anna and Luke wished her to do, and what even Ashley advised. Perhaps she should leave Penshurst and go home to Bowden. But she did not want to leave. She wanted to stay with Ashley. He had mentioned forever during their walk by the river. She wanted forever with him, or at least the rest of their lives. She even dared to hope that he was coming to love her as she loved him. Besides, she did not want to run from her fear. If she ran now, perhaps she would find herself running all her life. She would start seeing herself as a handicapped person. She had given in to the temptation to take a small dose of laudanum again at bedtime, she remembered. Her hand had been stinging beyond her power to ignore. The effects of the drug had worn off. Doubtless it was the disorienting effect of emerging from her drugged state that had caused her to wake up in the state of panic that still had her heart thumping uncomfortably against her ribcage. The fear was so very hard to shrug off. She dared not move. But why? She deliberately turned onto her side, wriggling and squirming to find a comfortable position. She would conquer this fear soon, she decided. She would close her eyes and go back to sleep. But her eyes focused on the small table beside her bed. The familiar contours of the candle in its ornate candlestick were obscured by something larger. She tried to remember what it was. Her small prayer book was at the edge of the table where she had placed it last night. What was the larger object? Her mind puzzled over it, tried to remember, entirely without success. Finally, she was forced to sit up in order to lean over and touch it. She picked it up and still could not remember. It was heavy, a picture frame. No, 2 picture frames, hinged together. And then she knew. The feeling of dread returned, redoubled in strength. How had it come here? It had not been here when she went to bed. She scrambled out of bed, clutching the frames to her bosom. She looked wildly about her for her nightrobe. It should have been over the back of the chair beside the fireplace, but it was not there. She could not remember where she had put it. She set down the picture frames on the bed and went searching in her dressing room. But her mind was too distraught even to remember what she was looking for.
She opened the door into the corridor outside and fled along it. His door was unlocked. She opened it in a hurry, rushed inside and closed it behind her. She stood with her back against it, trying to catch her breath, trying to calm her mind, trying to remember why she had come and where she was. And then her eyes focused on the bed. He was getting out of it and coming toward her. He was naked, she could see in the near darkness. His hands were on her shoulders. He was talking to her, she knew, though she could not see his lips clearly. His hands gripped tightly and pulled her against him. She shuddered into his warmth. She was on the bed then, without knowing how she had got there. It was soft and warm from his body heat. He was sitting on the edge of the bed, close beside her, lighting a candle. He had pulled on a red silk robe, though she had not seen him do so. "Emmy," he leaned over her. "My love, what is it?" Her teeth were chattering. She was in his room, she realized. Why? His fingers were smoothing through the hair at her temple. "You woke up and were frightened?" he asked. "You should have allowed Anna to stay with you, or at least one of the maids." Yes, she had woken up frightened, and alone. There had been a shape. His mouth was on hers, warm, comforting. "Shall I send for Anna?" he asked her. His eyes suggested something else. No, she told him without words. No, she could not move again. She could not go back there. But where? And why could she not go back? "Are you in pain?" he asked. "The laudanum must be wearing off. It has left you disoriented." Her hand was throbbing. She became aware of the fact only when he asked. It was not unbearable. She did not want any more laudanum. Laudanum made her strange, filled her with fears. She hated being afraid. She was still afraid from the last dose. She could feel her teeth chattering. "No." He stood up then, undid the belt of his robe, and let the whole garment slide to the floor. He bent to blow out the candle. He was so very beautiful, she thought, even if he was somewhat thinner than he should have been. He was still well-muscled and possessed a graceful masculinity. He lay down beside her and held her close so that she could draw on his warmth and his strength and eventually relax into them. When he finally made love to her, he lay heavily on top of her and pushed swiftly and deeply inside, without first loving her with hands and mouth. He moved with hard, firm strokes. It was as if he knew her need to lose herself in him, to become one with his strength and virility. She did not participate. She lay relaxed and open and grateful. She felt him pressing at her core, and gladly, on this one occasion, allowed him to master her. Sleep came almost at the same moment as the hot gush of his seed. Holding her asleep in his arms, in his own bed, and in his own home, as he did now, brought stark reality to his mind. She was unmarried, yet very possibly she was with child by him. She was a guest, under the protection of his roof. Her sister and his brother were under that same roof, yet she was in his bed. He had been inside her body. It would not do. He could not simply allow matters to continue like this. She would have to go away from Penshurst. That was quite evident now. And if she must go, then he must too. He could not live without her, and he would not do so unless she was very adamant in her refusal. He did not believe she would be. Besides, her choices were very limited now. He did a quick mental calculation of the number of times he had put her in danger of conceiving. She had to go away, and so would he. He held her, and held himself from sleep. He would not take her back to her room before daybreak, but he would have to take her there before any servants were abroad. No one could know that she had spent several hours of the night here. He stared into the darkness. He hated to see what had become of Emmy. He hated to see her cringing with fear, even when there was no foundation for it. She had been safe in his home tonight. She had tried to be brave. They had all pressed her to allow someone to sleep in her room with her, but she had been stubborn in her refusal to show such weakness. Dear Emmy! He longed to see the serenity and the peace back in her life. The strength. It had not escaped his notice earlier that she had not made love, that she had merely surrendered her body to his penetration, and her mind and all her emotions too. He had felt almost as if she had abandoned herself to ravishment, as if she had given up the very essence of herself to his male domination. He had not enjoyed the love-making. He had given her what she had so obviously wanted and needed, but he had not enjoyed it. He had grieved for the person she had denied, for Emmy, for his little fawn. He still grieved for her. He waited for light to dispel the last shadows of darkness before kissing her on the lips and blowing gently against her ear. She stirred sleepily and tried to burrow against him. He quelled desire. "Emmy," he said, kissing her again, "wake up." She would not hear him, of course, but his kisses and his finger running lightly up and down her spine would wake her. Her eyes were blank. She looked at him and then about the room. It was as he had guessed. She had woken from her laudanum-induced sleep, frightened and disoriented, and had come scurrying to him without consciously knowing it. Perhaps she would not even remember that he had made love to her. "You came to me for comfort," he told her. "'Tis all right, Emmy. I will always be here for you, as you were there for me when I first returned to England. I will take you back to your room before anyone is up and about. 'Twould not do for anyone to know you had been here." She got obediently out of bed and waited while he belted his robe about him. He opened the door and made sure the corridor was empty before setting an arm around her and taking her to her room. The bed was unmade, as she had left it when she came to him. He drew her close to him and kissed her. "You will be all right on your own?" he asked her. She nodded. "Promise me you will not go out this morning," he asked. She nodded again. "Go back to bed," he said. "Sleep some more, Emmy. You are quite safe here, I promise you." He let her go and was about to turn back to the door, but there was something lying on her bed, something he instantly recognized. His eyes stilled on it. He felt suddenly cold. "How did Alice's portrait get here, Emmy?" he asked. She turned her head to look at it, and her eyes widened. Her face paled. She looked bewildered when she turned back to him. "You brought it here?" he asked, signing to her. "Why?" She frowned. Why had she gone into that room? Why had she brought Alice's portrait here? It was on the bed, hinged to the matching portrait of Gregory Kersey. On the bed she had got out of last night in order to come to him. She had been terribly frightened, her eyes large with terror, her teeth chattering. "Come," he said gently, picking up the double picture frame and looking for something to set about her shoulders. But there was no shawl or robe in the room. He put his arm around her and drew her close. The door to Alice's dressing room was wide open. So were the doors into the bedchamber and the sitting room. The bedclothes were drawn back, the sheets creased, the pillows dented. A satin nightrobe was flung across the foot of the bed. Emily's arm came up. Her hand was trembling. She indicated the robe and herself. "Mine," she told him by the gesture. Inside the sitting room, the drawer of the escritoire where the portraits had been was wide open. He set them back inside and closed the drawer. He turned Emily toward him and lifted her chin. She was very pale. "Laudanum has terrible effects on some people," he said. "You must not be upset, Emmy. You are not going mad, I do assure you. I am going to take you back to your room and leave you there for a very few minutes. I am going to fetch Anna to you. You are not going to be alone again until you leave Penshurst. I cannot see you like this, always frightened, always pale. I will send you away, and after I have sold Penshurst I will come for you." She moaned.
I will see you happy again and at peace again, he said, before drawing her close for a few moments. I swear it, my love. He took her back to her room and hurried to knock on Luke's door. He was going to dress after talking to them and sending Anna to Emmy. And then he was going to talk to Rod, even if it meant waking him up at this early hour. They had business to discuss. The sale of Penshurst. Chapter 26. Cathy. Sir Henry Verney removed his three-cornered hat when she opened the cottage door. It was very early in the morning. You wished to talk with me? She had sent word the night before with his steward, who had spent the evening visiting her father. He had had the message last night, but it had been too late to come then. He had slept scarcely a wink all night. But if he had expected to be given hope by the first sight of her face, he was disappointed. She looked almost haggard.
Yes.
She leaned against the door.
I did not know to whom to talk. Papa would be merely upset. It was you, or Lord Ashley Kendrick. But I cannot go to him, or ask him to call upon me here. He might tell—
She stopped and looked at him with troubled eyes. Ah, so she had not changed her mind. She had not summoned him to make him the happiest of men. Fetch a shawl, he said, and we will walk. Eric is still asleep.
And Papa too,
she said. He offered his arm as they walked toward the bridge, and was relieved that she took it. They crossed the bridge and turned to walk along the footpath beside the river, on the opposite side from Penshurst Park. What is making you so unhappy? He asked her, after she had had time to compose herself. How can I be of service to you, Cathy?
I do not know where to start,
she said, looking up at him with liquid brown eyes. Wherever you wish, he said. I have all morning, all day to give to you if necessary. She drew breath a few times. Finally, she spoke.
I always assumed that we would marry, she said. You and I mean. I did not believe the difference in our stations would hold you back, and I was fond of you.
Yes, he said. I always assumed it too. I loved you.
I do not know quite what it was with him, she said. With Gregory. Suddenly he seemed to need me. I do not believe he loved me, but he pressed his attentions on me with single-minded determination. I do not know why I responded as I did. I was flattered, perhaps. He was from Penshurst, after all. Papa worked for him, or I felt his need and responded to it. The love you and I seemed to share was a quiet thing. I did not fully realize until afterward how deep it was. I do not know why I responded to him.
I thought, he said, and he could hear the hurt in his own voice, that you had stopped loving me, Cathy, that you had grown to love him.
I think I persuaded myself 'twas so, she said. I knew 'twas not, even before he died. Henry, there was no Mr. Smith. I have never been married.
I know that, he said quietly.
You knew?
She looked up at him and bit her lower lip. Before you even returned here, he said, and if I had not known, I would have realized it as soon as I saw Eric.
He does resemble Gregory, does he not?
She said sadly. Cathy. Hope stirred painfully in him again. Was that why you refused me yesterday? Did you think I did not know? Did you believe I would not want you if I knew you had never been wed? If I knew of Eric's illegitimacy? These things do not matter to me at all. You would be my wife. He would be my son.
I think,
she said, her voice shaking badly,
I am guilty of terrible things, much worse than these.
Tell me, then, he said. 'Tis time. You used not to be as quiet, as unhappy as you have been since your return. He is a lovely child, Cathy, and you are a good mother to him. There seems to be no reason for lasting unhappiness. What are these dreadful things you mention?
I went to stay with my mother's family, she said. They took me in and were kind to me. I was very fortunate, but I was angry and bitter. I had ruined my life, turning to him in his need and away from everything that would have led to my permanent happiness. And even my chance for respectability had been snatched away at the last moment when he died on our wedding day. My son, who would have been heir to Penshurst after his father, was instead a bastard. And Papa, poor innocent Papa, who had always taken such great pride in his work, had been dismissed. All because of her. I do not know why she hated me so, unless it was that I was merely the daughter of her father's steward. But I was a lady. Papa is a gentleman. After all, Gregory would have married sooner or later. She must have realized that. But she did hate me. And I think she hated him too after he told her about me. I think, Henry, I have always thought that she killed him. Is it wicked to suspect such a thing?
No, he said.
Is it true, then?
She stared at him with wide eyes. Yes, he said. I believe so, Cathy.
There was a man, she said, my cousin's friend. He was enormously wealthy, having inherited money from several relatives, though he was rather unhappy about owning no land of his own. He was handsome, charming, sympathetic, attentive. I was soothed by his interest. Gregory was dead. I had lost you. I was grateful to him. I poured out all my bitterness to him, all my hatred, all my suspicions.
Perhaps it was not in the best of taste to do so, he said, when she paused in obvious distress. But 'twas understandable, Cathy. I wish you had come to me.
No, she said, you do not. You were hard and bitter, Henry. You were unkind to me. Not that I blame you. If I had told you afterward that I was to have his child—
Yes, he said quietly. Yes, you are right. I hated you for a long time.
I did not know, she said, that he was conceiving a passion for me, that he was becoming angry on my behalf, that he was plotting revenge on my behalf. Oh, he talked about avenging the wrong that had been done me. He was an army officer, and he thought it possible that his regiment would go to India, where, of course, Lord Kersey was living, at some future time. He said he would see to it that one day Eric would live in his rightful home, and that I, as his mother, would live there too. 'Twas all a game to me, a gleeful, spiteful dream. I encouraged him.
To India, Sir Henry said quietly.
And then, she said, long after I had forgotten about it, and about him too, we heard of Alice's and her son's horrible deaths. And only a few days after that, there came a letter from him, telling me that he was in India and enjoying his duties there. Nothing more. Nothing about Alice. The suspicions have gnawed at me ever since. I have wondered about it, worried about it, had nightmares over it.
'Twas a coincidence, Cathy, he said, covering her hand with his own. 'Twas a coincidence, by my life. You must forget it. Alice and her son died accidentally in a fire.
But he is at Penshurst, she said quickly. He is Lord Ashley's friend, Henry. His friend from India. Major Roderick Cunningham.
Zounds, he said, his reassuring touch turning to a grip.
He has talked to me, she said. He has told me that soon Eric and I will be living at Penshurst with him. I am terrified of him, Henry. What has he done for my sake? And what is he planning to do for my sake? Yesterday morning Lady Emily Marlowe was shot at. By whom? Why? I fear I know the answer to the first question at least.
You have done the right thing in telling me, he said. I shall handle it, Cathy.
I am afraid even for you, she said. What if he sees me walking with you? I should not have come out with you like this.
You must not fear for me, he said.
But am I guilty of murder? She asked him. If he did, am I?
Of course you are not. He turned her to him and held her firmly by the upper arms. Of course you are not, Cathy. I will have to tell Kendrick what you have told me. May I?
You do not think that he would say something to Major Cunningham? She asked.
No, he said. I do not. I have had reasons not to like the man particularly well, but he is no villain. Cathy, why did you refuse me yesterday? Because you were frightened? Because you felt you were guilty of some villainy? Because you are an unmarried mother? Or because you do not want me?
Tears welled in her eyes. Perhaps for all except the last reason, she said.
I will ask you again, then, he said, after this thing is settled.
Henry, she said, what are you going to do?
I am going to consult with Kendrick first, he said. But one thing I promise you, Cathy. Cunningham will not be frightening you again. I can wager Kendrick will say the same for Lady Emily Marlowe.
You will not? She gripped the edges of his coat beneath his cloak. I could not bear it if you were hurt.
He kissed her for the first time in years. She clung even more tightly, pressing her lips hungrily back against his. Just one thing, he said when he raised his head. You will not be living at Penshurst, but you might start wondering if you might like to live at Willowdale Manor, and if you think Lady Verney a prettier name than Mrs. Smith, and if you think Eric Verney sounds like the name of a successful lawyer, or businessman, or clergyman.
Henry, she said, be careful. Oh, do be careful.
Luke, Ashley, and Major Cunningham took the children riding and amused them outdoors for an hour afterward. Anna stayed at home with Emily, conversing cheerfully as she sewed. Afterward, the two of them went to the nursery to play with James and Harry. Luke was there too, helping Joy practice her penmanship, listening to George read aloud. Emily let James ride her around the nursery like a horse. She sat beside Harry, making his face light up with merriment, and his arms flap and his legs kick with excitement. She looked at Joy's writing when it was brought to her and smiled her approval. With her one good hand, she helped James build a castle with his wooden bricks. They were to go home to Bowden tomorrow. If it had not been for the difficulty of organising all the children, and their baggage as well as their own, Anna had assured her, they would go today. But she would see to it that Emily was not left alone for a single minute. Tonight she would sleep in Emily's room, and when Harry needed her, she would simply have his nurse bring him from the nursery. None of them mentioned the incident of Alice's room, though Emily was sure Ashley must have told them. It was too embarrassing and too disturbing to think about. She must have been sleepwalking from the effects of the laudanum, but she had actually lain on that bed. She had brought those portraits back to her own room, and then she had gone to Ashley's. She could not remember going there. She could remember only being in his bed there this morning, warm and comfortable and safe, and unwilling to wake up. There was only one isolated memory of the night before. She could remember his making love to her. It was hard this morning to smile, to watch people's lips instead of withdrawing into her own very solitary silence, to give her energy and her cheerful attention to the children. She hated feeling like this, frightened, out of control, haunted, guarded. She hated thinking of Anna and Luca's guards, robbing her of privacy and curtailing her freedom. She was afraid to be alone, afraid to go outside, afraid to run up the hill to the summer house, and yet she wanted to do all three. She resented her fear, and, irrationally, she resented the people who protected her from it, the very people she loved most in the world. She hated the feeling, and she hated the thought of going, and of Ashley's leaving Penshurst for her sake. Had he been serious this morning when he had talked of selling it? He must not do so, not for her sake. She must persuade him not to do anything so foolish. But he would never be willing to bring her back here, and she would probably always be afraid to come. If he did not sell, then... She did not believe she was going to be able to live without him. She had thought so before. She had thought so when he left for India, and again over a month ago at Bowden. She had lived without him for 7 years. She had lived without him for that month in London. Yes, she told herself firmly, she would be able to do it again. But the very thought threatened to pitch her into a black void of panic. And then she laughed, as the tall, thin tower she had been building for James finally collapsed, and looked up to find that Ashley was there. He snatched James up, tossed him toward the ceiling, and set him down on the floor again. He was smiling, but she could see weariness and tension in his face. "I shall be with Emmy for the next half-hour," he was telling Luke. "I have to go out then. Verney has summoned me on some business that apparently cannot wait beyond today. But when I return, we will all go out for a drive. The children, too. We will take food and drink with us and have our tea in the outdoors. Rod is below stairs now, charming my housekeeper and my cook and arranging it all for me. We must enjoy your last day here." Emily took his offered arm and allowed him to lead her to the library, where he seated her in a soft leather chair and perched on the arm beside her. He took her good hand in his. She felt embarrassed with him. What must he think of her having gone to Alice's room last night, of her having lain in Alice's bed, of her having taken Alice's portrait to her room? What must he think of her for going to him in his room during the night? She raised her eyes to his. She saw a deep tenderness there. "Somehow," he said, "I am going to make all this up to you, Emmy. I am going to see you happy and at peace again. Perhaps I can atone for some of the great wrongs in my life if I can do this for you." She tried to smile at him. "I am going to ask you a question," he said. "One I have asked before. I will hope that this time the answer will be different. But I will not ask it yet. Not here. This has become an unhappy place for you, and therefore for me too. I am going to sell Penshurst, Emmy. I will buy another home and hope that it will be happier, for you as well as for me."
"No,"
she said, shaking her head.
"No, Ashley."
She would have liked to say more so that he would understand. He kissed the back of her hand. "Rod is going to purchase it," he said. "We have already come to an agreement between ourselves. It needs only for our lawyers to arrange the actual business details. He seems genuinely happy at the prospect of living here, and 'twill make me happy to know that it will be owned by a friend." She did not understand all that he said, but the main point was clear. Despite her efforts, she still could not like Major Cunningham. She could not bear the thought of Ashley's selling Penshurst to him of all people.
"No,"
she said. "He will be happy here," he said. "There are no memories, bad or otherwise, to spoil it for him. He is a stranger here. He does not know this part of the country or anyone in it except me. This will be the best way, Emmy, believe me."
"No,"
she frowned. No, that was not true. She remembered the visit she had paid to Mr. Binchley's cottage with Anna and the Major. She remembered watching Major Cunningham and Mrs. Smith through the window as they walked in the garden. How could she say it? And why was it even important that it be said? But she did not want Ashley to sell Penshurst, especially not to the Major.
"He knows Mrs. Smith,"
she said very slowly. She was never sure when she spoke that sound came out, but he had evidently heard something. "Who does?" he asked. "Rod?"
"Yes,"
she said. "Impossible," he said. "He has never been here before. Unless he met her when she lived elsewhere with her husband, of course. But 'twould be strange that he has said nothing. Are you sure?"
"Yes,"
she said. "Strange," he said. "I must ask him about it." But she remembered that Major Cunningham and Catherine Smith had not openly acknowledged their acquaintance. They had gone out into the garden, like hostess and guest, and talked there. The window had been closed. No one in the house would have heard their conversation. But she had seen it. For some reason, those two did not want it known that they were acquainted. Emily felt a wave of the now almost familiar dread and panic. "No," she said, clutching the wide cuff of Ashley's coat. She shook her head firmly.
"No, no, do not ask."
He lowered his head and looked closely into her face. "Emmy," he said, and now there was a frown on his face too. "You do not like Rod. Why?" She dropped her hand and deliberately made her face expressionless. She shook her head. "I will say nothing, then," he said. "I must take you back to Anna and Luke. Sir Henry Verney wishes to speak with me. I would take you with me, Emmy, to visit Lady Verney and Miss Verney. You like them, do you not? But Verney particularly requested that I come alone. I will be as quick as I can, so that we can have a long afternoon outing. You look as if you need fresh air." She smiled. He leaned his head down again and kissed her warmly on the lips. He spoke carefully with his hands and his face as well as with his voice. "Emmy," he said, "you are the most precious treasure of my life. You have been since the day I met you, but I have not fully realized until recently how all-encompassing is your influence on my life and your importance to my happiness. How blind one can be, and how foolish." He gave her no chance to reply. He got to his feet, took her hand and drew it through his arm. Then he took her back to the nursery, where Luke was holding Harry above his head and making him laugh, while Anna read a story to the other three. They sat in Sir Henry Verney's library, one on either side of the fireplace, like two old friends exchanging news and views and gossip. But Sir Henry had done most of the talking. And, finally, they sat in silence. "I mean to marry Catherine," Sir Henry said at last. "I mean to give her son my name. I mean to call out Major Roderick Cunningham for the guilt and the terror he has forced into her life." "Then you will have to wait your turn," Ashley said, breaking his long silence. "Yes," Sir Henry said. "I guessed that I might. I seem to have been nothing but the bearer of disturbing news in the past few days. I am sorry." Ashley looked steadily at him. "I owe you so many apologies," he said, "that I scarce know where to begin. But they must be said now, lest after today I am forever prevented from saying them." "We will take them as spoken and accept it," Sir Henry said. "Under similar circumstances, I would perhaps have behaved with less restraint and courtesy than you have shown. 'Tis altogether possible that we will be neighbours for many years to come. Is it possible we can also be friends?" Ashley got to his feet and held out his right hand. Sir Henry stood up too and took it. Despite the fact that they clasped hands quite firmly, there was some awkwardness between them. But there was the will on both sides to put the past behind them and to begin their acquaintance anew. Ashley took his leave without further conversation. For the moment there was nothing else to say. Both knew that they might never meet again. Chapter 27. Emily had gone to her room to rest for a while before the picnic. At least, that was the reason she had indicated to Anna. She had also signalled her that she did not need company. It was broad daylight. There could be no danger. Anna, dubious though she had looked, had allowed her sister to be alone. But it was not rest Emily had needed. She needed to be alone so that she could think. She had become a prisoner to fear. She had become dependent for safety on Anna and Luke and on Ashley. They had taken charge of her life. She was to return to Bowden because she was afraid to stay at Penshurst. Ashley was going to sell Penshurst because he was going to offer for her again, and because he believed he could not have both Penshurst and her. She hated the fear. She hated the dependence. And she hated the thought of Ashley's selling Penshurst. Somehow, she felt, he needed to stay here, to make it his home, to find his peace here. And she loved it too, despite everything. How could she fight her fear? How could she overcome whatever it was that was causing it? It was that last point that had finally sent her in search of solitude. She needed to think, or rather, she needed to analyse the strange, confused conviction that had come to her since talking with Ashley. Major Cunningham was the cause of her fear, all of it. He was the original cause, of course. He had tried to ravish her when he had mistaken her for a servant, but it was not just that. He had shot at her. He had come into her room last night. He had brought the portraits and taken her dressing gown. She still had only very vague memories of the night, but she was almost sure she had woken up to see the shape of the portraits on her bedside table, and she was almost sure she had looked for her dressing gown before fleeing to Ashley, and forgetting everything else in the sense of safety she had found as soon as his arms came about her. Major Cunningham had a previous acquaintance with Mrs. Smith, one that both of them wished kept secret. She had proof of nothing. She understood nothing, but she knew. She had nothing to take to Ashley. He would either not believe her at all, or he would become suspicious of his friend without provable grounds. She could tell him about that first morning, of course. That was grounds enough to send the Major away and to keep Penshurst. She could tell Ashley, or she could... She felt the familiar hammering of her heartbeat in her throat, the familiar terror. Gazing from her window, she could see Major Cunningham walking about down by the stables and carriage house. He was organising transportation for the picnic. It would be madness to go down there. He had shot at her. She would be unable to confront him with words. She was shaking with fear. She could accomplish nothing, because she was a woman and a deaf-mute. No, she was not mute. And though she was a woman, she was also a person who had always confronted the shadowy places in her life and brought them into the light. Her handicap could have made her passive and submissive and timid and dependent. She had made it into her strength. Until now. No, even now. Major Cunningham was alone in the carriage house when Emily arrived there, running one hand over a wheel of the open carriage. He looked up, startled, smiled and bowed.
"Lady Emily," he said, "are you ready for the picnic?"
But she did not smile. She shook her head. Her heart was thumping.
"You are alone?"
he asked, looking behind her.
"I am surprised at your sister and his Grace for allowing it. Permit me to escort you safely back to them."
There was nothing but kindly concern in his eyes. Emily shook her head again.
"I know,"
she said slowly. It was so very important that she get it right.
"By Jove!" he grinned. "You can talk. I did not imagine it that first morning."
"I know,"
she said again.
"About you."
She hoped she was saying the words right.
"About me?"
He touched a hand to his chest and raised his eyebrows. She had set herself too great a task. She knew that. How she longed for words. But somehow she would convey her meaning.
"You."
She formed the shape of a gun with one hand and then pointed to her wounded hand.
"You."
There was no sign he would recognize.
"Last night. You. Mrs. Smith."
Something happened to his eyes. Perhaps people who had ears did not know how eloquent the eyes were. But she knew from his eyes that she had not made a mistake. He smiled.
"I do assure you, Lady Emily," he said, "that you are mistaken. I would perhaps be angry if I did not realize that the manner of our meeting put a lasting suspicion in your mind. But—"
She was shaking her head firmly, and he stopped speaking.
"No,"
she said.
"I know. I know you."
"'Tis to be hoped," he said, "that you will not go to Ash with these quite groundless suspicions, Lady Emily. Sounds, he might believe you. And he is my dearest friend in this world."
"Go,"
she told him, making broad shooing gestures. Oh, it was too long and too hard to tell him that she would not allow Ashley to sell Penshurst to him.
"Go!"
She made an even wider gesture with her arm to show that she meant away from Penshurst forever.
"By Jove," he said. You mean to frighten me?
No, he had meant to frighten her. She understood that. He could have killed her with that shot. He was a soldier. He might have murdered her in her bed last night. He wanted to frighten her so that Ashley would sell Penshurst to him and take her away. "Go," she told him again. He stood smiling at her. She read a certain reluctant admiration in his look. She lifted her chin and kept it up.
"Are you not afraid now?" he asked her. "Alone with me like this?"
She was about to shake her head. But of course she was afraid. She was almost blind with terror, and she scorned to lie to him. "Yes," she said. "Go." He could kill her now, she realized. There was no one else in sight. If he wanted Penshurst as passionately as she guessed he must, he might very well kill her, knowing she could tell Ashley and spoil everything for him. How foolish she was to have come. And yet she knew, even as her knees trembled under her, that she had had no choice. Life was more than just breathing and eating and sleeping. Life had to have quality and dignity.
"Ah, but you are merely an hysterical little deaf girl," he said, "one who walks in her sleep and is obsessed with her lover's dead wife, one who runs to him for protection every time she is frightened, and she is always frightened. Go back to the house, Lady Emily. Your charges are absurd."
He turned back to examine the wheel again. She returned to the house, her back prickling with terror the whole way. He was right. Even if she could write everything down quite coherently, she had no modicum of proof for anything. And she had become hysterical. But she would do it anyway. She was not going to let Ashley sell Penshurst, and she was not going to let Luke and Anna take her back to Bowden tomorrow. She was going to stay and fight, for Ashley and for herself. The footman in the hall, and the butler who joined him there on Ashley's return, did not know where Major Cunningham was, though they believed it was somewhere outside the house. The butler thought he was probably in the carriage house, personally supervising the preparations for the afternoon's drive.
"You will find him," Ashley said curtly, "and ask him to meet me in the ballroom at his earliest convenience."
He turned toward the staircase and took the stairs 2 at a time. Some minutes later, as he was leaving Roderick Cunningham's room, he came face to face with Luke.
"Ah," Luke said, "the wanderer has returned, and the revelries are about to begin."
His eyes lowered to the sword Ashley held in his hand and moved to the other sword he wore at his side. He pursed his lips and raised his eyebrows. He looked thoughtfully at the door to the Major's room.
"I am on my way to the ballroom," Ashley said. "He is to meet me there. Go to the ladies, Luke, if you will be so good, and keep them well out of the way." "I trust," Luke said, looking again at the swords, "that there is good reason." "Every reason in the world,"
Ashley said.
"Then I shall be present in the ballroom too, my dear," Luke said, "after I have given my instructions to Anna, and to Emily, that is."
He turned and walked away without another word. Major Cunningham was already in the ballroom when Ashley arrived there. He was standing in the middle of the floor, looking up at the high, coved ceiling.
"'Tis really quite magnificent, by Jove," he said,
half glancing at Ashley.
"I did not particularly look up when you gave me the tour of the house, Ash. Are you planning to give a ball here? A farewell ball, perhaps? I would be delighted to assist you."
"No," Ashley said.
"Then why the summons here?"
His friend looked at him with a grin.
"It had a dash of mystery to it. The ballroom in the middle of an afternoon."
But his eyes had lighted on the sword, his own, clutched in Ashley's hand. Then they moved to take in the sword at Ashley's side. And finally they looked up to Ashley's grim face.
"Ah. Lady Emily has spoken to you already, then?"
"I have been your dupe," Ashley said.
"No, Ash."
Major Cunningham did not move from where he stood.
"You have been my friend. You still are."
Ashley saw the Major's eyes move beyond his shoulder and guessed that Luke had come into the ballroom. He did not look back, and Luke made no move to intrude.
"You killed my wife," Ashley said, "and my son." "He was not your—" "You killed Thomas Kendrick, my son," Ashley said. "You killed Lady Ashley Kendrick, my wife."
"Ash!" Major Cunningham spread his hands to his sides.
"She was a wicked woman. You have learned that for yourself during the past week. She killed her own brother, for whom she had an unnatural passion, to prevent him from marrying a woman she thought beneath him, and to prevent that woman's child from becoming his heir. She made you miserable. Do you think I did not know that? I was your friend. I released you from a life sentence. 'Twas why you befriended me," Ashley said, "so that you could get close to her." "But I soon felt a genuine friendship for you," Major Cunningham said. "I did for you what you could not even dream of doing for yourself, Ash." "Why was she at home that night?" Ashley asked. The Major shrugged and looked apologetic. "She disliked me," he said. "Much can be made of dislike, Ash. Attraction can come of dislike. She found me attractive." "And you knew I would be safely from home for the night," Ashley said. "Did you arrange that, too?" "A few words, supposedly, from Mrs. Roehampton to you. A few words, supposedly, from you to her." The Major shrugged. "I merely enabled the two of you to recognize a mutual attraction, Ash. Forgive me for the pain you felt afterward. I know there has been a great deal, but I rescued you from a great evil. I am glad you have discovered the truth. Yes, I truly am. Now you will be able to let go of your damnable sense of guilt. You will realize that you were not in any way to blame for what happened." "You murdered my wife and son," Ashley said. "Murder," the Major said softly. "'Tis a harsh word, Ash. I am a soldier. I have killed 100 times, more. I have never thought of myself as a murderer. And if 'tis any consolation, they died quickly, the two of them, and the nurse. They were dead before the fire. I did that much for them." "You tried to kill Lady Emily Marlowe yesterday morning," Ashley said. "Oh, no, Ash." Major Cunningham raised a staying hand. "I am an excellent shot. I was close. I was careful to hit the target I had set myself. If she had only been capable of hearing, I would not even have had to graze her skin." "And last night," Ashley asked, "you have been deliberately trying to terrorize her. You were in her room. You took her nightrobe. You put the portraits there. Why? But I need not ask that, need I? You have correctly divined my feelings for her. You have thought to drive her away, and therefore to drive me away. You very nearly succeeded." "You could not be happy here, Ash," the Major said. "Not with your wife's ghost haunting you every day of your life. Not with the knowledge that young Eric should be living here as the rightful owner. A few hours more, and his mother would have been married to his father. Sell to me. I will marry Catherine and make the boy my son. He will be where he belongs, and so will she." "Just tell me what happened on the morning of your arrival," Ashley said. "What did you do to frighten Lady Emily so?" "She has not told you." Major Cunningham laughed rather ruefully. "My apologies, Ash. I saw her in what I now realize is a common guise, but at the time I mistook her for a milkmaid. No harm was done. Fortunately for all of us, she is rather fleet-footed. Since discovering her true identity, I have been the soul of honour. Besides, I have other interests of a more serious nature than that aroused by milkmaids. Come, Ash, shake my hand. There is no point in making a damned quarrel of all this." He held out his right hand and took a step forward. "One of us is going to die here today," Ashley said. "If 'tis me, my property will become Harnden's. He will discuss with you how he wishes to dispose of it. If 'tis you, I will bury our friendship with you and consider that the deaths of my wife and my son and the nurse, as well as the terrorizing of Lady Emily Marlowe, have been justly avenged. I have brought you your own sword, as you see." "This is very foolish, Ash, and very unnecessary," Major Cunningham said. "I have no wish to kill you." "Then you must stand and be killed," Ashley said. "I suggest we strip down to shirts and breeches." He set down the Major's sword on the floor and walked away to prepare himself. Luke was standing motionless inside the door, looking tight-lipped and rather pale. "Ash," he said quietly, as his brother removed his skirted coat, "let me do this for you. I have a reputation as a swordsman that has been well earned, I believe." Ashley's smile was somewhat grim. "I had to do something for physical exercise in India," he said. "I practiced swordplay. Besides, Luke, they were my wife and my son, and Emmy is my woman." "Yes," Luke said rather sadly. "I love you, brother." Ashley grinned. "Zounds, but I will hold those words over your head for the rest of your life," he said, setting his long waistcoat down on top of his coat. He was no longer smiling when he straightened up and withdrew his sword from its scabbard. "Luke, tell her I love her. Care for her if she is with child." "Yes," Luke said, "for your sake, and because she is almost my sister and almost my daughter. She will always have my love and my protection. So will any child of hers, and yours." He strode away then to the middle of the ballroom to talk quietly with Major Cunningham, who was ready in his shirt sleeves, drawn sword in hand. After a minute or so, Luke looked across at Ashley and nodded curtly. "'Tis as I understand it," he said, when Ashley had approached, and the two men stood face to face and had crossed swords. "A fight to the death. Nevertheless, you will not begin until I give the signal, and neither one of you, for honour's sake, will hit the other from behind or stab the other when he is done." Ashley had not noticed that Luke, too, was wearing his sword, but he had it drawn now and set it beneath their crossed swords. Major Cunningham's eyes were on Ashley's, cool, calculating, rueful. He was a friend, Ashley thought, who had betrayed him during every moment of their friendship, a friend who must now die or who must kill him. This was no moment for sentiment, for regrets, for hurt feelings of betrayal. Luke's sword came up, and with a clash of steel the swords of the combatants were separated. "Begin," he said. Major Cunningham was solidly built, strong and fit. He was a soldier. As an officer, he habitually carried a sword. He led his men into battle with drawn sword, but that did not necessarily make him an expert in its use during single combat. Ashley was slender in comparison, taller, also fit. He had never been in a real sword fight, but, as he had just told Luke, he had learned and practiced the art of swordplay, and Ashley had the advantage of motivation. His anger was cold and controlled. Alice had been many things. Perhaps, even probably, she had been a wicked woman. Certainly she had been a tormented woman. But she had been his wife, and under his protection. Thomas had been another man's son, conceived in sin. But he had been an innocent baby, and a baby to whom Ashley had given the protection of his name. Emily was simply his love. He fought for all three of them, so that the two might finally rest in peace, so that the third might again live in peace. And he fought, though he did not consciously think of it, for the restoration of his honour, lost when his wife and child died while he was in the arms of another woman. Swordplay, he discovered, was very different from serious combat. Swordplay was conducted according to strict rules of gentlemanly etiquette and honour. Combat was not, and in combat a hit drew blood. Major Cunningham drew first blood after several minutes of circling and clashing swords and sizing each other up. He did something with his left hand that drew Ashley's attention away from his sword for a mere fraction of a second,
and in that time was past Ashley's guard and had pricked him on the right shoulder. There was pain, shock, and a fast-spreading stain of red in the corner of Ashley's vision.
"Enough, Ash,"
Major Cunningham said, his voice breathless.
"You have made your point. Honour has been served. Enough now. To the death,"
Ashley said coldly. Though it was painful, the wound did not incapacitate him. Instead, it made him cautious. It made him grimly aware with his whole body of what his mind already knew, that one of them was to die. He ended the momentary lull in the fighting and bore his opponent back with the force of his attack. They fought to what seemed an inevitable stalemate. They fought for long minutes, until it seemed that exhaustion must end the fight before death did. But Major Cunningham lost his patience first. He lunged forward into what was only an illusory opening. A mere turning of Ashley's body sent the Major's sword harmlessly past, but Ashley's own sword, firmly held, impaled his enemy. The Major went very still as his sword clattered to the ballroom floor. He stared into Ashley's eyes, and a peculiar, twisted smile distorted his lips. A line of blood oozed from one corner of his mouth and trickled down to drip off his chin. Ashley pulled his sword free, and the dead body of his erstwhile friend crumpled at his feet. Ashley looked down at the red sword in his hand and dropped it to the floor. There was no feeling of relief at being the survivor. There was no feeling of triumph at being the victor, or of guilt at having killed a man. There was no feeling at all. He stared downward.
"You will need to have that shoulder tended to, Ash. You are losing blood."
Luke's voice, cool and calm, as might have been expected of him.
"Yes," Ashley said. "'Twas a fair fight, and a necessary one,"
Luke said.
"Yes. And if I ever again see you for one hair-breadth of a second take your eye off the sword of your opponent, even in a friendly bout," Luke said, his voice shaking, "I will personally thrash you within an inch of your life, Ash. With a horsewhip."
"Yes," Ashley said.
"I shall see to everything here," Luke said. "I shall have the nearest magistrate summoned and the body attended to. Go and have that blood stanched, Ash. Anna is stout-hearted. Go to her in Emily's room. I instructed them to wait there. She will not have disobeyed my instructions. Do you need help with your coat?"
He was again the cool, practical Duke of Harnden.
"No,"
Ashley said. He walked to his discarded clothes and pulled on his coat, heedless of either the pain or the blood. He turned to leave.
"Ash!"
Luke called. Ashley looked back. Luke said nothing for a moment. He merely nodded his head.
"I meant what I said earlier," he said, "just in case you are ever in doubt."
Ashley left the ballroom. Chapter 28. The sky was cloudless. It was going to be a clear blue when the sun rose. It was going to be a warm day. She walked first along by the river, looking across its smooth, glassy surface, watching another mother duck, or perhaps the same one, lead her babies in a line down the very centre of their highway. Then she walked up the hill, wandering in no particular direction, touching the bark of tree trunks, feeling grass and soil beneath her bare feet, breathing in sweet, cool air. She stopped at one particular tree and saw that the bullet was still lodged there, just below the level of her eyes. She did not even look over her shoulder. She did not feel afraid any longer. Last night she had slept alone in her room, despite Anna's pleadings. She had not felt afraid. Yesterday had been a horrid day. First, the threat of having to leave Penshurst, and of knowing that Ashley planned to sell it for her sake. Then her foolhardy confrontation with Major Cunningham. Then Luke's coming to them, to her and Anna, with set face and that look of authority that even Anna dared not defy, and commanding them to go to Emily's room and to stay there until he or Ashley came for them. and the long wait, during which they had both known that something was dreadfully wrong. Then Ashley's coming, white-faced, to tell them that all was well, that there was nothing more whatsoever to fear. Then he had stumbled forward, grabbed at a chair, overturned it, and landed on his knees. They had seen the blood. Major Cunningham was dead. Ashley had killed him. Neither he nor Luke had given any great detail, but they had said that the Major had killed Alice and Thomas, and that in his determination to own Penshurst he had terrorized Emily, hoping that fear would drive her away and convince Ashley to sell. She had helped Anna half lift, half drag Ashley to her bed, and had helped remove his stained coat and cut away his blood-soaked shirt. But she had cleansed and bound the wound herself, while he had watched with half-closed eyes. She hated to think of the sword fight in which Major Cunningham had died, but she was not afraid any longer. She looked upward and turned about and about. The world was a beautiful, spinning place, especially the natural world. If one remained a part of it, merely one creature among many, one's feet firmly resting on earth, great happiness was possible, and peace. She was happy this morning. She felt at peace with the world. She wanted to watch the sun rise across the river. She wanted to see the colours of dawn reflected in the water. Perhaps one day she would paint the scene, but not today. Today there was too much beauty to behold in nature itself to spoil it by getting out her paints and analysing the meaning of it all. This morning she was content merely to watch and to feel, merely to be. She made her way toward the summer house. She was standing in front of it, gazing down the hill and across the fields to the horizon, when she sensed that her morning was going to be complete. She turned her head and smiled. He was wearing his arm in the sling she had fashioned for him yesterday, but he had lost yesterday's pallor, and his eyes, smiling back at her, were clear of the suffering and the darkness that had lurked there since his return from India. She could see that at last he was at peace with himself. He came to stand beside her and set his good arm about her waist. She rested her head against his shoulder, and together they watched the sun come clear of the horizon in a blinding burst of glory. She looked up at him and smiled. His eyes reflected the brightness of the sun. Not a word had passed between them. The peace, the silent communion was perfect. They had not spoken a great deal yesterday. Both he and Luke had spent a long time with the magistrate who had come to the house to investigate the death. Then they had spent an almost equally long time with Sir Henry Verney, who had also called. And finally, Luke had played stern elder brother and implacable head of the family, his own words, and had sent Ashley off to bed early. But Emily was glad there had been little chance for words. Yesterday had been the wrong time. They had needed this new day. Her heart began to beat faster, and despite herself, despite what deep down she knew to be the truth, she was anxious. "Emmy," he said, shrugging his shoulder and turning his head so that she could see his lips, so very close to her own. "'Tis a clear, bright, warm morning. It feels like the first morning that ever was. Is this how Adam and Eve felt, do you suppose? Is this Eden?" She loved the warmth and the merriment in his smile. Everything else was gone. She touched her fingers to his cheek. "At last I feel that perhaps I have something to offer you," he said, gazing back at her, his eyes softening to such unmistakable tenderness that she felt her anxiety melting away, as if by the warmth of the newly risen sun. "My honour. I will not say that I was guiltless. I have confessed to you that I committed adultery. 'Tis a grievous offence, but there can be pardon for such sins, I do believe. I no longer feel so very responsible for their deaths, and I have avenged them. I feel that I have reclaimed my honour." "Yes," she said. Foolish man. She had loved him anyway, but she knew that he had been unable to forgive himself, and that therefore her love would never have been enough for him. They could never have been fully happy.
"My love has always been yours," he said. "'Tis a strange thing to say, perhaps, when I almost completely forgot you during my years away. But that very fact tells me that, unconsciously, I had deliberately erased you from memory because my feelings for you disturbed me. You were only 15, Emmy. Even after my return, I fought my love for you. In my mind, those years had not passed. You were still a child. But you have always been a woman, have you not? Even when we first met? When you were 14?
"Yes," she said.
Oh, Emmy."
He kissed her warmly, and for a while nothing else mattered, except that they were together in sunshine, with no shadows at all to darken or chill.
"Emmy, my love, forgive me for forgetting you. Forgive me for denying your womanhood."
She set her hands on either side of his face and smiled at him. "Yes," she said. She was not sure she could say it, but she would try. "I love you." She knew that he was still unsure of himself, unsure of his worthiness for happiness and peace. "I love you." His smile softened and was again untroubled. He set his hand over one of hers. It was her injured one, still rather sore now that she had removed the bandages, but she stopped herself from wincing and turned his head to kiss her palm.
"Thank you."
He grinned at her. Ashley's grin, all mischief and sparkling eyes and happiness.
"If you wish," he said, "you may tell me all the ways you love me, so that we can make a speech lesson out of this."
She laughed, and he hugged her and rocked her with his good arm.
"Oh, Emmy,"
he said, releasing her sufficiently that she could see his lips.
"You have the most infectious laugh I have ever heard. My love, marry me. Will you? Not because you have lain with me, and may be with child by me, but because 'tis the only thing in the world we can do to be complete and happy. Will you marry me?"
His eyes were anxious once more. "Yes," she said. "Ashley." They simply smiled at each other for a long while. She could see no clouds behind his eyes, no troubles, not even any remaining doubts. Only a happiness and a peace that matched her own. His face was lit up by the sunlight.
"Will we stay at Penshurst?" he asked her. "I will sell it if you wish, Emmy. We can live elsewhere. It does not matter where as long as we are together."
But she had set her fingertips over his lips before using her hands to speak. "No," she told him. "We will live here. This is home." And after he had searched her eyes and had seen that she meant it, he looked happy again. Bad things had happened at Penshurst, Emily mused. They had culminated in the death of a man yesterday, but they were over and done with. Penshurst was merely a place, a beautiful house in natural surroundings with congenial neighbours, a few of whom would become close friends. Sir Henry Verney and his sister, Catherine Smith, Mr. Binchley. It was a place she and Ashley would make home, a place in which their children would be born and raised, a place where they would grow old together. They would make of it a good place, with good memories.
"Yes,"
he said, using his free hand to sign to her as well.
"It is home, because you are here with me, Emmy. But I am going to send you to Bowden tomorrow."
Her smile faded, and her eyes widened.
"We should marry at Bowden, not here," he said. "And we should marry soon, Emmy, because we wish to, and because we must. We will send for your family and mine today, and tomorrow, when you go to Bowden with Anna and Luke, I will go to London for a special licence. We should be able to marry within 2 weeks."
She bit her lip. She would be 2 weeks without him.
"An eternity,"
he agreed, smiling ruefully.
"This arm sling is mere decoration, you know, worn to arouse sympathy, and to invite people to wait on me hand and foot. It does not incapacitate me for any of the important activities of life." She watched him remove it and drop it to the grass before flexing his shoulder and grimacing only slightly. "Making love, for example," he said, looking at her with a curious mixture of playful smile and smouldering eyes.
"Yes."
She touched one hand to his cheek again.
"Yes."
It seemed important that they make love this morning, not because of any fear or need for comfort, motives that had clouded their past love-makings, but purely for the sake of love and sharing and joy. He took her by the hand and led her into the summer house. It was flooded with the bright light of early morning. He turned and drew her against him. They smiled at each other before his mouth found hers.
"Faith, child," Lady Quinn said, kissing Anna warmly on both cheeks, "you will think us mad. Lud, we are mad."
"This is a grand place, I warrant you, lad,"
Lord Quinn said, rubbing his hands together and looking about the hall of Penshurst. He was addressing Luke.
"I told Marge 'twould look magnificent by the light of the morning sun."
"But he has never seen the place before," Lady Quinn said, tossing her glance upward. "The moon and the stars were bright last night, Anna, my love. We were watching them." Lord Quinn chuckled. "And Theo concocted the notion that we should leave town almost as soon as we had returned there and come here for breakfast. We have travelled half the night."
"And are hungry, by my life,"
Lord Quinn said.
"I could devour an ox. Now, where is that youngest nephew of mine? Not up yet to welcome his aunt and uncle to his own home? Pox on it, but I have a good mind to go up and turn him out of bed with a pitcher of water over his head. If I but knew which direction to take."
He gave vent to a short bark of laughter.
"Ashley is outside, Theo,"
Luke said, taking the air.
"At this hour? A lad after my own heart,"
Lord Quinn said.
"And how is my dear Emily?"
Lady Quinn asked.
"I can scarce wait to bring her back to town with me, I vow. Unless—"
She looked hopefully, first at Anna and then at Luke.
"Unless she has something more important to do with her time, that is."
Luke looked at his wife, who was smiling back at him, and raised his eyebrows. He pursed his lips.
"By some coincidence, aunt," he said, "Emily is out taking the air too."
Lord Quinn slapped his thigh with the three-cornered hat he had removed from his head.
"Egad," he said, "it worked, Marge, my dear. You did not marry me in vain."
He roared with laughter.
"Theo," his wife said, "you will be putting strange notions into dear Anna's and Luke's heads, I do declare. We merely thought that if we married and went away on a wedding journey, and if Emily came here with Anna for a fortnight, and if Ashley was not a dreadful slow-top—"
"They did not go out together this morning," Anna said.
"Luke saw them both, but separately,"
she added, flushing.
"Still, we are hoping—"
"I have been set to spying on my own brother and sister-in-law as an occupation suited to my dotage,"
Luke said, in his haughtiest, most bored voice.
"My Duchess has encouraged me."
Lord Quinn slapped his thigh again.
"And has there been much to spy upon, lad?" he asked.
"Oh, most assuredly," Luke said.
"We had better take you into breakfast, Aunt Marjorie and Theo. If we await the return of Emily and Ashley, we might well be here until dinner-time. We might well all starve. Madam."
He bowed elegantly and offered Lady Quinn his arm.
"Dear Emily,"
she said with a sigh,
"and dear Ashley."
"I warrant you, Marge,"
Lord Quinn said, roaring his comment after his retreating spouse as he gave his arm to Anna.
"She will be brought to bed of a boy come 9 months from today."
9 months from the wedding day, it is to be hoped, Theo,"
his wife said placidly, while Anna blushed, and Luke raised his eyebrows and pursed his lips again. Luke had discouraged him from coming to Bowden Abbey until the day before his wedding, and family members, Ashley had discovered, to his chagrin, moved about England with tortoise-like speed. Despite the fact that he had acquired a special licence the very day after Emily had agreed to marry him, more than 2 weeks passed before he was finally permitted to go to Bowden to claim his bride. And when he finally arrived there, and finally saw her again, it was to find her ringed about, walled about, with sisters and sisters-in-law and assorted other relatives, so that all he could do was bow formally over her hand, inquire formally after her health, and converse formally about the weather and other such scintillating subjects. And then she was whisked off to spend the night at Wycherley with her sister Agnes. Anna and Charlotte followed her there early on the morning of the wedding day. His wedding day.
"Zounds, I feel like a damned Paris beau,"
he said, when he was ready to leave for the church. He frowned at his image in the pier-glass of his dressing-room. He was resplendent, in silver-embossed satin-skirted coat, with silver-embroidered waistcoat, grey breeches, white stockings and linen, and heeled and buckled shoes. His hair was powdered white, carefully rolled at the sides and bagged in black silk behind. Luke met his eyes in the mirror.
"You have something against Paris beau, Ash?"
Ashley grinned. As usual on dress occasions, Luke, all in rich green and gold and white, would turn heads even on Paris's most fashionable boulevard. They were early at the church, or Emmy was late. He did not know which. But it seemed that he waited an eternity at the front of the village church, trying to look dignified, trying to feel calm. What if she had changed her mind? What if she did not come at all? Would she send a message? Or would he stand here like this, feeling the eye of every guest in the pews on him, until noon came and went, until dusk descended? And then she was there. She looked incredibly beautiful. He watched her as she came closer down the aisle, her hand resting on Royce's sleeve. She wore an elaborately trimmed sack dress of palest gold with a train. The heavy robings down the edges of the open gown were of a darker gold, and matched the colour of her frilled, flounced petticoat, and of her heavily embroidered stomacher. The 2 deep lace frills at her elbows were also trimmed with gold lace. Her hair was piled rather high over pads. Gold rosebuds and green leaves were entwined in it. It was unpowdered. She was the other Emily, the one he had first seen and admired, without knowing who she was on the night of his return to Bowden, the one he had seen and admired in London. And yet, when her eyes met his, and when she smiled, her bright, warm, serene smile, she was his Emmy too, his little fawn of the loose dress, and the bare feet, and the wild mane of fair hair. She was each and both and all. She was everything. He smiled back at her. The service began, the marriage service that would make them man and wife, that would bind them together with love for the rest of their lives. The Reverend Jeremiah Hornsby led them through it, with a slightly pompous competence, until it came Emily's turn to make her vows. She was to watch Hornsby's lips, and nod her acceptance of the words as her own. But a look passed between Hornsby and Emily, a look of mutual understanding, almost a look of conspiracy.
"I, Emily Louisa, take thee, Ashley Charles,"
Hornsby said.
"I, Emily Louisa, take thee, Ashley Charles,"
Emmy said. Ashley guessed that they had practised it endlessly, the 2 of them. He knew she would speak the whole of it, that she would pledge herself to him in words for him to hear, for the whole world to hear. He knew, too, that they must have practised in secret. He was half aware of the distinctly audible gasp and murmuring from their gathered relatives. But he did not look at them. He looked only at her, deep into her eyes, each time she turned back from watching Hornsby's lips. He tightened his grasp of her hands, and he smiled at her.
"Until death do us part. So help me, God.
He would tease her about that pronunciation later.
God,
she said, correcting herself and then smiling in triumph. Ashley heard nothing else of the service until Hornsby was telling them and the world that they were man and wife. She was his for the rest of his life. How could he possibly have come to deserve such happiness? But of course he had not. All he had done was love, and allow himself to be loved. So simple, so complex. He lowered his head and kissed her. His wife, his love, his serenity and peace and joy. Her eyes, when he raised his head again, said all the same things back to him. They were married. They had decided to stay at Bowden Abbey for the night and leave for Penshurst early enough in the morning that they could make the journey in one day. They had retired early to Ashley's old suite of rooms, amid the knowing smiles, the tears, from Anna, Agnes, and Constance, and the mildly ribald comments of Lord Quinn. They had gone immediately to bed, and had made love with lingering slowness and exquisite sweetness, and Ashley had called her his wife, whispering the words against her mouth. At least, she guessed that that was what he had whispered when he lifted his head, and apparently repeated the words so that she could see them in the candlelight. They had lain quietly in each other's arms, and then made love again and relaxed once more, until he had told her that there were no more sounds, that he was convinced everyone, even down to the last servant, was in bed. They had smiled conspiratorially at each other as they had got up and dressed and slipped down the stairs and outside. And now they were where they had planned to come, ever since they had been alone together for a few minutes in the carriage after their wedding. They were at the falls, standing side by side on the highest rock, the one that jutted out over the water. Their fingers were entwined. It was a beautiful, warm night. The stars seemed almost close enough to touch. They were like lamps in the sky, so that even without the moon, which was almost full tonight, it would have been nearly as bright as day. "Well, little fawn," Ashley said, turning her to him and taking her other hand in his free one. "We are back where it all started."
Yes,
she said. They had first met in Luke's drawing-room, but this was where they had first talked, sitting together on this rock, her feet dangling in the water. She thought of him as he had been then, very young and handsome and restless, and of herself focusing on him all the love and devotion of her girl's heart. She thought of lying here face down, alone, living through the terrible pain of his departure for India, and of his return and all that had followed it. "But not where it will end," he said. "Tomorrow we will go home, to Penshurst, to our new life. I have had those rooms cleared out, Emmy. All is gone, and I want you to change everything else that does not suit you. I want it to be your home, ours. There will be a wedding to attend soon. Henry Verney is to marry Catherine Smith, and I am encouraging my steward to desert me, as he phrases it, in order to move back to the north of England, where he comes from and which he misses. I will offer his position to Binchley." She smiled at him, then used their private language to reply.
"I am very happy," she told him.
"I am very happy too." He spoke to her without words. He pulsed a lightly closed fist against his heart. "I really mean it. I feel deeply." But there was something else she wished to say in words, though she could have signed it to him. She wanted to tell him.
"Ashley,"
she said. "Emmy." He smiled. "I love my name on your lips more than on anyone else's in the world."
"Ashley,"
she said again, using her hands too.
"You, me, a baby."
She was not quite certain, of course, and she had felt unable to ask Anna. But she was almost certain, with her body. With her heart, she knew it beyond a doubt. She watched his eyes brighten with tears. He bit his lip, and then he caught her up in his arms and held her very close. He was talking to her, she knew, but it did not matter that she neither heard nor saw the words. Words were not important. She kept her eyes open and looked up at the vast sky and at the stars. The whole sky, and the earth too, the whole universe was singing. Did it matter that she could not hear? The melody, the dance, the joy were in her heart, and in his. And then she could neither see nor hear. His mouth found hers, and she closed her eyes. There was only a silence.